Hello, hello. Okay, I believe the chapter is out. Let me check. Straight down to business. Damn, I didn't even got time to breathe. The first time with my girlfriend, part 2. Oh, okay. The first time with my girlfriend, part 2. It is. I guess there was a second part. Interesting. It's not even my birthday, so maybe it's kind of strange to ask something like this. Is that... Oh, it starts with a spread. Please have sex with me. So in Japanese here, Ruka actually uses kind of like a euphemism where she doesn't actually say the word sex. She like uses the word ecchi and kind of like misdirects around the word sex to like imply sex rather than just outright saying it. So this isn't actually nearly as direct as it appears. Like in the Japanese, she's actually like it's hard to translate. It's really kind of hard to translate, but it's meant to feel more innocent, and that's kind of the point. So I just kind of want to point that out. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh no. No, no, no way. Wow. Dude, dude, this should remind you of something. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to stop midway. I'm going to pull it up. It's so quick. It's so quick. It'll take me 2 seconds. This should remind you of something. Holy shit. We're literally going back to the past. I'm not even... No, oh my god. I have to pull this up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to stop midway. I gotta pull this up. This should look extremely familiar. It's really easy to pull up. It'll take me 2 seconds. 32. No, it's 33. Chapter 33. Look at what Kazuya does. Look at this. Straight up. Look at this. What does he do? He sprints to the door. It's the same exact thing. Reishi is literally reenacting it on purpose. No, no way. She brought a condom. You've just got to be kidding me. I can't do that. Every fiber of my being's telling me to get out of here. Wait, please. Don't go. Oh no. Oh god. Oh no, no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Look at how Kazuya is like shaking. Crap. What is happening? I can't move. My legs are frozen. I mean, come on. The young cute girl put herself in a swimsuit and made such a bold move. If I run away from her now, it'd be too cruel. It'd scare her for the rest. It would scar her for the rest of her life. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. Kazuya, Kazuya, Kazuya. Oh god. I don't like the entrance. Wait, Ruka-chan. Yep, yep. Oh no. Oh god, Kazuya. Oh, oh, oh no. You've gotten big. Oh god. Oh man, Twitter's gonna have a fucking field day with this. Twitter's gonna have a fucking field day with this. Oh god. Oh no, 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 no. Stop it, Ruka-chan. I've already told you I love Mizuhara. I've been scared to ask. Ever since that day half a year ago, I've kind of suspected something been going on between you and Chizuru-san. I've just been too scared to ask, Ruka-chan. See, she fucking knew. I knew it. She goddamn knew. But I realized something in that moment. I don't think I have it in me to ruin your relationship by getting in between you two. Maybe you haven't realized, Kazuya, but before you know it, the mind and body become all grown up, you know? I just thought if you could be my first time, it'd make me so happy. I'm okay with being second. No, you're not. No, you're not. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. No, you're not, Ruka. Yeah, that was the teaser. I'm fine with it. Oh, no. No, you're not. No, you're not. No. Oh man, I can't believe my second analysis of this chapter was so accurate. I cannot believe my second analysis of this chapter was so accurate. I'm so mad at myself for being unable to finish that video. Fuck me. Poor choice of words. Oh no. Oh no. Poor Ruka. Oh no, poor Ruka, dude. This is no. So okay. Let's get this out of the way. Last chapter, as well as this chapter, is literally exactly how the sin of lust functions. And it kind of blew me away when I thought about it, when I sat down to think about this. Jesus Christ. When I sat down to think about this, I kind of just tuned everybody else out. And like I sat down and thought about this. I'm like, this is exactly how the sin of lust works. Like, oh man, it's Reiji-san, like I didn't have enough to hate on Kazuya. This isn't Kazuya's doing the right thing. No. Kazuya is doing the right thing. I actually think this is not on Kazuya. This is not on Kazuya. On second read through, this is not on Kazuya. Kazuya did all of the right things, right? He felt bad for her. She's his girlfriend. This led to this. And then he realized, no, Ruka is doing this knowing full well what the fuck is going on. No, Ruka is choosing to do this knowing full well what is happening here. She is completely aware, which means Kazuya was not leading her on. She knew. She was completely aware, right? No, she knew. From the start, Ruka was completely aware. No. So this kind of flips the whole book on its head, right? She knew, right? Deep down, she knew. She just chose not to look at Chizuru. And she's okay with being second, which is really bad, right? No, you don't want to be. No, you don't. Right? And people are going to say this is bad writing, all that stuff. And no, it's literally like Ruka, before she didn't want to be second place. She always wanted to replace Chizuru. And yet now she's willing to take this thing, right? She's willing to do this thing with Kazuya, even though it's not real, because she desperately wants it so badly. It's literally taken the thing that started Ruka's story, new experiences, and feeling like she's not good enough, and flipped it on its head. Thematically, what this did is like Ruka's journey, it's like the same thing but in reverse, right? And she doesn't realize it. It's literally the same thing with Kazuya. He looks different. He's doing the same thing. Ruka is identical here. She is acting different. She's looking different, but it's literally the same thing. You've been through this. You've been through this just in a different lens. He's literally just taken a mirror and flipped the image. And that's exactly the point. You're completely missing the point of what's happening here, right? Ruka is making the same fucking mistakes. Kazuya is in some ways making the same fucking mistakes. Right here, right? When Kazuya was about to run out, right here, and he turned around and he saw how scared she was, he's like, right? He felt bad. He got scared. He's like, she's gonna get fucking scarred for life. It's like, okay, but is that your fault? Right? Is that your fault? Right? Like that's not your fault. Right? You can't control these things. That's not really in your control. She fucking knew what she was doing. Right? Like, he's right. Okay, maybe don't run out. But at the same time, maybe don't do this. Right? It's a not good situation to be in. Right? Like, and he needs to take like a modicum of control where it's like, okay, don't let her grab you and like throw you on the bed. Maybe don't do that. Right? Don't let her like walk you around. Like Kazuya let her drag him around. Right? That's a problem. You should create like a balance between the two. Right? And that's the issue with Kazuya's character. He has no idea how to strike balance. He made a choice immediately, tries to run out. Ruka knew, grabs him. He stops her again. Right? He stops her again when she's kissing him. And you'll notice this whole kissing sequence is exactly identical to Kazuya's dream. This entire kissing sequence, exactly identical to Kazuya's dream, right? And then that's the thing what's going on with Ruka too, that I think people don't realize. The thing that's going on with Ruka too is that she is, her innocence is kind of being sullied by her maturity. She's losing kind of track of what she's trying to do with her innocence. And this is contrasted by her actual body, which is presented very seductively. Like, literally, look at this. This is incredibly horny. This is incredibly horny shit. Jesus Christ, the hips. Like, the more you look at this, the more you see what Reiji's trying to do, leaning super hard into the seductive element. Like, you think you tell me right now, you think there are fucking dudes here who would not be like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever. There's a girl who's like on top of me. She wants to mount me, man. She's sitting on top of me. She's grabbing my dick. She told me I got big. And like, do you see how this is exactly the problem? Because you are so caught up in this element. You're so caught up in lust. You're so caught up in this desire, this thing that you feel like you don't have that you want to get. What people don't understand about desire is that desire is not simply just sexual. And this is kind of embodying that, where it's kind of showing you exactly the sexual element, while at the same time, it's showing you how you want this thing so damn badly, you're completely ignoring what's going on in the room. Like, look at this room. Right? You're so focused on Kazuya, you're not seeing how messy the room is, how everything here is just completely wrong, how this is not the right place to do this, nor is this the right person, right? You're getting this thing, but it's not what you want. Right? Kazuya freaks, right? He has to stop her, and I love how much control Kazuya has here. I think that's the shocking part, right? There is a sense of progression from Kazuya's character, right? There is a real sense of progression from Kazuya's character where he actually immediately knows, because you can decide, like, immediately, oh yeah, this is me. Yeah, I know exactly what I want. What is next time? Super comfortable. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh man, I really hope Kazuya does not go through this, because like, that's no. I really hope he doesn't fucking do this. Wait, what? The blanket? Oh no, that is a similar blanket. But that's the blanket Kazuya had. Let me check. I'm not sure if you're actually correct. Wow, it is the same blanket. Yeah, the blanket Kazuya puts onto Chizuru in this chapter is the same blanket that's behind Ruka here. I really think, like, the next, like, what this is about, like, protecting Ruka's innocence and not letting her sully it for the wrong reasons. Right? It's like she's kind of losing track of what she wants, and this is again right here supposed to be a callback to the thing I was showing you before, where the first thing we had a reference to was so last time the door was locked, this time the door was open. The scene I showed you earlier, the door was locked. Kazuya literally couldn't leave. This time the door is not locked. He could leave, but he felt bad, so he stayed. Right? That's the difference. Before, Kazuya literally couldn't leave. The door is locked. Here, the door's not locked, but you feel bad, right? So you stay. Okay. So, right, there's already some problems here. Shoot. Where am I looking? Yeah. And this is another thing that, like, presents where you thought there was even ground here. You thought if Kazuya told Ruka he loves Chizuru, that Ruka would stop. And yet she didn't, because she knew deep down she knew, which already told you they were not on even ground. Ruka already had infinitely more leverage than him, right? They were presented to you as if they were equals. They were never equals, right? They were presented as though they were equals. They were never equals, right? They looked like they were equals. Ruka came down to Kazuya's level, yet who's undressed and who isn't, right? Who's the one putting herself in this situation? Who's the one creating this stuff for herself? Right? It's not Kazuya. None of this is Kazuya's fault. That's the irony. Initially, you interpret this as Kazuya's fault because Kazuya is the one who's been leading Ruka on, right? He has, to a degree, he has. Only for us to realize, wait, no, Ruka knew. Deep down, she was very aware. She knew what she was doing, and she was okay with being second. No, you should never be okay with that. You should never settle for that. Never be happy with that. That's wrong, right? You should never settle for being second. Never. You should never be happy with that, right? But Ruka is letting her desires control her feelings, whereas Kazuya is not letting that happen. Except now, he's seemingly getting an easy out. And here's hoping it doesn't take it, right? So Kazuya knows his love, but he doesn't know who he is. Setting boundaries mission failed. He did it twice. And Ruka, he kind of just let Ruka do stuff, right? Like, he set immediate boundaries, and then she grabbed him and then proceeded to fucking smooch his ass, right? And then she takes him to the bed, and she was like, I don't like the entrance, as in, I don't want to kiss you there. It's like, maybe don't let her kiss you, butt-ass naked. Like, how would Chizuru feel seeing this? That's the point. Like, just this alone, like, if Chizuru does like you, how would she feel seeing you? How would she feel seeing this, right? That's the whole point, is like, Kazuya already doesn't realize this problem, right? And, man, people on Twitter and YouTube are gonna have a fucking field day with this. Who are we kidding? They totally are. They totally are. I'm like, oh man, give me a sec. Oh, that didn't work. All right, I'll just set it back to normal, and I'll do that. Okay, I'm back. I had to blow my nose. I'm glad that at least the theory that Ruka needed to go to the hospital hasn't happened yet. Oh shit. When Ruka rolls over after Kazuya stops her, she just looks like in her own bed with blurry fingers. Oh my god, it is. Yeah, it is. One hand is over his crotch, the other is behind him. Just like before, one hand was between her legs. And one hand was behind him, knowing full well she can't actually grasp this thing, right? Knowing full well she can't actually grasp this thing, knowing full well this is not going to be real. She knows this is never going to be real, and yet she would prefer it this way. No, this is not good. Oh no. Okay, we gotta go to Twitter, dude. I mostly I just want to see what Japanese fans think. Oh man, this is gonna be a shit show waiting to happen. Like, poor Kazuya is just, this girl just handling his dick is like, oh god, stop, please. People are hard. People are hard on Ruka. Yeah, interesting choice of words. Oddly fitting. No, Kazuya. Right? Or you should do this shit with, like, you know, like, some people are okay with doing that, you know, they're just okay. It can be goodbye sex. That doesn't make it good. That really does not make it okay. Kazuya's like, bro, I like Chizuru. Cool, you're not dating. Does that mean you should have sex with someone else? Right? Cool, you like someone, you're not dating them. Does that mean you're allowed to have sex with someone else? Right? Because do you actually love them, or, you know, or you just did it for the fucking sex? Right? If you can't keep it in check, how can you keep it in check in the relationship? Right? If you can't keep it in fucking check, how can you keep it in check in the relationship? Like, I'm sorry, I would kind of have some fucking trust issues with you. I actually wouldn't be able to trust you, honestly, if you were just like, oh yeah, we're not dating, so, you know, it's okay. You know, we've been through this for a while now, so, you know, breakup sex is fine, even though you never had sex with this person before. So yeah, that's perfect. How would you feel? Oh yeah, you like this person, they just had sex with someone else. How would you feel about that? Wouldn't feel great, would it? Okay, I'm gonna send this stuff to Crumpy. Yeah, literally, Ruka's innocence baits you in. The whole idea is that Ruka's innocence baits you in. You feel bad. You feel bad, and you let Ruka's innocence control you. The whole point is that, and this is gonna sound a little like dark, the victims of lust are not just adults. That's what people don't realize. The victims of lust are not just adults, right? That's like, and that sounds morbid because it goes both ways, right? A younger person like Ruka can give in to her lust, just as unfortunately some younger people can be victims of lust in the wrong ways. So yeah, no. This is literally a massive deal about Kazuya. Like, this might hurt her, but unfortunately you're gonna have to make a fucking choice, right? That's the issue here. Hey, Kazuya, this might hurt Ruka, but you're gonna have to make a fucking choice. And Rishi's like doubling down, tripling down on this, especially since Ruka already knew. Especially since Ruka already knew. Did it send? The fuck? Okay, this is just obnoxious. Fuck you, Elon. Dude, just, oh my god. Okay, it did actually send. It's so irritating. Wiz, how many times do I gotta tell you, if you really think this is on Reiji and Reiji's sabotaging like, literally, you guys have like literally two methods here. You're either Reishi self-inserting into Kazuya, which people in here won't do. So what people in here do is they'll lean into Reishi is sabotaging Kazuya, which is like, no, it's Kazuya self-sabotaging, because that's literally in his fucking character. That's what he's been goddamn doing. Ay. It's crazy how different Ruka looks now. Yeah, she doesn't look young anymore, which is the problem. Literally, 1 minute Ruka looks adult. 1 minute you see her like this, where there's just like, here she looks a little more adult. Here there's a clear sense of innocence while her body's maturing, and you're just like, okay, no. And then you see this, and you feel fucking bad. And you're just like, no. This is literally how lust works. This is straight up exactly how lust works. It makes you feel bad. It literally uses your own emotions against you. right? It uses these things against you. It baits you under the sheets. It shows up undercover. Ruka, in last chapter, what was she doing, right? She shows up giving Kazuya things, right? Most of the chapter is spent with her giving Kazuya things, right? She's trying to make him happy. She's being the ideal girlfriend. You're conveniently not looking under the sheets, right? You're conveniently not looking at what's actually going on. Why do you think Ruka kept covering up her skirt? Do you remember that? Why do you think Ruka kept covering up her skirt? Not because she was afraid of the panties being seen or anything like that, but because she was wearing the swimsuit underneath, right? That's what was happening here. She was wearing the swimsuits underneath the whole goddamn time. This was her plan from the fucking start, right? She's presented to you as innocent. That's the point. That's literally how lust works. It presents itself in an innocent way to you. It comes in with the disguise that it is your friend, that it cares about you, right? That's the whole idea. It comes in with that disguise. I'm your friend. I give a shit about you, right? I'm going to make you feel comfortable. And then when you're vulnerable, when you're most vulnerable, I'm going to take advantage, which is exactly what Ruka did without even realizing she's doing this, because she's being controlled by her lust, by her desires, right? And that's the thing. People don't understand. Lust can be a lot. Lust is a little different from greed, because with lust, it's not just sexual. It's presented as sexual. The initial sin, the initial deadly sin, is it's sexual. Lust is actually about a deep desire. So you can have a deep lust for knowledge. You could have a deep lust for power, right? And of course, you could have a deep lust for desiring something that you're lacking. And this is definitely something going on with Ruka here. This is a deep desire of Ruka's, right? And it's meant to act as a flip mirror of Kazuya's dream in chapter 393. Which, by the way, you're going to be surprised when you look at this, because you're going to be like, oh, what the fuck? That chapter was relevant? Because most of you thought that chapter was not relevant. It totally is. And I'm going to show you how goddamn relevant it actually is. Huh. Ruka tells Kazuya, I don't like the entrance. Kazuya has a dream where Chizuru kisses him at the entrance. Huh. Isn't that weird? Right? It's because Ruka wants to hide all the way back in the room, right? She wants to hide all the way back in the room. She wants to hide in the deepest, darkest part of the room so she's unseen, right? Where do you see her? The very, very back of the room. What do you see right above Kazuya? The clock. The clock ticking down, right? All the way back behind all of the uncomfortable stuff. This visual is very intentional. Why? It's leaning super hard into this element of, hey, this is what lust does. It hides behind the deepest, darkest part of your heart, right? In the very, very, very back. Very, very back, right? Where you don't want to look, where you want to get covered up under the sheets. And what happens here? Notice something Reiji does here that's brilliant. The light is down here, but it's covered now, right? Reiji specifically draws Kazuya's clothes here to hide the light, right? The light is gone, right? The light is completely gone. Before, you had like a sliver of light, right? Before you had like a sliver of light, just a little bit of light that was left over. Now it's totally gone. Instead, you can see like the condom down here. You can see the mess that is Kazuya's room, right? Literally everything all the way. It's like you've been dragged all the way to the back behind the curtains, right? This is literally how lust functions. It leads you behind the sheets. It tempts you behind the sheets, and then it silences you, right? Because what's Ruka doing here? She's essentially silencing Kazuya's voice, right? She keeps touching him. She keeps silencing his voice, right? He keeps letting her control everything. He keeps saying no. She's like, but I want to do this. She's literally not listening to what he's saying. She doesn't care. She's okay with it, right? She doesn't care that this isn't what Kazuya wants. She wants this. And she's okay with that. And that's what last chapter does. Last chapter presents you a false narrative. The entirety of last chapter is a completely false narrative, just as this is. Last chapter is all, hey, first times. Every single first time you're presented is a lie.
Every single first time from last chapter that you're presented is a lie, mirroring how this is a lie. Literally mirroring how this is a lie. Even the chapter number itself is a lie, right? Even the chapter number itself is a lie. Because why? It doesn't have a number 1. There is no first. There is literally no first, right? Look at it. There is no first. Whereas with the mommy chapter, it starts with number 1 and it goes to number 2. You get to this one, there is no first. There's only a second. Why? Because Ruka is okay with being second. There is literally no first time. She is not first. She's literally not the main character. She is literally always going to be second, and she knows this. And the title numbering quite literally plays into that. There is no first time. There was never a first time. It was all a lie. Everything here is a fucking lie. God damn. Okay, well, this person's dumb as happy. Thanos sure is stupid, just like he is in Avengers. Let's see. And the room is clean as fuck in that dream. Yeah, you're presented the room in a very clean lens, right? Sure, the room sure does look a lot cleaner. And literally the idea is like the visuals are completely reversed, right? These two visuals are literally completely reversed, right? Oh man, this is so not good, right? Dude, people are gonna have a field day with this, right? Okay, come on, Crumpy. Tell me what the next times are, my dude. Oh, did I not send him the last one? Oh, man. Yeah, no, and you'll see an interesting difference between the last time Ruka was there. You'll see an interesting difference between the last time this almost happened with Ruka, where before she was touching him behind the sheets, right? Kazuya was like literally covered, right? Kazuya was covered. Now Ruka is literally behind, like literally got underneath the sheets, if you will. Right. It's literally like Kazuya let her in, knowing what would happen, not or not even thinking about what would happen. Trying to find the chapter. It's like it was 65. There it is. Oh hey, this looks oddly familiar. Oh hey, this looks oddly familiar, but there's a key difference. Kazuya's all covered up, right? Ruka doesn't actually like touch his dong, right? Ruka hugs him very similarly, right? But she doesn't actually touch him, right? And Ruka knows Kazuya feels sexual attraction. And he gets her to walk away. She understood. She listened to what he had to say before. That's the important part. Before, Ruka was willing to listen to what Kazuya had to say, right? When he told her, I don't want to do this, she would listen, right? She would listen to him. Now, what does Ruka do? She doesn't listen to him. It's almost like what Kazuya has to say doesn't actually fucking matter. It's almost like this is wrong. This chapter is luring you into a false sense of security. This is great. You want this, don't you? Right? A lot of Japanese men, a lot of like really horny, sad people online would say Kazuya is pathetic for turning this down. Right? A lot of people would say Kazuya is a stupid idiot for turning this down when the girl is like literally mounting you, right? Like the people who are like only interact with pornography, only interact with like that kind of stuff. Kazuya is stupid for turning this down, right? Look at this. Look at this. How could he turn this down? And that's exactly how you fall into this trap. That's exactly how you fall into this trap, right? When you let your emotions tell you how to act. When you're trying to fill the hole of something you feel like you lack, right? That when you do that stuff, that's when you let your feelings control you, right? You're not weak for turning this down. Sure, cool. A girl desires you. Are you just doing this to satisfy your feelings? Your feelings of inadequacy? Or are you doing this because you actually like this person and you want to be with them, right? So, yeah. No, yeah, no, people are like completely missing this fucking point. Ah, Jesus. The temporary girlfriend arrangement seems to be nearing its end. The price paid for failing to draw a clear line. Though neither party alone is to blame, it is time to draw a firm boundary. Yep, and Kazuya feels bad, and guess what? The moment Kazuya feels bad, I folded, damn it. Yeah, you fucking would. You would fold. Yeah, a lot of people would fold here. And unfortunately, that actually kind of makes you a little weak, buddy. Like, you're not necessarily a bad person, right? A lot of people would be okay with this, right? Like, you just pick Ruka, but it's like, is this what you want? That's more so the question. That's more so the question. Sure, you folded, cool, but is this actually what you wanted? Did you just derail the future you wanted for yourself? All because you wanted some sex, right? That's the question. Think about that. Right? Think about that. Are you just gonna give in? Right? Are you just gonna lay down like Kazuya here? Right? Look at him. He's just laying down. The moment he sees this, he freaks. Right? And then Ruka does this. Right? It just ends so abruptly. I need more. It ends so abruptly. I fucking need more. I don't even care. I'm saying like fucking and all that. I'm just like, I give up. I'm like, it's inevitable. Ooh. Ruka's behavior since the Hawaiians incident has been downright strange if you think about it. She dismissed Chizuru and Kazuya's kiss as a no-can-do and refused to acknowledge their progress. Even afterwards, she kept averting her eyes from things she didn't want to see. So that's what it was all about. What was I saying? What have I been saying? Ruka has chosen not to look. Ruka has literally chosen not to look. I'm glad people are starting to see this. I'm glad people are starting to get on my fucking level. Get on my goddamn level. Right? I'm not trying to sound like a dick, but I've literally been saying this, right? Ruka chose not to look. The sunlight will be coming from the curtains. And the sunlight is literally being covered. Right? By this final spread, the sunlight is gone. You can only see a glimmer. A tiny little glimmer of light. A tiny little hope. It's just the smallest thing at the very bottom right there. Right? That's all that's left. We went from a light cutting down. We went from like literally the curtains being open to the curtains being closed to like a light peeking from the curtains, like a single light, to now a tiny little ray of hope. Just the tiniest little ray of hope. Right? It is really just a one-sided crush. Right? And you're seeing it right here, even. You're literally seeing it right here. What is Ruka doing? She's looking down at Kazuya's back. Right? She's looking down at Kazuya's back. She's choosing not to look. Right? She's looking at Kazuya's back. She's not actually facing him. Right?
God, I fucking hate Twitter. Blindness. Son of a mother. From Chizuru. Communication over letting Kazuya taking another L. He did communicate. That's the thing you're kind of wrong about here. Kazuya did communicate. And Ruka chose not to listen. It's almost like what Kazuya has to say does not matter. And is that really the kind of relationship you would like? Would you like for someone to say that, you know, oh yeah, I'm okay with being second place. You know, this is what I want. But is this what you want? Right? She tells him, I know I could never get in the way of your relationship. And yet what is she saying? What is she doing? What is Ruka actually doing here? Think about it carefully. Let's listen to her dialogue very carefully. I've been scared to ask ever since that day half a year ago. I've kind of suspected something's been going on between you and Chizuru-san. She knew, right? Go back to chapter 348 and 447. She fucking knew. She knew something was going on and she chose not to look, right? I've just been too scared to ask, right? She holds Kazuya's shirt, but she's choosing not to look at the truth. Ruka is choosing an illusion, literally like he is. Hasn't Kazuya been too scared to ask about certain things? Hasn't Kazuya also been too scared to ask about very particular things? Umi, Mami, right? Chizuru's feelings, what she's actually thinking, what she feels about him, right? What is actually going through Chizuru's head? Kazuya has been too scared to ask. He knows something is wrong, but he chooses not to ask. He chooses to avert his gaze, right? Ruka is literally coming back to that, right? Ruka is literally throwing that right back at him. Hey, haven't you been too scared to ask? You know something is wrong. You know something is wrong, but you're content living a lie, right? You are content living a lie. Ruka's doing that to him now too, right? Literally, she's like, oh yeah, I've been living under an illusion. I knew. I've just been too scared to ask. Okay, but you gotta get fucking scared, right? You gotta let yourself be a little fucking scared. You can't just tell yourself, oh no, I'm not gonna ask, right? But I realized something in that moment, right? Specifically going back to Hawaii. So this is the moment where I'm like, okay, Ruka would never try to actually willingly get in the way of their relationship unless she's living a lie. I realized something in that moment. I don't think I have it in me to ruin your relationship by getting in between you two. Okay? So she won't actually try to do it by actually getting in the way of them. Like, she won't intentionally try to sabotage them. Not like Mommy, right? Mommy actually tried to sabotage them. What Ruka doesn't realize in her innocence is that she's quite literally already doing that. What she doesn't realize in her innocence is she's quite literally already doing that right now. Because she's trying to have sex with him. If she has sex with him, okay, the relationship is kaput. She's already doing that. She's talking about she doesn't have it in her to do that, and she's quite literally doing that. Because she doesn't see herself. She's not actually looking at herself. She's scared to look at herself. She just wants to have what she wants to have. Maybe you haven't realized, Kazuya, but before you know it, the mind and body become all grown up, you know? Isn't it ironic? This is so fascinating. What a choice of words. What an interesting choice of words. As the panels turn up and the shades are closed, Ruka talks about becoming older, more grown up and mature, right? But is she? Is she actually mature? This is fascinating. Why? Let's go back to this chapter I was showing you right here. Right?
do you think you can have sex with Chizuru? Okay. Ruka crawls all over his bed, does all this stuff. She says, I'm ready to do that. Was she ready then? Right? I told you, Reiji intentionally calls back to this scene, right? With Kazuya running to the door. Reiji intentionally calls back to this scene with Kazuya running to the door. And here, right, Kazuya says, we can't, you're like just a kid. Ruka comes up to him and says, what are you talking about? I'm saying this because I've thought about the future more than anyone else, or I wouldn't have brought you here. So she planned this from the very beginning. It's almost like she planned everything that you saw from the very fucking beginning. My feelings, and even my body, are no less mature than Mizuhara. Do you not like it when I get closer like this? Huh. Are you starting to see how we're looping back to the very beginning of the series? Intentionally so. Reiji is literally evoking this memory from you. Hey, remember this? Remember this? Remember how this happened in a hotel? But now it's happening in Kazuya's room. Now it's happening at his house, right? First, it was just an unknown place that's supposed to be a place where relationships happen. Right, the love hotel, you know, the iconic thing in romance anime. It's that's where the relationships happen. That's where the sex happens. Reiji then flips this. He's like, okay, what if I set it in Kazuya's place? What if I set it in his actual home, in his private space of comfort, and then literally have this happen with Ruka again? But now she sounds mature, right? Here, Ruka is actually showing her insecurity and how immature she actually is when talking like this, right? This scene to me reminds me a lot of the scene with Asuka from Evangelion. There's a scene with Asuka where she tries to sleep with like this older dude just to validate like the fact that she's not a kid. Same exact thing. Literally same exact thing. Straight up. I'm pretty sure this is a straight up reference. I'm like 90% sure this is a straight up fucking reference. Right, to Evangelion, right? What does Kazuya do? He runs off, he goes to the bathroom. Ruka sees something on the phone, and she steps out and she leaves. And she says, like, get the order right, I guess. Was this ever about order? Right? Was this ever about order, or was this all about disorder? Right? So you come back here, and what does Ruka say? Very similar things. Except now, she seems certain. She talks like an adult. She isn't. Ruka talks like an adult. She's not an adult, right? She's not actually she's not actually mature yet. She's talking like she is mature, right? The mind and body become all grown up. You know, I just thought if you could be my first time, it'd make me so happy. Would this actually make you happy? Right? Would this actually make you happy? Right? And Kazuya just told her, I'm sorry, I don't have feelings for you, and then she just touches his dick. Like, how would you feel? How would you feel if this was how would you feel if the roles were reversed? How people would fucking hate Kazuya a lot. The guy would get so much shit, right? If the roles were reversed here, the guy would get so much shit, right? People would fucking hate him. He's a disgusting, vile human being. But she's a girl, right? It's okay, right? Right? No, Reiji's straight up raising this question. Oh yeah, this is acceptable, right? Because she's a girl. It's totally fine. He's getting lucky, right? The guy is getting lucky, right? When men speak like this, dude, any dude in chat here, probably most of you are dudes. I'm going to assume maybe there's some women here, hopefully. Any dude in chat here, when you talk like this, you're demeaning your bros. When you talk like this, you're demeaning your bros because you're telling them this is the best you're going to get. Right? You're telling them settle. You're telling them, hey, you're already not deserving. You're getting lucky. Right? You didn't earn this yourself. You're getting lucky. You can't actually get a real relationship yourself because the girl is better than you. Right? But then when you point this out to them, they'll say, no. That's not what I'm saying. The girl isn't better than him. He's actually better than her. Do you see how it loops into this stupid mindset of demeaning both the guy and the girl in the situation when you talk like this? You're literally demeaning both people. No, Kazuya is not getting lucky here. This isn't a good thing. Just like you shouldn't take advantage of her, and she shouldn't take advantage of you. Both of these situations are wrong, right? So the point here is that this is wrong, period, for everybody involved. I've been in the situation, actually. I cried, lol. Hey, man, it's okay. Morning. I don't know. Last I checked, he was in my room. You know, let's start a poll. Would you reject Ruka here? You know what? Fine. You made a good point. Would you reject Ruka here? Let's make the poll. I made the poll. Would you reject Ruka here? Yep. When boys and girls go out bar hopping and you see one of your friends getting lucky. None of this would have happened if only Kazuya had reached into Chizuru in the first place after she kissed him. No. This would have happened inevitably. But this is the brilliance of this scene. This is the utter brilliance of this scene. It tells you that everything Kazuya did at the start was pointless. All this time, trying to keep Ruka at bay, trying not to solve this situation with Ruka, you just realized it was all completely pointless. Why? Because deep down, she already knew. Ruka knew deep down. All of this stalling, all of this, keeping it a secret and keeping your guard up and doing all that stuff, none of it fucking mattered. Because Ruka deep down knew all along, right? Deep down, she knew all along, right? File a restraining order. No, that's stupid. Kazuya doesn't want to hurt her, but he needs to draw lines. No, don't go blaming women. No. We're not doing the gender bullshit. We're not doing the stupid gender bullshit. Don't be a fucking sexist idiot. Don't do that in my chat. You've been warned. Don't be a sexist idiot in my fucking chat. Both men and women do this. It's not a thing. Shut the fuck up. Stop projecting your own bullshit onto certain people in a gender. Women always know. No, they don't. Many proves my fucking point. Many literally proves my point. Many doesn't know. Boom. There are so many women who interact with this series and they don't know shit. No. No. Chizuru doesn't understand how Kazuya feels. She doesn't understand how she feels. Right? There are things Kazuya is hiding from her. She knew about them, sure. But she doesn't know what the fuck's going through his head sometimes. He's literally not telling her. So, no, that's a pretty stupid fucking argument. They don't always know. Ruka knowing doesn't diminish Kazuya's responsibility to the person he loves. He could have stopped this. That was exactly my point. Kazuya kept shrieking his responsibilities to the side. Right? Kazuya kept shrieking his responsibilities to the side. I'm not going to do this, right? I'm not going to confront Ruka. I'm not going to worry about this. Only for him to realize, deep down, she already fucking knew and didn't care. It's almost like Kazuya could have confronted this all along. It's almost like Hawaiians told him that Ruka would have never actually tried to outright sabotage their relationship. And he fucking knew. She literally says it right here. He fucking knew deep down Ruka wouldn't actually try to cause issues and sabotage their relationship. Right? She wouldn't really try to, even though she literally is. right? So what does that tell Kazuya? He could have solved this from the start, right? And that's the irony. Ruka says, I don't have it in me to sabotage your relationship, right? I'm not going to outright go to ruin your relationship by getting between you two. Except what does she do? How did all of this start? Right? It started because of Ruka's actions. Ruka created the 3-month time skip in her actions. Okay? But then afterwards, she had a gut feeling that Chizuru was there. So she let it be. She left it alone. Why did she leave it alone? Because she realized she caused this. She feels guilty, right? Ruka feels guilty, so she let them be. She left them alone. She knew she caused this, right? So when she knew she caused this, she left it alone. But she kept living in her own little delusion, right? The delusion that, oh, Chizuru isn't around, right? Chizuru isn't around. It can't be Chizuru being the reason that Kazuya feels better, even though she knows. Deep down, Ruka knows. She's completely aware. No, it's Chizuru. It was because Chizuru was around. That's why. That's why Kazuya was feeling better in the first place. That's why any of this was happening. But she wanted to live a lie. She was content with the lie. Literally like Kazuya is, right? She's content with the lie. She's content living this lie. It's easier. It's easier to not look. It's easier to close your eyes, right? But now it's all coming out. It's all happening. It's all showing itself. Okay. She knows he loves Chizuru, and then she still chooses the lie. Right? She keeps choosing the lie. And this is best represented through this thing that I recently got from Reiji that he did an art piece a while back. Let me make sure you can see it. This is best represented through this. All of the characters in the story get either a retweet or a heart. Ruka, without hesitation, slams the retweet. Chizuru puts her finger over the heart, right? She's clearly pressing heart, and then it looks like her finger's leaning towards retweet, even though it isn't. Mami chooses nothing. Sumi chooses both, right? Sumi continues a cycle and then chooses love at the same time, which is literally a fucking paradox, right? But at the same time, it could theoretically work. Chizuru chooses heart, and then her finger leans towards a retweet, right? Ruka continues the cycle, right? Ruka continues this cycle. She chooses to live in the cycle, right? She's okay with the cycle. Ending is actually kinder than letting Ruka keep stringing him along, right? It's a reversal now. Before, you're like, Kazuya is the one stringing her along, right? Before, it was like, Kazuya is the one stringing Ruka along. Suddenly, you're like, wait, is Ruka stringing him along now? Or is she stringing herself along? The fuck? Right? Kazuya doesn't see the fucking tweet. Kazuya doesn't even see the fucking tweet. Right? And that's the thing. Kazuya did try to break up with Ruka. There's just one tiny problem. He doesn't draw boundaries. He feels bad. It's going to scar her. She's going to get hurt. He feels bad. But you have to draw a line. Right? Cool. Let's say, if I was in Kazuya's position, and I don't like doing this personally, when it comes to like these kinds of stories and stuff, but if I was in Kazuya's position, and let's say I felt bad, what I would do is, cool, I would stay. I wouldn't necessarily run out, but I would cover her up. Right? That's a good way to draw boundaries. Right? Okay, you're not gonna leave. You cover her up, and you don't let her undress again. Right? So that could have been a good way to draw boundaries. Instead, Kazuya froze, and he let Ruka take control. And I literally said this would happen, right? The Kazuya is letting choices be made for him, right? He froze and he reacted. I literally said this is something I did say. Like I pretty much said that Kazuya would freeze and he would let Ruka make the decisions for him to some degree, which is kind of literally what ends up happening. Yeah, let's see. I'm going to go see if there's anything else on Twitter.
Oh. Oh boy. So Crumpy did the translations. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, oh. Is feel good kimochi? Okay. So our translations for the day, yes. Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! That's bait. That's bait. I feel it. This is fucking bait. Because I literally remember this. I'm gonna show you why it's bait. It better be bait, my dude. This better be goddamn bait. Ruka's hugging him here. Ruka's literally hugging him here. I was happy I couldn't control myself. I didn't care if it was embarrassing. I didn't care if I seemed weird. Just being like this makes me so happy I could cry. I bet just hugging Kazuya and him like physically touching her makes her feel really good. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think this is bait. I think it's literally just just her touching him or her grabbing his hand makes her feel good, right? Because that's literally what was happening. This is bait. Don't fall for it. Reiji is intentionally presenting it like sex is happening, right? Because this is the thing you'll hear a lot in sex, kimochi, right? Yeah, no, it's bait. It's so goddamn bait. It's hella incredibly bait. Okay, so let's see. First page. Right here. What if Kazuya tries to move and grab her by accident? That could totally happen. Anyways, a closed curtain, a folded skirt, and that a love pouch carelessly placed down. Oh, a condom. Here, the love pouch refers to condom. This the title here reads, "This place is their crossroad." Oh, this is it. This is it. This is a make or break moment, right? This is it. This is literally a make or break moment. You either fuck up here or you solve this. You either fuck up here or you solve this. Oh boy. Right? Kazuya is already screwing up. Right? Kazuya is already screwing up a little bit. Right? Mistakes are already happening. But I think next chapter is going to be a make or break moment. I feel like next chapter could very well be a make or break moment. And then chapter 404. Yeah, next chapter is 404. Dude, next chapter is literally the chapter of death. Whoa. Next chapter is literally the chapter of death. It's 404. Right? In this chapter, it's a lucky number. Ruka kept getting lucky in this chapter. What are you literally seeing? Kazuya runs off. He sees Ruka like this. He feels bad and she's shaking. He stays. Ruka gets lucky and gets to kiss him and be on top of him and do everything she wanted to do, right? And Kazuya is reacting. Kazuya says no, and then he keeps staying around. She keeps getting lucky, right? This whole thing is Ruka continuously being lucky, right? Whereas men would think Kazuya is getting lucky, right? Men would think Kazuya is getting lucky in this scene, right? That's how they would look at it, right? A lot of guys would look at it this way, right? Some guys who actually know what the fuck is happening here would be like, no, this is fucked up, right? So here, no, the next chapter would be the chapter of death, and then people are saying is the death of an error, which is the relationship with Ruka. Yeah, there's also an error. 404 is literally like a computer error. So that could be another way to look at it. The crabs and the fish here, this actually represents innocence. As we said before, this is the same blanket that Kazuya put on
Chizuru. This is literally the blanket that Kazuya put onto Chizuru here. It represents innocence. It's Chizuru innocently sleeping, and Kazuya protects that, right? Ruka here sleeps on Kazuya's bed, right? So the innocence comes full circle in this picture. The final page reads, It isn't a sudden impulse. Faced with this temptation, will Kazuya be able to resist? Next time, it feels so good. Dear God. Dear God. Right? Nah, dude. Wow, she even says 2 in Japanese. Literally just says, hey, I'm okay with being number 2. I'm okay with being the second girl, right? I don't care if you're cheating with me. I'm okay with that. And that's literally cheating dialogue. Literally, this is cheating dialogue. Like, yeah, you can see it. Yeah, this is literally straight up cheating dialogue. I'm okay with being the second girl. You know, I'm okay if you cheat with me. That's perfectly fine with me, dude. Right? This is literally cheating dialogue. Straight up. Like, there's no what ifs or buts about it. This is straight up cheating dialogue. There are people in the poll who are saying no, they wouldn't reject Ruka. Genuine concern. 59 votes. Oh my god, 59 votes so far. Oh my god. Well, at least the majority are like actually smart. You know, but I wonder. I'm curious. You know, I'm really fucking curious. How many of you are saying you would reject Ruka, but would you actually? How many of you are saying you would reject Ruka, but would you actually? Would you actually keep your fucking balls in check? Would you actually like stop yourself? I'm curious. I bet a lot of you are saying yes, but would you actually in the moment? That's what I'm curious about, because people, when you have a reasonable, sensible mind, when you can think clearly, you can say yes. But I think a lot of people, when put into these actual situations, when these situations are actually happening, and their emotions are fueled and their emotions are high, they would they would give in. A lot of people definitely would, because people don't actually, like, a lot of people don't actually have like a very strong will. You know, I feel like a lot of people would very much kind of give in. And I get it. That's kind of sad to say, but I think some people, like, you know, they tell themselves like, oh yeah, when it's happening, I would totally stop it. But would you? I'm curious. Would you? You know, because I've been in a situation like this and I did stop it. I really wanted to do it. And I'm like, nope, not doing it. This isn't right. Right? So I know for a fact I could stop because I've been in this situation. I did stop. So I'm just, that's why I'm saying, like, because like I know what that temptation feels like. I know exactly what this temptation fucking feels like. Because it is so tempting. Everything in your neurons is like, yo, do it. This is your primal urge to mate. Like, in that fucked up way. Like, your mind's just like, do it, dude. And you have to be like, no. You have to draw a fucking boundary. So that's why I'm saying, it's like, I feel like people haven't experienced that and thus probably may just give in. I did it around their age. So I'm actually kind of proud of myself in that regard. I was around 21 or 22. I was actually around Kazuya's age. Holy shit. Yeah, I did it. I did it when I was 22. Well, I stopped myself when I was 22. I in that particular sequence, I stopped myself when I was 22. I want to be honest, but I really don't know. And that's okay. It's okay that you don't know. Just thinking about it is what's important. My point here is you should think about it. Would you actually stop yourself? And if the answer is no, then why? The reason I'm pitting this, the reason I'm presenting this to you guys is I want you to question yourself and think about it. Think about why you would stop or why you wouldn't stop. And what that means to you. I want you to kind of please process and think about that a little bit. I think that's really important because I think a lot of people don't want to process it. And just like Ruka isn't really processing what she's thinking here. She's not really. right? Ruka isn't really processing what she's thinking here, right? You just want to have sex. You just want to feel good. You just want to do this thing. You don't actually want to think about it, right? You'll say stupid shit like, "Ooh, it's time to breathe," like, yeah, okay, like a gross shit, you know? But you won't actually like stop and think to yourself, why am I actually doing this? You know? Is this actually what I want? Right? Ruka thinks this is what she wants. She thought about it. She's okay with it, but is this really the best choice for you? Because it shows how Ruka is young and immature. Even as she's getting older, she's still making quite immature choices. She's not an adult, right? And Ruka by this point is presented as though she is at the very least 18. Reiji has not actually addressed her age because Reiji intentionally avoids Ruka's age because it's a little weird for someone who would be underage working a rental-girlfriend job. That's not actually something you can do. So Reiji avoids Ruka's age intentionally, just like, hey, this is a muddy ground, I'm not going to touch this. But Ruka at this point is intentionally being presented as though she's older, at the very least becoming like an official legal adult. And yet, despite this fact, she's still acting like a kid, even though she thinks she's being an adult, right? And again, she uses language that's very evocative of cheating. This is literally the language of cheating, right? I'm okay with being number 2. But what would that mean for But what would that mean for the main relationship, right? So you just have a fucking mistress? Are you fucking okay with that, right? And some people will be like, oh, polyamorous relationship and all that. It's like, okay, that's completely different. That's something everybody agreed to, right? The polyamorous relationship, that's something everybody agreed to, and that's still messy as fuck, you know? But no, people just kind of don't want to, delve into this. No. There's a lot of layers to this, and it's very fascinating. It's actually quite well written. Like, a lot of hidden details. Holy crap, it's been an hour. Holy crap, it has been an hour. That was fast. Wow. Blimey, it's an adult manga. Kazuya-kun really is something else, isn't he? The single-minded devotion to Chizuru-san is exactly why I like him so much. And yet, in his blind devotion, he has ignored the world around him. Right? It's pretty much, you're doing well, Kazuya, but you gotta do more. You're doing good, bro, but you gotta do more. Yeah, even Kura is saying like we're heading towards like what seems like to be an end. I've been wondering about the moment at Hawaiians when Ruka, who had been so determined to keep up with Chizuru, said, I might never catch up to her, and this time it feels like it all connects. For Ruka too, Fukushima was a turning point, huh? Yeah, like a lot of people don't realize how Hawaiians is a massive fucking turning point. Like really, really big. Where the characters are like, how do I put it? Like the characters completely change in Hawaiians. And Hawaiians has been influencing everything up until this point, right? I'm going to mention that to them. Like,
What do you think actually happens, Fate? Good question. I can see Ruka on a train going away when the relationship ends. Not next chapter, of course. Honestly, so I can see Ruka like touching Kazuya, you know? And I could see her because she's hugging him, she feels good, you know? I could see it almost crossing the boundary, but not actually crossing it. That's how I feel. I could see it almost crossing the boundary, but not actually crossing it. Every single scene, there's both commonalities and differences in the scenes. In the birthday, and in when Ruka was at Kazuya's house, prior arcs, nobody came, right? But on the birthday, when Kazuya was gonna end the lies, Chizuru gets a call from the hospital where Grandma Sayuri is. When Kazuya was with Ruka at the Love Hotel, the reason Ruka leaves is because she sees a text from either Grandma or Chizuru to meet up for New Year's, and she chooses to get in between that. I wonder if if a phone would be relevant here. Would Kazuya? I don't know. It's really strange where we are right now. And I think that's the point. It's kind of hard to predict. I think like the easy answer would be Kazuya rejects Ruka, right? I don't think sex will happen. I don't think so. There's a thematic idea to Ruka not wanting to be near the entrance when they possibly do this, because she doesn't want Kazuya to be able to just leave. She's afraid of him just leaving. The reason Ruka was scared here is not because she was going to be scarred, but because she's afraid of losing him. Right? And that's the thing, but you're living a lie. You could have made something real with him as like friends, but you also like, unfortunately, you're not being honest to yourself. Right? You're not willing to confront the fear of losing him, and you're content with being second place. Wait, what? Something happened to the camera? What the hell? Oh, well. Give me a sec. Oh, that's why. I got a spam call because, of course, my phone just says, you know what? I'm going to stop fucking working if you get a call. Genius fucking design, really. Genuinely. Genius fucking design, guys. I don't know who came up with that, but you're a goddamn genius. So stupid. Oh. Some more votes are coming in. Death, restart, death. Technical difficulties could be cock block here. That'd be kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really predict this. I might go to the immorality of this chapter makes it hot. Okay. People do love immorality. Right? I think that's a huge part of this is like people are okay with watching immorality and like bad things happening, but they don't like it when it happens to them. So I think that's the irony of what Reiji's writing here, and it's on purpose. Reiji is presenting this in a way where it's like, you like this, don't you? Right? You're happy with this, aren't you? Right? You're pretty fucking happy with this, aren't you? Because you're watching a train wreck. You're okay with that, right? When people like watch pornography or they read hentai or they read like fucked up shit like NTR, they kind of like that stuff because they're content watching it.
you would never be happy experiencing it, right? You would hate if this happened to you, right? You would fucking hate this, right? And Reiji knows this. So he presents this to you in a way that you like, right? That some people enjoy. Not everybody. There's some people who are just like, oh yeah, this is fucked up. This is gross. Meh, right? There's some people who are just like, yeah, this is gross. Fucking gross as shit. But right, but cheating, right? Cheating is that topic where people somewhat enjoy it a little bit. You know, they like the scandal. They like the scandalous nature of it, right? So when Reiji's doing this, he intentionally presents it this way. He's like, I know what you like. I know you like this, and I'm going to present it in this way, in a way that is sexual, exciting, gets your heart pumping. You're like, holy shit, it's happening. And then I'm going to pull the rug from underneath your feet and make you feel like a fucking idiot. Be like, look how hurtful this is. Look how actually fucking hurtful this is. Look how much this hurts the people that you love when you do this kind of shit, right? He's intentionally romanticizing it to show you how demonizing it is. That's the point. When an author, to me, an author that is really good at writing is an author that can demonize the things that he loves and romanticize the things that he hates. An author that can do that is willing to look at things honestly. And that's what Reiji's doing. He is romanticizing something that he hates. Intentionally so. To be like, look at how much it sucks. Look at how much it actually sucks. Look at how you give in to this feeling. Look at how you fucking love this emotion, right? That you're so into this, but you don't realize what you're actually doing, right? How tempted are you to check spoilers for this week? I'm okay. I've gotten much better at the spoiler thing. Like I can tune it the fuck out, right? Sometimes they show up on my feed randomly. I don't know why the Hispanic community just like randomly shows up on my feed on Twitter and they just spoil the chapter a little bit. I'm like, what the fuck? Like it came up to me this week. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I just saw like spoilers in Spanish, and I was like, oh, dodging that, right? Dodging that, woo, close call, right? Thank God there were no pictures either. They were just saying spoilers. I'm like, woo, dodging it. So yeah, I get it. Let's see. Haters in my country want Kazuya to break his virtue being devoted only to Chizuru, so those morons can slander him that he's a piece of shit. Yeah, exactly. They want the bad stuff to happen so they can justify their stance on how they feel about this series. That's why they want bad stuff to happen. It doesn't matter what it is. They just want it to happen. That's why it's fucked up. That's why I literally don't like how people engage with this series. They want they want bad stuff to happen to validate how they feel. To validate that this series sucks, right? Because the bad thing happens that justifies how I feel about this story. It's like how people want to judge characters in like, you know, with moral justice and shit, instead of just seeing why the fuck is the author actually showing this, right? What are the characters trying? What are the point of the characters in this scene, right? You're trying to present them in a certain way. They're meant to say something. Instead, people want to judge the characters as through moral virtue, and it's quite obnoxious, really. Right, where you get like bad characters, and people like the bad characters, and people are like, "Oh no, you're a bad person for liking this bad character." I'm like, "No, you're not. It could theoretically say something about you if you're not aware about it, but you're not necessarily a bad person." I kind of wanted you to spoil the little this week, Fate. Not gonna lie. You wanted to get spoiled, or you wanted me to get spoiled, or you wanted to get yourself spoiled? I'm confused. What did you actually want to happen? We want it to happen because it needs to happen for people to grow. Wait, what to happen? I think we're like all talking about like completely different things. Have you talked about the cowgirl position, meaning trying to control by the female? And that's the thing. It's funny you mentioned the cowgirl position. I know what they're referring to. They're talking about the spread. They're talking about this, the cowgirl position, right? The camera didn't die again, did it? No, it's good. Okay. I'm gonna just keep this up. Yeah, so the cowgirl position here, like, it's funny. We talk about the cowgirl position. right? It's pretty funny that we talk about the cowgirl position because men love this position because they feel like they're dominating the woman, right? Men love this position because it makes them feel like they're dominating the woman, right? She's riding them. They love this position. It makes men feel powerful when women are literally on top of them. It makes them feel like they are in control. They are powerful, right? They're sitting below, but they are the one in charge. They're powerful fucking penis. Look at how amazing my penis is. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. But literally, this position makes a lot of men feel incredibly powerful, right? It makes them feel like they're on top of the world because they can just sit back, lay down, and the girl is like on top of them and they feel great. And look at how amazing I am. In reality, the way this scene is presented here, and what I like about it is that Ruka's on top of him. Ruka is in control of him. Ruka is making him do things, right? Kazuya is laying down as she's literally on top of him, controlling him, right? And that's the thing. It shows who's actually in charge. Ruka is actually in charge. Ruka is controlling this whole scene, right? Kazuya is not in charge here, right? Yeah, cool. He's being desired. He has no fucking autonomy. He literally does not control this. She's in control, right? He can't even control his own body. His body's reacting to her, and she's making her body react. She knows she has control. Literally, every time Ruka touches his penis here, there's a violation happening. There's literally a sense of violation happening where because like Kazuya is reacting to her and she's using that, right? I don't think cowgirl is men feeling dominating. No, it literally is. I get to think of, okay, I'm going to present this to you in the most vulgar and horrible way possible because that's literally how it goes. I'm laying down, my penis is facing up, and you riding it because you like it, right? I'm so powerful, I don't even need to move. Do you see how it can make men feel powerful? I don't even need to move. She just likes my thing that much. And I hate talking about this because it's so fucking gross. But that's the thing I'm trying to point out. It does make them feel powerful because they don't have to do anything, and the girl's doing all the work, right? She likes him that much that she does all the work on top. So it does, in fact, right? I don't have to break a sweat. Exactly. I don't have to break a sweat, right? I've got this in the bag. I'm so fucking cool, right? That cowgirl position is that. It makes them feel powerful, right? It literally does make them feel powerful. That's exactly the point. It does make men feel powerful. And yet, you can reverse that very idea because what's happening here, Kazuya is literally like, oh my God, I didn't even realize what she was doing. Oh my Lord. Oh, there's more, even here, there's literally more fucking evidence right here. She touches his penis. It's so annoying to say that. It's so annoying to talk about that because I'm just like, Twitter, fucking YouTube is gonna kill me. I have people in the house and they're probably like listening to this, like, what the fuck is he talking about? Oh, this is rough. I'll keep going. I got this. We're good. She touches his penis here. Kazuya reacts and then she starts rubbing it with her fingertip. Did you notice that? She knows she's in control. She knows she's in control. Oh my God. She literally knows she's in control, right? She's literally tempting him with her hand. She knows he's reacting to her. She knows he's reacting to her feelings, right? She knows he's reacting to her body, and she uses that. Ruka is literally in control here. That's the fucking point. Ruka is in complete fucking control here. She knows this. She's using her body to her advantage because she knows he's reacting. She knows he finds her attractive. Like, I'm going to be a little dark about this. Think of it as a reverse Makima. Think of this as reverse Makima. Whereas Makima is an adult and she's literally a person who has full control and abuses control, Ruka is innocent and young, and for that exact reason, she abuses control. She's literally a reverse Makima, which is really quite ironic considering Ruka does not want to be this, and everybody thinks Chizuru is like some crazy fucking Makima, right? Like literally, it's quite dark. Really, like people don't see how messed up this scene is, right? You don't really process how fucked up this scene is because you're thinking to yourself that this dude's getting lucky, right? It's similar things that happened in Chainsaw Man, interestingly enough. Since we're talking about it, literally, Makima does the same exact shit to Denji. She knows he desires her physically. So what does she do? She intentionally plays into his desires, knowing full well he will react physically. And she gives him what he wants, knowing full well he'll react physically to her. And she uses that to control him. With Ruka, she's doing this in an innocent way, right? Ruka is young and she's innocent. She's still doing this. She's still using her body, knowing full well Kazuya will react to it to control the situation, right? She knows what she's doing, and again, what do you see her do right here? She leans to his side, she holds onto his shirt, she really doesn't want to let go, even though she needs to fucking let go, and then she touches his crotch again. Yet again, she goes to touch his crotch. And it's like, bro, stop touching him! Stop fucking touching him, right? Literally, she doesn't stop because she doesn't want to let go. And that's the fucking point. Right? She refuses to accept the reality, and Kazuya is not drawing proper boundaries with her. Right? Kazuya's just like, stop it, right? Like, Kazuya needs to like cover her up, step the fuck away, be like, stop touching me, please. Right? He needs to just say that, please stop touching me. Because this is what she's doing. He's not setting boundaries with her. And she's controlling the situation by constantly touching his goddamn crotch. Like, Jesus Christ. And people don't see this because they think cute girl, right? That's the irony. You'll go to Reddit and they'll think Reiji's excusing this because cute girl. It's literally the opposite. Everything about this is literally the opposite. It is not excusing this because cute girl. It is telling you can't see the truth because you see cute girl. You can't see the truth with Ruka because you see cute girl. And she can't even see the truth of what she's doing because she's young and innocent and stupid. Right? But that's the thing. Innocence can become dangerous like that. That's the thing of innocence. It can become dangerous like that. Right? Ruka's innocence has a sense, it can be consumed by all these negative things when placed in these positions, right? When a kid doesn't have a proper role model to help them like focus and realize what they're doing wrong, right? And this is something that does happen in these situations. Cowgirl is also a woman holding you down, and she's the one in charge. She's the one who decides if anything happens or not, pretty much, right? You could move, but the woman is in charge, right? She was in control since the beginning of chapter 402. This is the final phase of her plan. Pretty much. This is pretty much what I realized. So I did a recording. I saw this post that like blew my fucking mind. Because I started seeing what Reiji's doing. Let me pull it up. It was such a cool post. It was so cool. And it made me like have a different viewpoint on what I'm seeing, and it made me record this like whole thing. That changed my entire perspective on what I'm interacting with. Hopefully I can find it. Oh, there it is. So this artist did a drawing of the deadly sin. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should like it. I can't believe I didn't like it. So this artist did this drawing of the deadly sin, specifically of lust. Now, when you look at this, you don't really think lust, right? When you look at this, you don't really think lust. But when I saw this, and I saw what Reiji was doing with Ruka's skirt, and what Reiji was doing with the curtain, it just clicked for me. I'm like, oh, holy shit. This is literally just Makima. This is literally just fucking Makima. How did this not fucking click for me? Jesus Christ. And remember, when we were reading through the last chapter, I literally talked about how, hey, doesn't this seem quite similar to chapter 365 when Chizuru talks to Kazuya about cheating? And didn't a lot of people kept mentioning, hey, if you don't have feelings for her, it's okay, right? Right? Because Chizuru said that, right? Conveniently ignoring the rest of what Chizuru said, right? And then I saw this. I'm like, oh shit! It just completely clicked. So let me read for you what this person wrote. Lust is the only one who tries to disguise itself with a human appearance, though it has too many hands. One hand to beckon, one hand to threaten, one hand to silence. It kneels because not all of its victims are adults. It lives undercover and invites you in as well. What did Ruka do? You're constantly looking at her skirt. She hides her skirt because she's hiding what she's actually hiding underneath. When Kazuya starts taking his test, she covers up the curtains and invites him in as well. She silences his voice because this is what she wants. She makes him feel comfortable. She tempts him to come in. Constantly, she's making him comfortable. She's showing him she's a good girlfriend, only for it to all be a disguise for the fact that she wanted to get him under the sheets. The moment he gets under the sheets, she threatens him. She silences him. And then you also see a fourth hand here, right? People didn't notice there's a fourth hand right here. And what is that fourth hand doing? Stroking the body, leaning onto the body. Hey, look. Hey, look at my body. It tempts you. It literally comes in undercover. It's like a snake. It's literally like a snake. And if you go back to chapter 365, you'll notice something interesting. At the time when that chapter came out, it was the year of the snake. Right? This was a little delayed, but it was the year of the snake. And the cover, when talking about cheating, is a snake. Right? The irony is, Chizuru has a snake tattoo here, and this particular snake tattoo is actually representative of protection, right? What sins are the other girls in the story? Sumi is gluttony, Mami is envy. I believe Kibe is sloth. What is Minnie? What is Minnie? I forgot what Minnie is. I think Chizuru is either wrath or pride. I know Kazuya is greed. I know for a fact Kazuya is greed. I know Mami is envy, and I know Sumi is gluttony. Because Sumi's whole thing is like she wants to have everything. And you would think it's greed, but when you listen to her character song is literally about eating a whole bunch of food. So Sumi is very much gluttony. Mami is definitely envy, like her whole thing is just fucking envy. Chizuru is hard to guess, really. I say wrath. I say wrath for Chizuru because she can explode. And I think maybe pride is maybe a possible other one. Minnie is wrath, Chizuru is pride, makes sense. I could see that. I could see Minnie being wrath and Chizuru pride. That kind of just somewhat aligns, maybe, you know. But yeah, but that's the thing. I think out of all the characters, Chizuru is not being controlled as like the rest of them, right? Kazuya's greed is definitely getting the best of him. Minnie really does feel like wrath, though. I could see it. Minnie does lose her fucking shit constantly. Whereas Chizuru only loses her shit when it like hits a certain point, and it's kind of like somewhat justifiable that she gets mad, right? It's kind of justifiable that she gets mad at certain points. So I could definitely see Chizuru being a little more pride. I know Kibe for a fact is sloth. I know like you could even say Kazuya is maybe sloth, but Kazuya does do things. That's the thing. Kazuya does do things. You could maybe say Sumi is sloth. Ruka feels like desire. Desire is lust. So look, this is the difference between greed and lust. Greed, you don't need it. With greed, you don't need the thing. You just want it. Right? You just really want this thing. And you want to hoard. Greed is so much about hoarding. You just want a lot of things. You don't necessarily care about these things. You just want a lot of them. Lust is more complicated because you do want it. You do want the thing. Lust comes from a very deep desire to have one particular thing, right? You lust for power. You lust for knowledge. You lust for sex. You really want this one particular thing. And that is very much in line with Ruka's character. Ruka is the sin of lust. She really wants one particular thing, even though it's hurting everyone around her, even though she knows it's wrong. Even though she tells herself she doesn't want to hurt their relationship, she literally is. That's the sin of lust. Whereas Chizuru doesn't let her desire for Kazuya control her. She doesn't let lust control her. That's the opposite of the two, right? So Ruka very much is lust, right? I think Kibe is sloth because Kibe doesn't really live his life, right? He kind of uses it as an excuse to be like, it's too hard, right? Life is rough. I'ma just not live it, right? I'll live it through Kazuya. But that also aligns with Minnie a little bit, where Minnie Minnie constantly does things, but she doesn't like actually live her life. That's why I'm saying it kind of aligns with Minnie too. I feel like all the characters exhibit some elements of the sins in some way, shape, or form. It's just in this particular case, it's definitely leaning into the sin of lust for Ruka, whereas Kazuya's greed is kind of the issue here, or maybe his sloth. You get my point. The point is, it's not what it looks like. Oh, wow. Part 14. Oh. But yeah, this thing was like cool as fuck. I really wanted to share this particular piece. I saw this and I'm like, oh my god, my mind has been blown and everything I understood has been changed. Reiji's crazy. That's literally kind of how I felt. Lust is also throwing everything away for one specific thing too, and that specific thing could be anything. Yeah, you're literally tossing everything to the fucking side. You're not valuing things, right? When Ruka wasn't Ruka supposed to be this kind of character? I know you like Chizuru Mizuhara, but wasn't she the type who aims to be the top no matter what? While it's kind of annoying in its own way, isn't this part of her charm too? And besides, is this really how it ends for Ruka? Ruka-chan, after all this come before, it feels kind of anticlimactic. Yeah, this isn't Ruka. That's the sad part. Ruka has kind of lost a part of herself. Ruka before literally always wanted to be top. Ironic, you're seeing her literally be on top of Kazuya here, right? Ironic, you're seeing her literally be on top of Kazuya here. Ruka always wanted to be the number one. That's Ruka's whole thing. She enacts being number one, and she's living a lie. She's not number one, and she's telling herself, I'm okay with being number two. But no, you'll look back at this in the future, and you won't be happy with this, because you're living a lie, right? So much about this arc, about where the story is right now, about what Reiji is doing right now, is literally about characters losing their identities. Mami isn't herself. Ruka isn't herself. Kazuya isn't himself. None of these characters are their real selves. All of them are losing parts of their identities, right? Ruka is getting to an age where she's getting older and she's kind of lost an element of her identity, and she literally sits on top of Kazuya and she's not on top, right? She's not actually on top. Mami isn't what is it? Mami isn't in control of her life. Mami doesn't smile and take control of the situations anymore. In fact, she's always letting go of control because she realized how little control she actually had over her life. So you haven't seen Mami smile or be in the story or do anything, right? Mami has been extremely passive. Kazuya, in contrast, changed his hair, seems more honest with himself, seems like he has this life together, and it's all a big fucking lie. No, he doesn't. He's back where he started. He's literally back where he started with Ruka. Right? He didn't resolve anything. His room is still a mess. He still doesn't have a job. He's trying to do all these things so Chizuru will like him, but is it actually for him? Is any of this actually for Kazuya? The point is, all the characters have lost themselves and they're not confronting who they actually are. The only one who has is Chizuru. The only one who truly has is Chizuru. Chizuru, and unlike them, is trapped in reverse. Chizuru is trapped in the opposite way. Whereas all the characters are living lies, Chizuru, in contrast, feels like she must lie. That's the difference between Ruka and the other characters. Chizuru, in contrast, is put in a position where she feels like she must lie. So she uses lies. But she knows who she is. She's lying because she knows who she is. But Chizuru doesn't know her love. That's the issue. All the characters are lying to themselves. Chizuru, in contrast, feels she must lie. Because she's been placed in that position. She knows who she is. Chizuru confronted who she is. Chizuru confronted who she is when she let Minnie into the house and Minnie called her out on her bullshit. That's when Chizuru confronted who she is. That's when Chizuru was honest with herself. And that's when Chizuru started to move and take action. Right? I think in this arc, Chizuru's kind of lost too. Lost in love. Chizuru is lost on her love, not who she is. She doesn't understand why she's acting weird, not because she doesn't understand herself, but because she doesn't understand her love. That's different. Why can I say this like confidently? Why can I confidently say this? Chizuru goes and rejects Umi. Immediately. Just like, nope, drawing lines, GG's, bye-bye. Literally just shuts him down. No buts, whats, or ifs. Umi tries to push back. Nope. Nope. Shutting that down. Bye-bye. With Minnie. Minnie comes up to her 2 different times. 2 different scenes with Minnie. First, Minnie comes up to her after the kiss. Chizuru shuts her out. Nope, you're not knowing about this. I'm not telling you about the kiss. I will fucking lie to you. She straight up lies to Minnie. So she doesn't know anything. Minnie comes back to her again in 390 after finding out about the kiss. Chizuru again lies to her. How? Maybe the play is real, but what did Minnie not find out in that chapter about the kiss? She didn't learn jack shit. It's almost like Chizuru knows exactly who she is. She will lie to protect that. Literally reversing the beginning of the series. In the chapter 390 is a reference to chapter 2 in the series. What do I mean by this? In 390, something happens. Chizuru's role is reversed back at herself. Chizuru sees herself in this scene. Let me pull up chapter 2 to prove my point. So Chizuru's role here is reversed from the beginning of the series. In the beginning of the series, after Chizuru runs into Kazuya at school, right? So they say they run into each other at school. I'm trying to pull it up. Come on. There we go. They run into each other at school. Chizuru runs off. Then you see Chizuru follow Kazuya, pull him into a room, and then start yelling at him. She reacts. She reacts to Kazuya here. She freaks out and starts panicking and yelling at him. So he doesn't do anything, right? She's trying to get control of the situation. In reality, she has no control, and what she did here is actually give up control. And what ends up happening right after, Kazuya knows who she is and can now come up to her and ask her for a favor, right? And it can even seem like blackmail. And Chizuru's like, what the fuck? And then she's like, fine, whatever. Kazuya wasn't actually going to do it. Still, she gave up control, and that's why this happened in the first place, right? When she's rental girlfriend, she's in control, right? And then what happens again? She goes to a place in the hospital. She goes to a place in the hospital where, guess what? She put herself in a position with no control. Why? Chizuru went to the hospital prior, and she got lucky. Her grandma wasn't there. She goes to the hospital again, knowing full well her grandma is there, and she may very well run into her. She put herself in a position of no control. And in that position of no control, when put in the same exact position as Kazuya at the very start of the series, what does Chizuru ultimately do? She makes the same exact choice as him. When put in the same position as Kazuya, she would make the same exact choice as him. The reason chapter 1 and 2 are literally kind of the same fucking chapter, just in reverse, is literally to show, look how similar these two actually are. When put in the same exact position of powerlessness, Chizuru would do the same thing. And yet, she put herself here. Chizuru put herself in this position by going to Kazuya at the very beginning of the chapter and confronting him. If Chizuru had not confronted him, Kazuya may not have done anything. If Chizuru had left it alone and just been like, okay, maybe it wasn't what I thought it was, right? Maybe it would have been fine. Instead, Chizuru put herself in this position, right? And that comes full circle at the very end of the chapter, where what do you see happen, right? The characters seem like they have total control over their lives. Kazuya's like, I'm going forward, I'm doing this, and they live right next to each other. Full circle. All these coincidences of the characters living right next to each other, going to the same school, their grandmas being in these same places, they're presented as these things that literally convenient tropes. Literally, they're convenient tropes. They're like, oh, how convenient. Convenient fucking tropes. They live right next to each other, go to the same school, do all these things, blah, blah, blah. It's kind of the stuff that you think is annoying in romance manga. What Reishi does that's brilliant is, when he does these things, he shows them to do two particular things. One, look at how similar these two characters are, that they would end up in these same exact positions. Right? They made such similar choices that they ended up literally living right next to each other. Right? They're that goddamn similar. And two, it highlights their powerlessness. How powerless they actually are. That fate decides all these things for them. And so fate in this story has a double meaning. On one hand, it is literally your choices being so similar that you came together, right? It's almost like you met by destiny, by fate itself. On the other hand, it highlights your powerlessness, how little control you actually have over your life. Why is this relevant to this chapter? Minnie reacts, pulls Chizuru into a room, and starts screaming at her, right? She reacts to Chizuru. If Minnie didn't do this, none of what we saw would have happened, right? This is what this is telling you. Chizuru's role reversed. Chizuru is now in Kazuya's position. She is in the position of action. Whereas Minnie is placed in Kazuya's position of reaction. Kazuya is supposed to be here, quote unquote. Minnie keeps screaming at Chizuru, and what happens? Chizuru takes control of the situation. Chizuru, where before she would react to everything that was happening to her in her life, here she takes a decisive action. The two roles a character can have in a story, the two common roles that you have characters in a story, are active and reactive. The reactive characters tend to be not as interesting, right? We tend to not like reactive characters because they're reacting to the world, they're not active. So, for instance, this is why we like Vegeta. This is why we like Vegeta in the Frieza Saga. The Frieza Saga is a great example of why Vegeta is a good character. A good active character. Why? Because Vegeta in the Frieza Saga is literally like doing everything. He's literally an active moving character, constantly fucking doing everything, right? Whereas Gohan and Krillin are reactive because they don't actually have control over the situation, right? Vegeta's doing all the fighting. Vegeta is like killing Frieza's men. Vegeta's doing all that stuff. Whereas Gohan and Krillin are just reacting to the world, right? Because they don't actually have autonomy here. They're fucked, right? Everything is so unbelievably out of their goddamn league. They're screwed, right? They need to be reactive because if they try to be active, they're just going to get killed. In the end of the arc, this reverses, right? Vegeta realizes how reactive he is. He is stripped of all power and control and realizes how powerless he actually fucking is. And that is how I'm trying to just highlight to you like reactive and active characters, right? Because most of the characters were in the end reactive to Frieza, who is literally just a walking like fucking death beam. He's literally walking despair, right? They were reactive to him, right? And eventually in like embracing their reactive position, they were able to actually be active, right? Anywho, with this, what's happening right now is that Chizuru is choosing to be active. Minnie is reactive. Kazuya is reactive. Umi is reactive, and so is Mami, and so is Ruka. And literally every character in the story, they're reactive. Chizuru is being active. This is a reversal from the start of the series, where Kazuya was the active character. Kazuya was the one who did things. This is the thing that people don't understand. People project onto Kazuya's character that he is passive and weak, right? At the start of the series. All they see is this passive, weak, pathetic dude because they're projecting onto Kazuya what they perceive to be a not masculine person. Not realizing that Kazuya is literally making the story move. Kazuya is literally making the story goddamn move. He is not a passive character. Kazuya at the start of the series is not a passive character. Not even a little bit. He is such an active character, it's actually kind of insane. Literally everything that happens is because of him. Every single thing that happens is because of him. He is an incredibly active character. The way Hawaiians ends, because of him. The way Chizuru kissing him in the end of the Hawaiians, because of him. He made that happen. Kazuya has incredible amounts of control over the story. It is his story. He is the goddamn protagonist. He has a lot of control over this story. He just thinks he's powerless. Now, Chizuru, who was reactive for most of the story, literally placed in the reactive position for much of the story, is choosing an active role. And what happens when she interacts with Minnie? Shuts her the fuck out. She lies to her again. Right? Minnie came in here. Literally, let me pull up what Minnie says. Seriously, she could have just told me about the kiss. Why did she think she could hide it? Did Minnie learn jack shit about the kiss here? Did Chizuru ever once explain the kiss here? No. She straight up looked Minnie dead in the eyes and fucking lied to her. Maintaining her control. Right? Whereas before, Chizuru would react. Really, literally, you see her almost react when Minnie corners her right here. You see her almost react. She doesn't react. She maintains her active role. She is in control. You're not taking my autonomy away. I am in control. Right? Who is the only character Chizuru reacts to? Kazuya. And even then, she takes some control back. Right? She actively lets herself be reactive to Kazuya, but she actually also takes control, right? So that's the problem. Chizuru is letting herself be too reactive to Kazuya. She needs to take some control. In contrast, Kazuya is a completely reactionary character at this point. He's just reacting. He's literally just reacting to the world around him. So this is important to understand for what's going on right now in the story is like, Ruka is just being a reactive character. She's just reacting to herself and the world around her. She's not shaping her own happiness, right? She thinks this will make her happy. Will it? Right? Will this actually make you happy? No. This isn't going to make you fucking happy. You think it will, right? You think it will. And then what does she constantly try to do? Take control. What is Ruka literally doing here? She's literally constantly touching Kazuya's goddamn crotch. And in so doing, trying to control him with his goddamn penis. Right? Literally, remember what Kibe told Kazuya? Don't fall in love with your dick. Don't think with your dick. Think with your head. What is Ruka trying to do? Think with your dick. Think with your dick. Think with your dick. Don't use your head. Don't use your head. Give in. Think with that. She's literally, like before, she wasn't actively trying to do this. Before, Ruka was not actively trying to do this. Now she literally is. Like, she's literally doing this. She's literally doing the thing she's saying she doesn't want to do. She says, I don't want to ruin your relationship by getting between you two, and yet what are you goddamn doing? Right? I'm okay with being second. In you being second, it would ruin the relationship. In the very fundamental nature of you being in second place, it would ruin the relationship. Because that would mean he has a mistress. Or he's cheating with someone. How is that any better? How in the hell is that any better? Right? Damn, I'm getting a little hungry. I might grab some food. Just give me a second. I'll come back. Let me double check if there's anything else. Ruka-chan's finally getting serious. This week was way too intense. Next probably will be even crazier. Like, you can't make a girl say stuff like this, Kazuya. Go tell Kibe don't fall in love with your dick again and get punched for it. Yeah, see, everybody is putting the blame all on Kazuya. I think that's the sad part. Everybody is putting the blame all on Kazuya here. It's not. It's really not. Literally, what did Chizuru say? What did Chizuru fucking say? Right? All of the blame is being completely thrown on Kazuya here. It's not actually all his fault here. Like, contrary to what I was saying before. Like, literally, remember what I've been saying in the past chapters? Oh, it's Kazuya's fault. It's Kazuya's fault. He's the one who's leading Ruka on. Guess what? We came... before this chapter even hit, we were slowly coming to the realization, oh, you know what? No, Ruka fucking knows. Yeah, no. Ruka fucking knows. There are clear signs she knows. And she's choosing not to look. So is it really Kazuya's fault that he's seemingly leading her on? Because she already knows. And she's content with it. She's content living the lie. So is that really Kazuya's fault? Which means, oh no, it wasn't Kazuya leading Ruka on. It was Ruka leading Kazuya on the whole goddamn time. And he was living a lie with her. He thought he was in control and he felt guilty about it. Ruka knew what he was doing the whole time and she was okay with it. Right? She was living her own illusion. So, should we really be blaming Kazuya here if Ruka fucking knew the whole goddamn time and just chose not to look? Is that really his fault? It doesn't like remove his actions, right? It doesn't remove Kazuya's actions. He did kind of screw up in the relationship in that, you know, he kind of led her on, which ultimately resulted in this situation in the first place. Remember, the only reason this happened, the only reason Ruka's whole thing happened is because Kazuya fell between her legs because he didn't value Chizuru, right? What do I mean by this? He let Ruka take the keychain. This all started. Why? This entire chapter started for a very simple reason. It was literally a domino effect. It was literally a fucking domino effect. It started in chapter 348 when Kazuya carelessly dropped his key, which Ruka picked up. The key that had the keychain on it. The keychain Chizuru told him to keep and take care of. Ruka sees this. Kazuya lies. Ruka puts it in her pocket, and then she says she wants to give him a gift. Right? And what happens here, Kazuya feels bad. Right? Oh, please, please, please. Literally giving him the cat eyes. Literally giving him the cat eyes. Kazuya feels bad. Ruka does her thing. She waves her hands. Literally, the hands are symbolic of control in this sense. Literally, what were we saying when we were looking at that lust art that person did? It's all conveyed through the hands. A hand that beckons, a hand that silence, a hand that tempts, and a hand that silence. I think we said silence, beckon, threatens. We forgot threatens, and then tempts. Right? Ruka gets him to agree. She gets him a keychain. And then what does Ruka proceed to do? She takes his old keychain off. His Chizuru keychain. She takes it off. Why did this all happen? Kazuya let her. Kazuya felt bad for her. He let her have the keychain. She then took his keychain off without thinking of what he's feeling. Does this seem familiar? right? She thinks she's doing the right thing. She thinks this is what she wants. She says, I'm not going to get in the way of your relationship. And yet that's quite literally what she is going to inevitably fucking do. That is just an inevitable thing that is going to fucking happen. This was always going to happen. She was always going to take off the keychain. Why would you give it to her in the fucking first place? Did you ever really value it? This leads to Kazuya freaking out because Chizuru gave this to him and he really cared for it. Kazuya takes it back, but did he actually really value it? Then he gets bumped by this kid from that one manga that I totally forgot the name of. He drops it and it almost goes underneath there. And where does it go? Right near Ruka, right? Kazuya, in almost losing this thing, starts to truly value it. Isn't this what people were literally saying about Chizuru? Isn't this literally what people were saying about Chizuru? Chizuru needs to almost lose Kazuya to start valuing him. Except, go throughout the arc. Pay careful attention. The kid is Shin-chan. Yeah. I knew he was from some sort of manga where he causes trouble. I always forget his name. Everyone always says, oh, Chizuru doesn't really value Kazuya. Yet Chizuru lives with him, let him in, kissed him, let him touch her, fall on top of her, told him about her fucking period, like literally a very private and vulnerable thing. She told him about that. She let him in and talked to him about her family. She showed him her home. She showed him her private space. She literally has all but shown him how much she cares about him. And Hawaiians, what did Chizuru fucking do? Chizuru literally took the brunt of mommy's bullshit all for him so he wouldn't get hurt. In fact, she's still holding that in for him so he wouldn't get hurt. Now, should she tell him? Probably. She shouldn't need to do that. She should be able to tell him. But that shows how much she fucking cares about him. In contrast, Kazuya doesn't even value this keychain and isn't even really listening to Chizuru. He's listening to Minnie, who's telling him what Chizuru thinks, even though Chizuru has gone out of her way to tell him how she feels. So is it Chizuru who doesn't value Kazuya, or is it Kazuya who doesn't value Chizuru? He just knows he loves her, but is he going out of his way to actually care for her? Case in point, Chizuru was injured. Chizuru literally had a blister on both feet the entire date, said nothing. Did Kazuya ever check on her? Yeah, Chizuru didn't tell him. Fair enough, Chizuru didn't tell him, but did Kazuya ever check? At all? No. How did he find out? He found out afterwards by accidentally running into her and finding out she was hurt the whole time. And then he cared. And then he stepped up. In a relationship, you have to actively check on your partner, okay? You have to actively check and make sure they're okay, right? Because sometimes they won't tell you for your sake. That sometimes they will not tell you for your sake, right? I don't want to burden them. I don't want to be in the way. This is something you have to communicate and talk to each other because everybody has flaws, right? Everybody has flaws. Some people don't want to burden each other. Some people really care about each other. Kazuya does not go out of his way at all in the entire fucking date to check if she's okay. He makes jokes. He talks about other stuff. He never asks how she's feeling, what she thinks of things, what she wants. She does. She actively goes out of her way to ask Kazuya what he wants. Is he okay? Is he happy? Is he content? Kazuya never does. And so, because Kazuya didn't actually truly value Chizuru, he drops the keychain, which then results in Kazuya falling between Ruka's legs, which then leads to the current chapters where we are now. Yes, Ruka is living a lie, but this happened as a byproduct of Kazuya's own actions of not valuing Chizuru, and in turn, right, not valuing Ruka because he got in between her legs, right, by accident, right? He accidentally fell between her legs because he didn't value Chizuru in the first place, which in turn resulted in this with Ruka, right? So he's not valuing either in a sense. right? Because he doesn't value Chizuru, right? So what happens? He ends up in this situation with Ruka, where now she's not even valuing herself. Do you see the problem? This is in part Kazuya's fault. In not valuing the things he cares about genuinely and honestly, he has resulted in this situation where Ruka has given in to her feelings because she did like Kazuya, even though she was living a lie. But at least there was some sort of barrier prior. But now, as a byproduct of his actions, this happened, right? And he doesn't know how to draw a line anymore, how to move. And now Ruka is looking more and more like the villain character, right? Now Ruka is looking more and more like the villain character, doing something that's completely out of her control. It is her choice still, right? This is her choice still. Ruka is living a lie. She chose the lie. But this all happened as a byproduct of Kazuya's own choices. This resulted because of him. I thought Chizuru would tell him even if he asked because he completely doesn't pay attention to her. Wait, asked what? No. Every single time Kazuya has asked, she said the truth. Every single time Kazuya asked, she told him. I'm not even kidding. Go throughout the series. Every time Kazuya asked anything, she told him right away. She answered his questions, honestly. No. Chizuru would totally tell him if he asked. She would check, are you sure? Are you okay with that? Would you really want to know? Like, in terms of mommy, for instance. In terms of mommy, she would tell him. But no, Chizuru would have told him if Kazuya asked. He's like, hey, are you okay? Like, nothing's bothering you? And then he would check, are you sure? And she would tell him the truth. But you have to engage. You have to make a choice. Who would have thought Ruka would be the one to give up and make concessions here? She's actually in more of a giving up mode than readers realize. Yeah, I thought this too. Right? We were right in that Ruka was the one giving up. We just didn't realize in what way. Right? We were right in that Ruka was giving up. We were wrong in what way it would be. And that was literally giving up the good part, like not in the right way. Right? She's giving up in the wrong way. It's right. Ruka should give up. She's giving up in the wrong way. Right? Ruka should give up. She's literally just giving up in the wrong way. Right? Let's see. If that's the case, it means she was to reaffirm Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru and the kindness of the person named Kazuya, whom she herself came to like. Of course, if it turns out to be the form that Ruka desires now, that would be fine too, I suppose. She's living a fantasy. But did she also have the resolve to be confronted with reality at any moment? If that's the case, then it means the one to show her that is Kazuya. Yeah, this is Kazuya's own actions coming back to bite him, so he has to face that. Oh. He's talking about me. On Wednesday, I often get home from work early, but so managed to rush back to read everyone's analysis, especially Johansson's. To think that the chaos has intensified so rapidly, more than I expected, that I can even keep up with reading due to busyness so deep. Right? I should like that. Yeah, I should like that post. Being devoured. Whoa, that's a good way of putting it. It's like you're being devoured. Right? That's literally kind of what's happening. And what happens, right? I think it's interesting that Ruka's kiss. Whoa, there's some subtleties here. Ruka grabs him, tosses him on the bed. Right? She mounts him. Reiji intentionally shows Ruka mounting him. Right? She sits on top. I don't like the entrance. Kazuya's freaked. Wait, Ruka-chan. Oh my god. Just face first. Right? Wait, face first. You don't even see like the push. It just happens. Face first. Right? Kissing. This is interesting. Reiji shows that this is like too much for Ruka. by showing her like clenching her feet, right? This is pretty intense for her. She's kissing him, and what triggers Kazuya's boner is her boobs, right? And God, they're like literally like leaking out of the fucking swimsuit. They're literally coming out of the swimsuit. Jesus Christ, right? And that's what he notices, right? It wasn't the kiss. I think that's really interesting that the kiss isn't actually giving him a boner anymore. It's the boobs, right? It's literally the sexual part of Ruka's like body, the part that most men are attracted to, the boobs, the legs, all that stuff, right? It's not the kissing, it's the boobs. And that's what triggers the boner. And then Ruka keeps kissing and then realizes, right? It rose so high she noticed, right? And then she turns and look at her. There's a real sense of innocence to Ruka's character here. And then she tries to act all mature, right? And I think here is like where you know Ruka knows she's doing something wrong, right? This is where Ruka knows she's doing something. Like, that's the sad part. Ruka knows she's doing something wrong, right? Ruka literally knows she's doing something wrong. She's aware of this. She's totally aware what she's doing is completely wrong, and she still wants to do it anyway. And that's the problem. It's like, no, that's not okay. That's why, like, to me, it feels like Kazuya has to take control. So you see the house, contrasted by her words. You see her clothes taken off here. Condom. Kazuya freaks. Please have sex with me. Mr. Fish is gone. And you only see a glimmer of light behind Kazuya. They're both completely in shadow. I love the reversal here. Look at this cool reversal Reiji did. This was last chapter. Last chapter is presented with Ruka's back, as we don't see her and Kazuya's front. Here, why does it start with Kazuya's back? Why does this start with Kazuya's back like he's unseen? Because that's quite literally how it ends. Ruka at Kazuya's back. She doesn't see him. It's literally what I wrote on Twitter. Right? I literally said this right here, right? As I said before, Ruka chose to avert her eyes from Chizuru. We are presented with the illusion that she sees, that she was actually looking at Kazuya. But all you see is her back, just as all she sees is Kazuya's back, choosing to be second instead of first. We start with Kazuya's back because we end with Kazuya's back, right? Whereas Kazuya has to actually look at Ruka here. Both are in shadows here, right? Ruka is slowly being illuminated, right? There's an illumination on her chest. There is an illumination on her arm. She's slowly being illuminated. Kazuya is in shadows. He doesn't know what he's looking at. He is completely and utterly bewildered. He doesn't know what the hell he's looking at. Kazuya runs, right? He sprints naively to the door. No way. She brought a condom. You've got to be kidding me. I can't do that. Every fiber of my being is telling me to get out of here. I think that's so interesting, right? It's almost a completely reactionary thing. Like, this is a mistake, and I know it's a fucking mistake, right? No. Like, I love that Kazuya just knew immediately. Like, he just sprints. You don't even see him run past her. Like, he's already behind. She's already behind him, right? He's already leaving. I think that's so fitting that Kazuya is already, like, she's already literally behind him. He doesn't even think about Ruka at all, right? But in so doing, he hurt her, right? Kazuya already fucked up here. This is already fuck up number one. He's seeing how desperate she is. He's seeing how sad she is. He's seeing how, like, vulnerable Ruka really is here, and he runs away. Mistake number one. He shouldn't have run away. He should have gotten up, put a towel on her, and just talk to her. Instead, he ran. This is what I said Kazuya would do. He would run away. He wouldn't face this. I was wrong in that I thought Kazuya wouldn't make a choice. I was right in that he would run away. He literally did. When he ran away, he made her feel scared and alone. That was a mistake. No, he needed to just sit down and fucking talk to her. Like, I don't think that will work. Yes, it would. If you can draw boundaries, if you can talk to the person, if you can just create a proper distance between you two and make sure she understands and that she's not a bad person, you can solve this. Ruka is young and naive. You just have to approach this in a smart way. Kazuya is doing this wrong. Dude, when a girl fucking bears herself to you and you fucking run away, like, she must feel like she's vile. Look at her. That hurt. Are you, like, bro, she just, like, bared herself to you and you just ran away. Like, that's mistake number one. But at the same time, Ruka uses that to her advantage. And it's like, oh, fuck, right? It's literally Kazuya is making a mistake here. He is. He shouldn't have just ran away because that triggered what happens right after. Right? He shouldn't have just ran away. That triggered what happened right after. That was the mistake. This triggered what Ruka ultimately ends up doing here with kissing him. Right? That was his mistake. He shouldn't have ran. Don't run from this. You need to face it. That was Kazuya's mistake. He fucking ran. Don't run. You need to confront this head on. I get it. You want to get out of here. It's easier to just get out of here, but then you're going to regret it because you're going to hurt her. No, you just need to fucking face her. He didn't do that, which is why we ended up in this situation in the first place. Ruka took advantage, yes, but Kazuya caused this because he ran away, right? Like, I genuinely felt bad here. And she's not being like a snake here. She's actually scared. She's literally shaking. Ruka's actually fucking scared here. She's literally shaking. She's actually fucking terrified, right? Even if you face a stubborn girl, no. You can't look at it that way. You can't look at it that way. You have to be honest with people. Kazuya isn't being honest with Ruka. He didn't tell her, she looked away. You have to sit down with these people. You want to know how I can prove it that you're fucking wrong? Umi's pretty fucking stubborn. He's also really goddamn stubborn. Yet what did Chizuru do? She looked him dead in the eye. She said no. She turned him down. He insisted. She turned him down again. The teaser for next time is not feels so fucking good. It's kimochi, which just means it feels good. Or it feels really good. No, and it's a misdirect. It's a bait. I'm telling you, it's a bait. I doubt they'll go all the way. I kind of really doubt they'll actually go with it. No, it's just kimochi. No, it's just kimochi. I can double check. Let's double check it. What's the full phrase for the next time? It's Ruka. It could theoretically be Kazuya, but it feels more like Ruka. She feels good just touching him. So it makes sense it would just be Ruka. She would like hug him or something. Or, Ruka keeps touching his dick, so I could see Kazuya be like, it feels good, but he freaks out. But yeah, no, like, man, like, when Kazuya realized he hurt her, right? When Kazuya realized he hurt her, like, you can see he realized he screwed up. And he is hurting her. That's the thing, that he is. Like, this is both of them. They're both kind of doing this, right? You think when you first see this, Kazuya's correct decision is to run away. Great choice. No, it isn't. No, you made a fucking mistake. You should have just talked to her. She looks genuinely fucking desperate here. Ruka looks incredibly fucking desperate. It's choi kimochi-i, literally means it feels super good. Ah. Okay, I guess it literally does means it feels super good. Okay. Not fucking. Let's remove the fucking. It just feels super good. Choi kimochi. Choi kimochi. It feels super good. Wow. Yeah. Crap. What is happening? I can't move. My legs are frozen. Oh, I missed that. Kazuya freezes up. He shouldn't have let her drag him into the bed. No, but he froze. He felt really bad, so he froze. Oh, that's why Kazuya couldn't move. He literally froze. Crap, what's happening? I can't move. My legs are frozen. Oh, wow. When Kazuya saw that he was hurting her, it absolutely wrecked him. Oh, wow. Kazuya really can't handle this. Oh, wow. Kazuya actually can't This is a trauma response. No, this is straight up a trauma response. Oh, he feels really fucking bad. Oh, he's not just feeling bad. No, this is a trauma response. This is... Oh, wow. I mean, come on. The young, cute girl put herself in a swimsuit and made such a bold move. If I run away from her now, it'd be so cruel. Okay. So don't run, face it, but don't do the thing. Oh, God. It'd scar her for the rest of her life. And he's right. It would scar her. Right? But at the same time, don't... Oh, my God. Yeah, it's really hard. The cho or chow is a superlative, hence the super. TY. She gets up, she grabs him, she pulls, and then she mounts him. Man, the reaction really hurt. That reaction really hurts. Yeah, like, look at him. Look at him. Jesus Christ. He is like... Both of them hurt. Like, it sucks for both. It sucks for both. Like just seeing Ruka, like, on the verge of tears, and then Kazuya just, like, freezes up and realizes what he just did. But then this happens again, and he's like, oh, God. Right? It's literally kind of... It feels... It's so realistic in its messiness. Okay, you're wrong about the whole Ruka thing in the past in Volume 21. I get you keep mentioning that, but I've already discussed this in great detail. The issue is simple. Kazuya is not drawing boundaries with Ruka, period. He tries to break up with Ruka in Volume 21. He lets Ruka touch him. He doesn't create proper distance. He lets Ruka touch him. He doesn't talk to her. He asks her to break up. He doesn't say, I want to break up. He asks her to break up. That's the issue, okay? That's the problem. He's not setting proper boundaries with her. She goes into his house. She hugs him. He lets her hug. He lets her hug him. There's no boundaries being drawn. It's difficult. His rejection scene compared to Chizuru's, it's way difficult. It's a nightmare difficulty. And he kind of let this happen. Ruka is just freaky strong, man. He can't stop her. Or she's not actually that strong. But like this scene is pivotal. This sequence right here is completely like pivotal to this entire sequence, because so the best solution for Kazuya is left Chizuru fuck off. No. You tell the person, I love this other person, and you draw boundaries. What do I mean? Don't let them touch you. You want to break up with someone, cool. Stop letting them touch you. If they try to touch you, just push them away. Don't let them hold you. Don't let them hug you. Don't let them do any of that stuff. Kazuya only stops at the very end here. He only stops her at the very end here. This is good. This is a great first step. And then she hugs him and then touches his dick. Okay. You gotta like get off the bed, create some distance. Not just push her away, literally just get off the bed and create some distance. Right? He needs to clothe her too. He needs to put something over her. Take care, Bacon. Be safe. Right? This is important. He needs to clothe her and create a proper sense of distance. So this doesn't happen. You know, that's the issue. That you need to do it like that. You have to be smart and you have to be safe. Relationships are messy like this. This is how you deal with a breakup. You have to create distance. You have to maintain your boundaries. You have to create a distance and shut people out. Otherwise, this stuff can happen very easily. Kazuya pushed Ruka away. She fell to the side and hugged him. She's still touching him. That's a problem. He needs to stop letting her touch him. Then his character as well will protect his word must be broken because Ruka must be hurt, right? Look, you can hurt someone without like doing it what you're describing. Like, unfortunately, someone's gonna get hurt in a breakup. That's just inevitable. You can't avoid that. You can't run away from that, but you don't need to fucking traumatize her. Right? He doesn't need to goddamn traumatize her. But he can, like, create a proper distance. Show her that you're distancing yourself from her. She'll get it quicker. Yes, slowly but surely create a proper sense of distance so she slowly gets used to it. Don't let her touch you. I mean, he definitely knows he's hurting Chizuru. It's more so he needs to solve the issue, as Fate said, is by setting boundaries. I'm not talking about Chizuru, I'm talking about Ruka. I don't think he knows he's actually hurting Chizuru. Distance is difficult in a clogged apartment. No, that's an excuse. No, it's not. Get off the bed. Cover her up. Literally just, she could be like right there. She could be like right here, right next to me, but they're not touching. That's fine. No, you can create distance. It is completely doable. Kazuya is not handling this well. His immediate gut reaction is to run away, which hurt her more. Don't think with your gut. Just slow down. Stop reacting and act. That's Kazuya's issue. He's reacting. He's completely reactionary to Ruka. In turn, it lets Ruka take control, which then in turn leads into the element of lust and the sin. Chizuru had her battle in the open. It was an easier battlefield. Except, Chizuru created that for herself. Chizuru created that situation. Kazuya didn't. Kazuya let Ruka into his apartment. He let this happen. Now, if Chizuru had chosen to meet Umi in her house, this could have happened. Do you see the problem? No, you don't create, you shape your environment. Right? But Kazuya could still control this. He totally still could. There are ways to do it. He's just not handling it well. His battlefield is harder. Yes. He could still control it. Kazuya isn't good at creating a line. Everyone just so happens to cross so, which is why he gets out of dodge at the last possible moment every time. Yeah. If only Kazuya learned self-defense like Chizuru too. Well, Kazuya is physically larger than Ruka. He could literally just push her. And he did. Self-defense doesn't matter here. This isn't about self-defense. Kazuya is literally bigger than Ruka. If hurting Ruka hurts you this much, what will happen to you when you realize you hurt Chizuru? Oh, Kazuya, my sweet idiot. Oh yeah, no, Kazuya's gonna like... I literally think he's gonna have a spiraling moment. I think when Kazuya realizes he hurt Chizuru, Jesus Christ, he is gonna spiral. He is gonna fall the fuck apart. Now, I definitely think the heart thing is gonna come back. It's totally possible, especially if Ruka is like, if Ruka's the one who says it feels super good, right? Like, if Ruka gets too stimulated, I could totally see that happening. So it's still very much possible. I'm expecting a mental breakdown. Oh yeah, he totally will have one. Yeah, like the issue was Kazuya shouldn't have even let her into the house. That was mistake one. He should have never even let her into the house. May I ask how sure the setting boundaries will work against Ruka? Because in my opinion, she's beyond repair. That's idiotic. If you think people are just broken and beyond repair, you can never converse or talk to anyone. That's literally what you're describing is literally Ruka's conflict. And in saying that stuff, you have demeaned her character. Ruka's entire conflict is that she feels like she's broken. When she's not broken, there's nothing wrong with her. And because you're saying she's beyond repair, she'll think that too. To me, what you're describing is you would have seen Ruka hurt here and you would have walked out and you would have let her get hurt. That's what you're describing to me. And I think that's wrong. No. What Kazuya should have did, he should have never let her into the house. That was mistake one. Mistake two, he shouldn't have just run away. He already let her into the house. She's already here. Okay, you can't just run off. You have to face this. This was going to happen inevitably. You have to face this. You can't run away from her. You have to talk to her. Right? Kazuya isn't talking to her. Rational conversation does work with her. Kazuya isn't talking. Your mistake is that you're saying you can't put distance. You can. Just step the fuck away. Literally, just step away. Every time she tries to touch you, don't let her. Look, just create that boundary and be like, no, we're going to talk now. You don't touch me anymore, please. There's nothing wrong with you. I find you very attractive, but please do not touch me. You can be reasonable. I'm just shocked Ruka accepted being number 2. She's losing her character. She's literally settling. The issue is that Ruka is literally settling for less. And that's wrong. She shouldn't settle. She's literally settling for less. That's wrong. She shouldn't settle. Don't be happy with being second fiddle. Never be happy with being second fiddle. Don't let anybody treat you like that. Don't treat yourself that way. And that's unfortunately where Ruka is. She's letting herself be treated this way. I was going to go eat something. I totally forgot about that. I'm pretty sure this was the other thing Reiji was probably hinting at. It's like, oh, hey, here goes another thing. Because Reiji did say there's going to be another big event or another big thing. So it seems like this might be it. Because I'm already seeing Kazuya screw up. Kazuya is already screwing up. Wait, people are already posting spoilers. Yeah, it'll make sense if he's finally paid for his mistakes this time. It's more like his mistakes coming back to haunt him. Yeah. Yeah, like it's a little shot like this. It's a little shot like this where Reiji emphasizes Ruka's foot and her foot like clenching. That tells me something is wrong here. She's kissing Kazuya, but she's not okay. Right? Ruka's doing something that's not comfortable for her. Right? So something tells me like Ruka's not actually okay. I guess we can read some of the comments. Clap, clap, clap. Way to go, Kazuya. Even though little Kazuya was ready to go with a step in and said no. Ruka may have been testing him to see if he was the one. No. Her mind's filled with a lot of wrong stuff. Kazuya, boy, you did good. Don't let her run over you. Blah, blah, blah. First props Kazuya for not giving in. If he had, things would have gone a lot more complicated. However, Ruka confirmed suspected. Poor girl, she feels so trapped. She accepted that it doesn't love her, yet she still doesn't want to be. Still wants to be with him. Yeah, and I think that's so sad. I think this is the best one so far. Yeah, she feels so trapped. She accepted that he doesn't love her, yet she feels she wants to be with him. Right. And what does Reiji like show you in chapter 401? Oh, I guess we're on the wrong thing. Well, let's go here. Right. In the very last scene of chapter 401, what did I tell you? Doesn't Ruka look trapped here? Ruka is literally trapped here. She's trapped between wanting to feel Kazuya and being unable to actually have and be with him. Right? The future in front of her is blurry. Right? She's looking at the past. She can't have the past. She can't have the future either. She's literally trapped. That's the whole point. The characters are literally trapped, and Kazuya needs to free them from this loop. He has to end it. Kazuya knew Kazuya wasn't going to give in and good on him for trying to get away from a terrible situation. Ruka understands that she has no chance, but still can't let him go. Well, that's how it goes. Like, I'm sorry. Okay. Let's delve into this for a fucking second. When you love someone, you don't want to give them up. You don't. You may realize they don't love you, but you don't want to give them up. You still want to be with them. Did you say there was already spoilers, huh? Oh, I went into a Discord I'm in, and someone shared the spoilers in there. I didn't see that prior. That was just there. I just literally didn't see it. And I was just scrolling through, and I clicked on one of the pages. And I'm like, oh, they just posted the spoilers there. Alrighty then. and I just literally didn't see it prior. Anyways, so no, like, fuck, what was I saying? Someone remind me of what I was saying. I lost track of my thoughts. Ruka understands. Yeah. Ruka understands she still had no chance, but let him go. Okay. What I was saying. Look, when you love someone, you don't want to let them go, period. Like, and that sucks. That sucks, you know? And that's why the other person has to draw the boundary. Because some people are going to have a hard time letting go. So you can't let them in. Okay? That's just, like, if you as the person who's breaking up with them care about this person, don't let them in. Because it'll end up being a fucking mistake. You're both going to get hurt. You feel bad for them, create distance. You feel bad for them, set boundaries. Because that'll make them happy in the end. Don't let them in. They're not going to let go. They don't want to let go. Dude, you think if at some point when I was like sad over my ex, that if she came back and wanted to hang out, I wouldn't have wanted to hang out with her? I wouldn't want to like touch her? Of course I fucking would have. Are you kidding? Of course I would have. But no, distance had to be drawn. No matter how much it fucking sucked. You had to do it. And you have to focus on something else in your life. But you can't let the person in. That's the problem. That's why drawing boundaries is so fucking important. You can't let them in. They don't want to let go. Why would you want to? You like this person. They make your day. You're happy with them. You desire them. Why would you want to let that go? Of course you don't want to let that go. That's the problem. You have to create distance, and you have to maintain that distance. That's how you do it. That's how you break up with someone, dude. Especially if you both care about each other. Especially if one of you is younger and doesn't know how to do that. They got to learn the hard way. Okay? And that might hurt, but it would have hurt a lot less than this. Now it's going to hurt a lot more. No, shut up about Ruka not becoming a trial girlfriend in the first place. Shut up about that. That's so fucking stupid. No, everybody agreed to that. It wasn't just her. Ruka agreed to that. Kazuya agreed to that. Chizuru agreed to that. Everyone fucking agreed to it. They fucked up. It's on them. No, you can't just toss blame on one fucking person. No. That's stupid. There's nothing wrong with her being a trial girlfriend up until a certain point. That's okay. She got a good experience out of it. It was fun. She had a good time. You can date someone sometimes and you know it's not going to work out, but at least you had fun in the situation. Ruka even said this. She had fun in the relationship. It was just a detour, but it was fun. It was worth it. It was a good experience. You should have experiences. Don't go into every romantic relationship expecting it to be the one. Because when you do that, you're going to miss out on the actual one. That's the problem. Don't look at Ruka's situation like that. If you go into it thinking it's not going to be the one, if you go into it with the idea of marriage, right, immediately, like this is going to be the one, she's going to be the thing and that's going to work out perfectly, you're going to miss out on the actual one. Because you might have missed her in trying to go into it with that mindset. You have to have an experience. It's good to have experiences in life. Yes, everyone was at fault. It was a mistake. Yeah, it was a mistake, but it was also not a mistake. That's the thing. It was a mistake, but it also wasn't a mistake. Why do I say this? Because, yeah, maybe the relationship was a mistake. Maybe you shouldn't have done it in the first place. But you got to meet a wonderful person because of it. You had amazing experiences because of it. A lot of the stuff that happened in the story were a byproduct of Ruka being present. So, no, it wasn't really a mistake. You met a great person who you could maybe become friends with in the future if you can maybe resolve some of your conflicts, if you could create some distance, if you could figure some shit out. They could be a good friend in the future. It doesn't necessarily have to be bad. That's just the sad truth. It doesn't necessarily have to be bad. They were a good person. They're a nice... Ruka isn't a bad person. It doesn't have to be this way. And that's what Reiji's saying. It doesn't have to be this way. You could find a better solution. The problem is we are all well past the certain point the trial should have ended. Granted, it did end. She kept going because she kept letting go, and now we're here. But Kazuya kept it keep going too. Ruka knew, and Kazuya kept it going too. It was both of them. The reason this is happening to Kazuya is because he's not valuing Chizuru or Ruka. While Ruka was living a lie, and she was becoming content with living this lie when she shouldn't have. Kazuya let her live this lie. He didn't end it. So it is still in part on Kazuya here. Ruka is losing her character living this lie she knew all along, and he let her live this lie because he didn't want to confront this thing that was scary. And now Ruka is scared too. Yesterday was November 24th, the day the lie came out when Mommy dropped the phone and Chizuru had to kiss Kazuya to save both of them. Today is November 25th. They turned and then 3 months time skip. I'm confused. Like, oh, you mean today is when the 3-month time skips happened in the story. If anything, this was kind of unavoidable, at least to me, that this would have happened anyway. I'm going to sleep now. Could you just give me your thoughts on this? What, the 3-month time skip? I mean, I'm not sure what to tell you. You're not necessarily wrong. I mean, wasn't he just scared of Ruka, though? Yeah, and he let fear define how he would act. He was scared that she would react in a negative way. But what good would that do? She's scared too. You can't just be scared of people and let them decide for you. Yes, he was scared and he was giving up his choices. He gave up his choices to Ruka. That was the problem. Kaze really failed to assess the danger levels of this situation. If he escapes this somehow without total damage, it'll be a miracle. I feel so bad for Ruka because she's coming off way too strong. I sense the actual real breakup between them approaching. Yeah, you're not the only one. It seems like I don't think it'll happen right away. I think it'll be like more of a talk. I think something bad's gonna happen here, where like both of them are gonna get hurt somehow. But I see a proper breakup happening after this point. Not yet. I think some stuff has to be resolved in a little bit, but then a proper breakup is gonna happen. Poor Ruka. I hope she can actually find a nice ending with someone that loves her in kind. B, kudos to Kazuya for saying it out loud, but also thinking of not hurting Ruka. Delicate situation indeed, but I'm glad he held his ground. May all be rewarded in the end. What is going on? This could set up a moment for a genuine conversation in the next one. They've got a chance for a clean break. At least Kazuya says something. I'm glad he was compassionate enough to realize he could scarf her future relationship by ruining away. I hope we're close to the end. I don't think so. Something's not quite right here. I think it will be ruining. I think it will be ruin Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship, even if he agrees to the second idea. It would. Yes, correct. It would. Emi may be able to do things like that, but I think Kazuya cannot do that. I believe that's exactly why Chizuru, Ruka, and other girls respect and love him. You shouldn't agree to this. Ruka, you know you lost. This isn't okay. Things are going to get bad for now. Just take the L and leave. That's not how it works, dude. That's not how people work. People seem to fucking ignore that. That's not how fucking people work. I feel like Sumi's going to appear in the next arc with Chizuru somehow to cool off the dramatic arc. No. I could see Sumi appearing, but I think this is going to keep escalating. Knowing Reiji, I think he's going to keep escalating this. Holy shit, this chapter is wild. The girl knows that what she wants and is willing to do what it takes. She's even finally admitted that she can't go between Kazuya and Chizuru, but still wants Kazuya to lay some pipe. I guess Kazuya just needs to lay down some pipe and get it over. No, my God. Why is Reddit like this? I'll be honest, I don't think Kazuya even knows what sex is supposed to be. The bro strokes as me is any given shit. He knows what sex is. There's a reason Kazuya runs away immediately, because he knows sex is a part of love and he would not be okay with this. I think you guys are really fucking stupid. This is really fucking stupid. I mean, obviously he's a virgin, but he doesn't want to fuck whoever WW, which is wild, which is valid. He would have probably been okay fucking Mami early on in the series, but him and Chizuru aren't even in the maybe I actually like this guy phase. Okay, so did I? But okay, so did I. But when given the chance to lose it earlier, I said no because I didn't feel anything. That's why I never liked the clubs. Also, it's normal to masturbate. It has several benefits. Now that you have to be 3 times a day, that's bad, lol. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with beating your meat. People act like beating your meat is like some weird thing. Kazuya, stand up. You must expel this woman from your apartment right now. I'm sorry. The Mr. Incredible meme fucking got me. The Mr. Incredible meme fucking got me. I'm sorry. This shit got me cackling. Oh, man. Right now. Math is math. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Oh, God, please don't let Chizuru see this. That's the thing, though. This is something Kazuya is hiding from Chizuru, and he needs to talk to her about it. Kazuya isn't telling Chizuru about the fact that Ruka kissed him, about all this stuff that happened and that he didn't want this stuff to happen. He shouldn't keep that a secret, right? He shouldn't. He should just tell her. He shouldn't keep that a secret. He should tell her exactly how he feels, what he wants, and what happened with Ruka, right? Because this is something Kazuya desires. He wants to be with Chizuru physically, and he's afraid of the cheating element and what happened with Chizuru, and he wants to talk to her. He should tell her this stuff, and I think there's a chance Kazuya will. It'd wreck her. She already had her own 2018 with Ruka, went through the empty condom, wrapped at her. I think so, something like that. It's extremely obvious because they were so close to admitting things, but Kazuya wanted to break up with Ruka first. As a trigonist den, both were nervous around each other. She doesn't know where he lives. This is true. Kazuya fucked. He only can, 1, be cruel to her and tell her to take a hike, 2, oblige himself to it and expect he gets a sudden ED, or 3, have Ruka repulse from the overstimulation. Pick your poison. That's stupid. I literally already laid out like another choice you could do. Why are people's choices so limited? Why are your perspective on your choices so extremely limited on what you think you can do and what your options are? That's ridiculous. You don't have to be cruel about it. You could just sit down and talk to her. Literally just be the adult in the room. Just don't let her touch you, create proper distance, and engage with her honestly. I just want to know if the actual manga chapter this week is as wild as the spoilers. Yes, more. Seeing the rub and the erection is wild as fuck. God bless the manga. What's actually going on? Oh my god. Think about it, I guess. This is the link we're going with this week. I don't know how he resists this. She's so cute with the stubborn, stupid ribbon, and she's all up in his grill. It has to take a Herculean amount of willpower to not hit that. That's the power of true love, bro. If you can't resist this, weak. You don't have enough love. First impression, given the situation, I'm pleased that Kazuya's reaction. He could have made the boundaries. He could have made the boundaries clearer, but I didn't expect him to set any boundaries. He told Ruka again that he loves Chizuru. She kind of suspected that something was still going on with Chizuru, but she was scared to ask. Ruka requests Kazuya's first time, but she says that she's fine with being second place. It sounds like she offers to break up with him if he agrees to these terms. He still shouldn't do it. Next time, it feels extremely good. This has to be bait, right? Everyone, this has got to be fucking bait, bro. This has got to be bait, bro. This can't be real. This got to be bait, bro. The fuck is that teaser, man? Classic Reiji over here. The fuck is that teaser, man? What the fuck's going on? Everyone's like so fucking scared. What's going on, bro? The fuck is happening, bro? And that's the truth, is like two things can coexist. On one hand, Ruka is in complete control here. On the other hand, Kazuya is also fucking up here. For the first time, I was empathizing with Ruka-chan. Someone like that existed. Probably got totally played by Reiji Miyajime here. Professor Miyajime. Yeah, you fell for it. You literally fell for it. You fell for the feeling bad part, right? You shouldn't let yourself feel bad like that. You need to take control of the situation. Don't just run off. Take control of the situation. Even until now, maybe unconsciously, you've been trying pretty hard to break things, right? It feels like what you're talking about now. After being so tyrannical up to this point, suddenly pulling back feels kind of off. So annoying, but I kind of wanted Ruka-chan to aim for the top until the very end. I wanted her to have a proper talk with Chizuru and to fight it out, then lose on top of that. Yeah, like, literally, Chizuru doesn't have to justify anything to Ruka. Like, that's the thing people don't seem to realize. Chizuru doesn't have to justify anything to fucking Ruka. She could explain to her she owes her a common courtesy, maybe, but she doesn't need to justify her relationship to Ruka. And Ruka knows that. Okay, this is kind of funny. What it feels like to yearn. what it feels like to you're just fucking dying. Just Rick Grimes at the start of fucking Walking Dead, just dying. It's so accurate. Man, anime community is gonna have a fucking field day with this. I would be surprised if the anime community does not have a fucking field day with this. They will. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? They will not shut up about this. They will go ballistic. Surprised there isn't much on Twitter right now. I'm trying to scroll, but I'm not seeing much. I'd say give it a day. Give it a day. I see it kick in tomorrow. I'll be real. I see it kicking in tomorrow. Okay. I think the teaser is probably just Kazuya saying it feels amazing to get the whole thing over with. No. No. That doesn't feel quite right. The wording is very sexual. The wording is very sexual. This is the kind of wording that's used in terms of sex. This is the kind of wording you'll hear in like adult videos, like Japanese adult videos. You would hear that there. Just so you know. So I do have to clarify that. This fits 404 better, but hoping to see Chizuru since 4 is her number. Let's see next Tuesday. We can see Mommy next chapter, Kazuya between two dead relationships. Maybe Mommy calls. I could see Mommy calling. Mommy doesn't know where he lives. I could see it being a call. A call makes sense to me. All you have to say is, I'm not comfortable. Please don't touch me. Bam. There's your simple solution. Pretty much. Right? We've never seen so many kisses to such short time, like 385, 393, and now 403. The fuck is happening? Never thought I would be seeing that. It's because what's going on is that we've had the dam up this whole time, not realizing how close the relationships actually are. That's the problem, dude. It's like there's literally a flood on the other side of the gate, and you shut it out this whole time, and now you removed the gate, and suddenly everything is coming back, right? Well, Kazuya doesn't realize this was there the whole time, and they were all bottling it in. Everyone was bottling this shit in the whole fucking time. That's why this is happening, right? Everybody's bottling this shit in. Ruka is driven by her desires. Kazuya is hiding his desires. Well, this is a disaster. And I'm wondering how much Kazuya can resist. Hell, it would be hard for any man, let alone a virgin. Bet. Bet. I did it when I was a virgin. Fuck you. I wanted to be an asshole and judge Kazuya here, but I'm hard-pressed not to. I'm kind of judging him. But Ruka doing this is extremely low and manipulative. I don't think she's being outright manipulative. He's letting her. Like, yes, Ruka is controlling here. This is true. Her being manipulative, I don't think so. I don't view this as manipulative. I think this is Ruka being controlled by her lust. She's being controlled by her desires, and she's losing herself in those desires. Just as she's hurting Kazuya's relationship without realizing. She's not actually being manipulative. Right? Not outright, at least. But she is being controlling. This is true. She is being controlling. She says one thing and then does another. Because that's what happens when you give in to your desires. She's literally driven by her emotions. This is controlling. I don't know if it's outright manipulative. It is a little bit. I don't know about low, right? This is a little manipulative and controlling. Yes. I don't know about like just outright manipulative and controlling. I have no doubt she would hold this over Chizuru's head. No, I'm praying something stops this or makes Kazuya snap out of it. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone in this love triangle who is actually a good person. No, I think Ruka is still a good kid. And I think Kazuya is still a decent person too. And I think Chizuru is a good person too. They're not good person in the normal definition. Because your normal definition of good people is like all nice and rainbows, you know? Instead of being firm in his convictions, Kazuya has repeatedly allowed Ruka to stick around as his girlfriend to the point where she has spiraled into this mess. Get it? Because he's wearing a spiral shirt. Ruka, while legitimately lovesick, is absolutely taking advantage of Kazuya's kindness, weakness, despite also accepting that he loves Chizuru more. I agree. Chizuru has effectively done to Kazuya what Kazuya has done to Ruka. No. No. Chizuru tried to end things. Then it didn't end, so she kissed him. She was ready to have a relationship. Clearly so. And then Minnie showed up instead of Kazuya, and that changed things. But Kazuya is enough of an adult to not make that decision. Can't exactly blame Kazuya for not cutting off his fake relationship with Ruka and not holding Chizuru to the same standard, except she might have been worse given the circumstances. What? No. Chizuru is very serious about him. She ended her relationship with Umi just outright and be like, no, we're not doing that. We're not even like going to be close or anything. She is literally being very serious about him. You don't know what's going through Chizuru's head, so I don't agree with this. This is actually quite incorrect. Ruka is doing isn't manipulating. Everyone needs love, and maybe she's going through a lonely phase. And whenever a person feels lonely, they tend to go to their favorite person, and that's Kazuya for her. That's off to Kazuya for being a man, actually saying that he loves Mizuhara, although Ruka's my favorite girl still. I think Ruka is like in the middle right now between like outright manipulative and not actually manipulative. Running was the correct response. No, it wasn't. No, it really wasn't. It's a response you think is correct on first glance, only to realize you were fucking up. Telling her you love Mizuhara was the correct response. That I agree with. Kazuya saying he loves Mizuhara is the correct response. Good. Kazuya running was not the correct response. He shouldn't have just ran. He should have gotten up and be like, nope. No. We're not doing this. This is wrong. Right? He should have talked to her. Letting her drag you to bed, get you worked up, and then letting her continue to fondle you while you explain your current relationship woes is a very bad move. End it, Kazuya, here and now. The fawn response happens very often in sexual assault victims, where the victim, instead of trying to fight back, freezes as a response to assault. So Kazuya froze because he felt bad for Ruka. Kazuya was literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, he knows he should leave. On the other hand, he feels really bad for Ruka. So he literally froze. He doesn't want to hurt her, but he knows he should leave. What is that? What is that? What did I just describe to you? That is quite literally his relationship with Ruka. On one hand, he doesn't want to hurt her. He doesn't want to scar her. On the other hand, he knows he should fucking leave. You see the issue? You should just end it. You should just leave. But he froze because he doesn't want to hurt her. However, you can't keep not hurting her. This is only going to end up in you and her being hurt more in the future. You're both going to end up unhappy. That's the problem. He's fueling her behavior by just sitting around and not choosing to do something. He froze because he doesn't know what to do. Right? It's a trauma response. He doesn't want to hurt anybody. Freeze as a response to assault. He didn't freeze as a response to assault. That's not why Kazuya froze. Kazuya was still able to move when Ruka tried to get on top of him. This is not accurate. Kazuya is not freezing as a byproduct of assault. He froze because he saw her being hurt. He saw her shaking and scared and alone, and he felt bad. But he needed to make a choice to end the relationship. He knows he needs to leave. Now, I'm not saying Kazuya should have... When I say Kazuya needs to leave, I'm not saying he should have walked out the door. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that Kazuya should have ended the relationship sooner. He should have left sooner. So saying that it's his fault that he got assaulted despite showing enthusiastic lack of consent is textbook victim blaming. No. You're projecting a whole lot here, buddy. Kazuya is the victim here. This person is not blaming him. They are correct. You need to look at nuance. I fucking hate this victim blaming bullshit because people don't look at this nuance. It also happened in what was it? When I was reading How Do We Relationship. Something like this happens in How Do We Relationship, just in reverse. And literally everybody loves to blame this like particular character in that story for being an abuser and hurting this person when that wasn't really it. The consent was given. It just turned out horribly for both people. Consent was given and it just turned out horribly for both people. Both of them got hurt. And it was much more complicated than just one person is bad, one person is good. It's not that simple. And this is one of those cases. Kazuya is a victim, but he's also somewhat causing this. Because Ruka is younger than him. Ruka is smaller than him. He is bigger than her. And this is his actions coming back to bite him in the ass. Because he kept dragging this out. There are better ways to handle this. Right? Ruka grabbed Kazuya because he ran. Ruka was actually not freaking out initially. She grabbed him and started kissing him because he ran. It was a response. She reacted to him. Right? What happens with Ruka in this chapter, it's a reaction to Kazuya. Right? Kazuya ran, he stopped. The fact that he stopped gave her like leeway to go and grab him and do what she did. Right? She doesn't want him to leave. I don't like the entrance because I don't want you to leave. I don't want to do that there because you might leave. Do you see the problem? So when he chose to stay, he gave her this inclination, right? He felt bad and he froze. But Kazuya freezing was also completely understandable considering Ruka is a kid and he feels bad for her. Chapter's insanely realistic. I'm a guy and I've been sexually assaulted almost on the level that Kazuya was in this chapter. And oh boy, I froze up just like he did. Kazuya didn't freeze up when she's touching him. Kazuya, not completely. Kazuya didn't, no. There's layers to it. Kazuya freezes up in various ways. Initially, so let's reload this. Let's go back to it initially. Kazuya runs. Here he freezes up. He feels really bad, so he freezes up. She grabs him and tosses him on the bed, and then she kisses him. She forces herself on him. Okay? He reacts. He's still frozen. The moment she tries, he pushes her back again. Okay? But he's still sticking around. He's not that frozen. Kazuya isn't that frozen. He's not just outright frozen here. He's reacting to whenever she touches his privates. That's what he's reacting to. He's reacting to whenever she touches his privates. This is, in some part, kind of like assault. Yes, this is true. This is similar to assault. Kazuya, however, is not setting boundaries. There's layers to it. It's not quite that simple. It's important to not just project your circumstances as someone who has been in such a situation, okay? As a version of the time I could have left, but I could was try to say no while I sat there. So many conflicting feelings. Should I do it? Should I not? She was my ex, and while I did have feelings for her, I was strongly against losing it to someone I wasn't even in a loving relationship with. She was also drunk, and I wasn't. So yeah, in the end, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say, I understand your circumstances are rough here for this person, but this isn't this situation. Neither character is drunk. That's not happening. Ruka is not overpowering Kazuya. Kazuya is bigger than her. It's layered. It's both. You have to understand that it is both. It is both Ruka Ruka giving into her feelings, and it is also both Kazuya also letting this happen to some degree. In one panel, Kazuya tells her to stop, but Ruka suddenly kisses him. He says, "Wait, Ruka-chan." I know what you're talking about. It's right here. Wait, Ruka-chan. She kisses him. Right. So you're not wrong. This is pretty much that. I'm saying it's both, but it's also not like outright super bad just on Ruka. Like, cause she's gonna do this, but it is also Kazuya too. Right. It is also Kazuya too. He's not setting proper boundaries with her. Right. He let her into the house. He let this happen. He needs to draw better boundaries. Right. This is a learning lesson for him. If Kazuya was a real man, you'd really know they would have been down. Okay. This stupid fucking person. I'm gonna just downvote you like a stupid bitch. Tell Ruka Amelia to get dressed before he leaves. He loves Chizuru and kicking her out of the place. If she resisted, it would have been the correct response, but maybe too much out of character for him. No, not necessarily. What did I just read? He's saying no, but whispering because she just led him to the shirt back. No, it's just a battle between the heads. Chapter needs a trigger warning. Edit. This is the saddest chapter of the series so far. We're at rock bottom. Seriously, the amount of people in this thread praising Ruka for laying out her security as being sincere and fussing over the little sexual assault she has committed is frankly dangerously concerning. Yeah, I mean, I told you this would happen. I literally told you this would happen. People would be like, oh my god, Ruka, it's so great, but they're kind of missing the point. Ruka is hurting herself and Kazuya here. That's the sad part. It's like, Ruka isn't just outright a villain in this picture. That's what makes this chapter kind of sad. Ruka isn't outright the villain in this chapter. She isn't. She is dressed in clothes that do not match her. She's literally dressed. Ruka usually wears white. She's literally wearing black. She's wearing clothes that don't match her. Her innocence is seemingly disappearing. She's losing herself in this chapter. She's making a mistake. She's hurting herself and she's hurting Kazuya. Kazuya is the adult in the picture. He needs to take control here, right? She literally just fucking went down on him. He needs to just get her off and move faster, right? He's letting her touch him too much. He needs to take control of the situation, right? Like this scene kind of says it all. Like she just instantly went down on him, right? And Kazuya reacts, and this is when it gets bad. This is when it's like, oh fucking Jesus Christ, and then Kazuya pushes her off, right? Now this chapter is layered, and it's literally Kazuya's conflict laid down bare. Perfect choice of words. Because he's literally has this conflict of he doesn't want to hurt Ruka, but he doesn't. But he also knows he needs to end things. And this is that conflict perfectly. I hate the hypocrisy of some commentators. Chizuru goes to a football game where Umi will be. They go, she's cheating. Kazuya stops Ruka after she sits on him and kisses him. They'll go, well done, boy. Yeah. Yeah. Right? It is plain double standard hypocrisy. It literally is. It just straight up plain double standard hypocrisy. Where they don't see, hey, that's not what's going on here. Stupid as fuck. Yeah, I think honestly, this shot right here, is like a culmination of like all of the past scenes where Kazuya hurt Ruka. I feel like this shot right here is a culmination of all of the past scenes of Kazuya hurting Ruka and literally all of his guilt just came back like a fucking wave. All of his guilt right here came back like a fucking wave. You know, it just absolutely wrecked him. And he just froze. Like you see it right here. Like the way Reiji draws Kazuya's eyes here, like it's like they're spiraling. Like literally they're unwinding. Look at Kazuya's eyes here. He literally draws like multiple lines and it's like his eyes are like unwinding. Like he just froze. Like he's oh fuck. Like he's freaking out, clearly, right? He feels really bad. He's freaking out, right? And that all that comes back, and in some ways it ends up letting Ruka do all of this. Like, oh man, there's so many layers to this. There's so many goddamn layers to this chapter. It's not just horny, you know. The horny element is part of it. That's very intentional, you know. Well, Ruka's first time to be with someone who prioritizes her. So I won't encourage this, but at the same time, rejecting her like it has nothing to do with him or trying to escape is not an option. Yeah, he shouldn't just outright like reject her like it like has nothing to do with him or trying to escape. It's not really an option. He's the one who created this. All of this is happening as a byproduct of Kazuya's own actions. The reason Ruka is giving into her lust like this and to her desires like this is because of his own actions. Right? Yeah, Ruka was living a lie, but Kazuya fueled this lie in not taking action. She admits she was living a lie this whole time, but Kazuya fueled this lie. Right? You can't just run out. Right? That's why I'm saying Kazuya should have just fucking sat down with her. And again, when we first read it, Kazuya's immediate response is correct. Right? You think what he's doing is correct. It's not. It resulted in everything that happens here. Everything that happens in this chapter is a byproduct of Kazuya's singular choice to run. In choosing to run, he made it worse. Ruka may not have jumped him. I genuinely think so. For most of the chapter, Ruka was actually going quite slow. Right? If you go back to last chapter, Ruka was going quite slow. She was being respectful of his boundaries. She was trying really hard to restrain herself, right? She wanted to do it. Oh, she wanted to do it. But she was restraining herself a lot. Then he ran, which resulted in a trauma response from Ruka too. Kazuya's trauma response resulted in Ruka's trauma response, right? It's their relationship in a nutshell. Right? Kazuya and Ruka's relationship in a nutshell is both of them having a trauma response to the other person's actions and reactions. Right? When Kazuya does something, Ruka naturally reacts. When Ruka does something, Kazuya reacts to her. Back and forth it goes, which is really unhealthy. Their relationship is incredibly unhealthy. It's literally bad for both of them. This is so bad. Right? This is so bad for both of them. It is the epitome of a toxic relationship. Right? It's so unhealthy for both of them. Both of them are just getting hurt. Both of them just keep reacting to the other person and hurting them without meaning to. Like they have to both like end it. You know, it's so bad for both of them. Ruka keeps like assaulting Kazuya. Kazuya keeps running and triggering her desire to claim him and be with him. Kazuya doesn't set boundaries with her, so she touches him all the time. And she can't help herself. She wants to touch him, right? She's always wanted to touch him and interact with him, but he always lets her touch him and interact with him in other scenarios, so she can't help herself. Do you see the problem? How they literally fuel both of their own... They literally fuel both of their own worst traits in each other. It's really fucking sad, actually. It's genuinely fucking sad how they fuel the worst of their traits in each other. That, like, Kazuya always brings out these tendencies from Ruka, and in contrast, Ruka brings out Kazuya's like shitty tendencies and running away and not confronting his problems. And at the same time, whenever Kazuya just lets her do things, he lets her do these other. He lets her physically interact with him like this. Their relationship genuinely is sad. How toxic it is. It is so fucking toxic. Like, and I think Reiji depicting that is brilliant. Reiji depicting that is brilliant to show how they're just fucking destroying each other. They're literally tearing each other apart in their desperation to like either make the other person happy but not hurt them, right? Ruka did exactly what Kazuya did with her. Ruka did to him exactly what he does to her. What do I mean? Kazuya tries to run out. He stops because he sees he's hurting her. Ruka, literally, what does she do right here? She kisses him. She stops because she realizes she's hurting him and he loves Chizuru, and she doesn't want to get in the way between that, right? But then she touches his dick again because she wants to be with him. So what does that do? They're spiraling back and forth. They're doing the same thing to each other. They're both stuck in limbo. Kazuya doesn't want to break up with her because he doesn't want to hurt her outright. Like he wants her to just give up. In contrast, Ruka doesn't want to get in between him and Chizuru's relationship, and yet she wants to have sex with him, which would ultimately get in the way of his fucking relationship. Do you see how they're actively both impacting each other's future? They're literally both doing it to each other. It is a mutual thing that they are doing to each other. It is a mutually assured destruction. This is all this is, just mutually assured destruction. They're doing it to each other, right? Kazuya wants to get out of the relationship. He knows he should get out of the relationship. He doesn't want to hurt her, so he stays in the relationship, which ultimately hurts her more because now she gets more into it, more invested into it, wants to do this more, starts doing things that are out of her character, starts hurting him out of her fucking character. And in contrast, Kazuya tells Ruka he doesn't want to be with her because he loves Chizuru. She knows this, but she still wants to have sex with him. In so doing, she doesn't leave, but she consents to being second girl, but in so doing, she's not happy anymore because she doesn't fucking have a real relationship. She's literally essentially just a mistress. She's just fucking cheating with him, which is terrible. Literally, they're just fucking hurting each other. It is literally a cycle of being trapped in limbo, not choosing the future or the past. Literally, you're just stuck between the two forever and ever and ever. And that's a horrible way to live. That's literally a horrible fucking way to live. And it is them doing this. This has nothing to do with Chizuru. This is not Chizuru's fault. This is nowhere near Chizuru's fault. It is their relationship. They are causing this. They need to agree to end it, and it is not on Chizuru. This has nothing to do with Chizuru. This is purely both of them literally echoing back at each other what they both feel, right? Whereas at the start of the chapter, you see Kazuya's back. Midway through the chapter, you see Ruka's back, and in the end of the chapter, Ruka is on Kazuya's back, clinging on to him as he wishes to leave. It is a cycle. It is a spiral that loops down and down and down. You keep staying forever trapped in it, unable to escape. It's literally like the fucking Uzumaki, where you look into it and you spiral down into insanity more and more and more and more. Right? That's the thing that was like depicted in that, like, what was it? Uzumaki. I think no. Uzumaki. There we go. Junji Ito. Right. This scary fucking shit, right? Like, literally the whole idea of it is literally you're spiraling down into insanity. You're literally the relationship is so toxic, it's making them both spiral into literal fucking insanity and losing themselves in the feelings and the emotions. It couldn't be more toxic. An untreated wound will fester, like Negan said in The Walking Dead. Not making a decision is a big decision. She's being the mature one here, in my opinion. Ruka is? No. Neither is being mature here. Neither character is being mature here. I completely disagree. Neither character is being mature here. They've both completely lost their ways. No. Both are this is a byproduct of Kazuya's actions, and this is a byproduct of Ruka's own actions. They're both creating the circumstances. It is literally a loop. They are literally trapped in a fucking loop. It's always the blue-haired short girl who are fine with being second. Well, Ruka's entire thing is criticizing the second girl. Ruka's entire character is literally written around criticizing the second girl. It is something. Her entire character is that, and so the fact that Ruka would settle for being second, shows she's lost her character. In love with a girl who made me as a side piece, then got confessed to by another girl and couldn't bring myself to love her. Yeah, that's pretty much how it feels. Poor Ruka. Poor both of them, okay? Let's just get that out of the way. Poor both of them. Ruka is doing things that are just completely wrong, and so is Kazuya fueling this and also doing this by choosing not to leave. You know? It's actually genuinely a sad situation. Ruka is the best girl, but Kazuya is not her soulmate. I'm not even gonna read this. No, like literally, I talked about this before. Kazuya thinking Ruka will let go is literally demeaning her feelings and thus his own. Because how the fuck does he think Ruka will let go when he refuses to let go of Chizuru or Mami? Why the fuck does he think Ruka would ever let go? He doesn't let go of Chizuru or Mami. He literally couldn't let go of Mami when she broke up with him. Side chick. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what she's settling for, which is horrible. Ruka is literally settling for being a side chick. She's okay with that, and that's wrong. It's not about hubris. You're missing the point. It's not about hubris. It's about wanting something so badly. It's about wanting something so incredibly badly that you don't even care you're making the wrong choice. You know it's wrong. Ruka fully knows it's wrong, and she makes that choice anyway. What a great chapter. It shows us insight into what Ruka is thinking. She admitted defeat back in Hawaiians and can't face reality. She's just hanging on, getting what she can until rejection. It's not just hanging on, like she's living an illusion. She's literally living an illusion. Here, I'll read this for you. I literally fucking predicted this. I literally straight up predicted. That's hubris? How's that a pun? It's a pun? I'm confused. It would be hubris if Kazuya did go for Ruka as a side chick. Oh, what? Okay, whatever. I literally wrote this like last week. I straight up wrote this like last week or 2 weeks ago. When did I write this? November 15th. Yeah, this was 10 days ago. I wrote this 10 days ago. Ruka is a mirror of Kazuya. Just like he couldn't give up on Mami or Chizuru when rejected, Ruka can't give up on Kazuya. In thinking she will give up if he dates Chizuru, he belittles her love as well as his own. Mami's question highlights this problem, the problem and the solution, right? I mean, I have to make sure that my date with Mizuhara goes well. I have to. If I start dating Mizuhara for real, then even Ruka-chan would give up, right? What did we see in this chapter? She literally fucking wouldn't. That's not how it works. Why does Mami's question highlight the problem and the solution perfectly? She asks him, do you still love me? No? Okay, set the ground rules straight. End it. Boom, done. Nothing there. Right? Mami asked Kazuya to draw a line. He couldn't draw a line with her. In so doing, literally mirroring his exact fucking problem with Ruka, he can't draw a line with her. Whereas with Mami, he has the privilege of not actually dating Mami. He is dating Ruka. And that is a problem because if he can't draw a line with Ruka, like with Mami, he cannot draw a line. It's okay. Right? Okay, fine, whatever. You're not dating her. There's nothing going on there. Maybe you're not drawing a line with her. Fine, whatever. It doesn't matter. You don't even have a fucking relationship. It literally doesn't fucking matter. Ruka, it does matter. He does have a relationship with her. He does know her. He does interact with her. He was still meeting her this whole fucking time. So being unable to draw a line with Mami, it highlights the problem of him being unable to draw a line with Ruka, as he literally lets her into his house. Full circle. Mami's question is fundamentally relevant. Him not giving an answer to Mami literally mirrors how he's unable to give an answer to Ruka. And so, just as Kazuya returns to his black hair, so too do we see Ruka at her home of origin, a mirror of each other's beginning and end, with Ruka representing Kazuya's start and Kazuya representing her end. It feels fitting for Ruka to be the one to break the cycle. I was wrong about that. So Ruka's not breaking any fucking cycles. Walk off, motherfuckers. Ruka isn't breaking any cycle. Just as Kazuya belittles himself and doesn't see what he can do, Ruka, the character who appears and feels like she has no influence, might have the greatest influence on everything. right? She could theoretically influence everything that's happening right now. Calling out, minus all that. Ruka lives in a delusion that she's dating Kazuya for real now, and ignoring the possibility of Chizuru. Kazuya lives in the delusion that he's not dating Chizuru already and ignoring himself and thus everyone around him, including Chizuru, forgetting that he's also dating Ruka. Right? My boyfriend finally escaped the delusion of having a rental girlfriend. Am I finally his one and only? It's happening. Our own story is finally about to start. Literally living a fucking lie, right? Both live in a delusion rooted in desire. No matter how selfless they act in it, it is still a lie. They are hurting themselves and each other in not addressing the real issues. It's happiness that ignores sorrow, making it incomplete, and it's like learning to read and communicate. Bro, my analysis is on fucking point. Right? My analysis is on fucking point. And yeah, this is I was saying this. I started writing this thing yesterday where I pretty much realized the commonality to everything in the story right now is foundational lies. Right? The commonality in the story right now is essentially just foundational lies. That upend every single aspect of a relationship. Ruka, Mami, Minnie, and even Kazuya. This is not an issue of miscommunication, but rather choosing to live a lie. And if Kazuya does this with Ruka, he has something that could theoretically upend the entire fucking relationship with Chizuru. Everything. He could upend the whole thing. Right? If he actually does go through with this with Ruka, right? In contrast, you have Minnie, who is who Kazuya has who's like Kazuya was interacting with physically, right? So the whole thing with Minnie in chapter 389 is a mirror to this. Whereas Minnie messes up Kazuya's house, and then holds on to him and does all that stuff, she ultimately is just a friend. But the lines are getting blurred. Ruka is Kazuya's girlfriend, right? And she keeps his house clean and then tries to actually have sex with him, right? Because their lines are getting blurred in the wrong ways. Ruka is breaking the cycle. She's no longer pretending everything is perfect. She admits that she will never beat Chizuru. She's letting go. Yeah, a part of her is letting go, just not in the right way. So I guess I was kind of right in her breaking the cycle. Right. I guess it was kind of fitting that Ruka is like breaking the cycle because she knows, and she's essentially given Kazuya the ammunition to end everything. The very concept of the rental girlfriend implies a lie. Yes, but actually no, because the whole point of a rental girlfriend is that it's a lie and it's real because you're sharing a relationship with someone that is built on a lie, but what you share with them is an experience that you both agree to and know is real. See what I mean? It's literally blurs the line. It's meant to be morally gray. So in a sense, you're kind of right. Ruka is kind of ending the cycle. She is literally breaking the cycle, whereas Kazuya isn't, right? Like Ruka, in trying to change the relationship, is breaking the cycle. So there you go. I feel like the song "You Got What I Need" is being personified this chapter. I'm music illiterate. I'm sorry. I am music illiterate. Well, music illiterate in that I don't know bands or names or songs or any of that stuff, you know. I don't know that shit. So I can't really fully commentate on that. Right. Yeah, I think one reason Ruka is so trusting of Kazuya now is that she wants to make up for Hawaiians in the 3 months. She couldn't help him then, so she's trying to be the best girlfriend she can be. But the truth is, she isn't really facing him, just like she isn't facing Chizuru. Literally, she's on his back, right? 244 is the start and captures it well. She thinks Kazuya escaped a delusion when she is in fact under one, and she knows it. Ruka is conveniently ignoring why Kazuya might be acting different, just as Kazuya ignores how Mami and Ruka impacted Chizuru. Kazuya never answers her, she just believes it. Ruka doesn't want to look at Chizuru because she knows that she is in part causing this. She is the reason Chizuru feels the need to give Ruka some sort of answer. Ruka in part created the circumstances for the 3 months to happen. She created the very world of illusion she lives in. In the end of the cohabitation, Chizuru kind of learns how Ruka feels in a way, feeling like she never she's never good enough, trying to live up to Ruka, just as Ruka tries to be better than Chizuru. Secondary, not main. In contrast, Ruka gets how Chizuru feels, being real but fake. Chizuru thinks she needs to face Ruka when I think the truth is Ruka needs to face her and Kazuya. In contrast, what Kazuya needs to face is not Ruka but himself. What he chooses to do. Chizuru, I think, needs to face Mami and see the truth of her love. Why this is happening. 303, when Kazuya's moving date is set in stone, Ruka ends up foreshadowing the current events. Ruka wanting to go to Kazuya's house, but Kazuya refusing to let her in. This was her getting clues that Kazuya wasn't opening up to her. She knows, but chose to look away. Possible guilt. The guilt that mixes with her own desires as well as her desires to share things with Kazuya highlights the issue. When is Ruka doing this for herself, out of guilt, or out of blind devotion to Kazuya? Mirroring Kazuya and how he acts with Chizuru, not fully seeing her. What up? What up? Look at my predictions, motherfuckers. Look at my goddamn analysis, motherfuckers. I'm hitting that shit so good today. Hell yeah. Poor choice of words. Right. 393, we peek behind the curtain. Yeah, I was talking about this too. Hands are central in 402. For 402 is about lust, and lust holds, tempts, beckons, hides, threatens, and silences. Hands are a focus in the opening page, the cover, and even the final page. But whereas we see Ruka's hands in the start, they and her are totally hidden by the end. And what is the focus in this chapter, right? When we're reading this chapter, what is the constant focus that we're seeing? Where's Ruka's hand constantly, right? Where does Ruka's hand constantly fucking go, right? Kazuya sees Ruka's hand shaking, which makes him feel bad, so he ends up staying. Ruka then uses her hand to grab him and drag him back to the bed, to where she proceeds to kiss him, right? And she holds his face with her hands, right? She holds his face with her hands to keep it in place. Then she grabs his crotch with her hands. Right? And that becomes a focus. Then Kazuya grabs her with his hands and pushes her to the side, tell her no, and then she holds on to him. Right? She grabs onto him. She's literally not letting go. So first, you're seeing Ruka hold herself in pain. Then you're seeing her grab Kazuya, then kiss him, then touch him inappropriately, and then ultimately holding on to him and not letting go. It's literally like lust. It's quite literally like lust. It doesn't want to let you go, but it also doesn't let you have what you want, right? It holds you inappropriately. It beckons you over. It tempts you, right? Literally what I was reading, right? It beckons you, it hides, it threatens, and it silences, and it holds you, right? Ruka never once threatens Kazuya in this chapter, and yet it is the possible threat of how she might react that stops him from acting and seeking permission first, in turn, silencing him. It all connects to her hands, as Ruka, instead of flailing her arms, keeps them stationary, safe. What makes lust different from greed is that greed is about something you don't necessarily need. You just want it. Lust comes from a deep need, but to the detriment of yourself and those around you. You still care with lust, which in a sense makes it scarier, more human-like. Yet greed and lust are like two sides of the same coin. Kazuya is greed in the case. Kazuya is greed in this case, while Ruka is lust, both connected to holding and wanting to hold on to something. Kazuya is greedy in his many desires. Ruka is lustful for the single object of her desire. This is ironic. As we see Kazuya actively checking Ruka out this whole chapter, you would think he or both of them are lust. Yet this is merely one of the many things Kazuya desires, as Kazuya cares more about his other stuff than her, whereas Ruka's sole focus from the start is Kazuya. Ruka holds protection in her hand, yet all she has actually done in this chapter is strip Kazuya of all sense of safety, leaving him vulnerable, cornered, and scared in his own home. making him feel naked rather than actually giving him a choice to show himself to her. They are presented as equals. In reality, they are anything but, as Ruka is the one who got to choose to strip down while Kazuya didn't. She didn't ask him clothed, she asked him half naked. She drops to his level, yet they are not equals, for he didn't actually get a choice. Hell yes, brother. Oh my god. Oh my god. My predictions, dude. Was I fucking right or was I fucking right? Dude. Oh yeah, and this stupid fucking comment. Yeah. No, holy crap. This chapter is crazy. I feel like we'll notice even more stuff later. Like in due time, we'll probably notice even more things. Praying for Kibe's famous quote to appear next week. Don't think with your dick, bro. That's funny though, because Kazuya isn't. Kazuya literally isn't. He freaks out every time she touches his penis. Like he's like, don't. Can you not? Privates, please? Sergeant Private isn't happy about this? Johan, what do you think about Ruka saying, before you know it, mind and body become all grown up? We're both grown physically, not growing and not growing mentally. Yeah, exactly. Right. Ruka thinks she's maturing. She's not. The mind and body all become all grown up, you know? Like she's saying I'm all grown up now. She's not. Right? She just what she's essentially trying to tell him is that her desires grew so much that she's seemingly lost control. Right? She desires him so much. Hey, I'm an adult now. I feel these things now. I want to do this now. You know, in some ways it's kind of telling him, "Hey, like you kind of let this fester, buddy. You kind of just let this happen." Right? Right? I really want this. You've let this fester for such a long time. I really want this. Right? That's pretty much what's happening. And he kind of just let it escalate. That's kind of, to me, what it's implying. Escape failed, at the mercy of it, but at least some resistance. Leaking true feelings for Chizuru too. This was a turning for Chisa-chan. This was a turning point. Even if it's second place, will Kazuya end up graduating? Why are we saying it's graduating? I kind of hate that terminology. Hey, Kazuya graduated from being a virgin. I don't like that terminology. It feels kind of gross. Right? Because it makes it sound like it's a good thing. I love how the chapter title itself is a misdirect. I thought that was really cool. Oh, fuck. I haven't been checking Twitch. Oops. Oopsie. Here. Go to channel. Sorry, I haven't been looking at Twitch. My mistake. Oh, there was nobody in there anyway. Works for me. Works for me. I'll name Twitch This Is Not Fine. Just to contrast, this is fine here. This is not fine. This is not fine. just to create a bit of contrast, you know? Okay, so copy. Deep L. Take that. Now paste. Okay. This is please do it. Escape, don't go. Shiver, cruel. Gi, no way. Mokoka. It's getting bigger. I like Mizuhara. I was scared first time, even if it's second. This is the first time we actually see the whole ribbon that's casually come undone, huh? He's not even trying to untie it, just leaving it like that. Oh. Oh. She left the ribbon just like that. She didn't even untie the ribbon. She just took it off. That's interesting. She didn't even untie the ribbon. She just took it off. Escape plan, lol. But Kazuya can't just leave Ruka like that. This part shows Kazuya's conscience, or rather how he couldn't bring himself to completely push Ruka away. Pulling him into the bed. It's begun, huh? We've done this several times before, so in a way, it's a similar phase, I guess. He's perked up because of the height difference. She ends up behind his hips. I noticed this is a double page spread, huh? The rubber is pretty intense. The rubbing is pretty intense. Oh, she said it outright. Given how things ended back then, and it's been half a year, plus Ruka-chan is sharp, she probably didn't think nothing happened. And since they kept the relationship going like this, she must have had her thoughts. That's what's being talked about this time. After the incident in Hawaiians, Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship was on the brink of collapse. Ruka-chan could have jumped in and claimed Kazuya for herself. Mami-chan was encouraging her to do it too. But in the end, Ruka-chan chose to step back and support him. She couldn't become the villain between Kazuya and Chizuru and walk that path. Her conscience won out over advancing her own relationship with Kazuya. Maybe that's when she saw the limit of her own feelings or the ceiling. Seeing Kazuya and Chizuru together, she realized it was a wall she absolutely had to break through. Even though the method to break it was unknown, she couldn't take that step. The incident made her realize she couldn't go any further. The event was called the watershed moment, but maybe it was a watershed moment for Ruka-chan's feelings too, not just for Kazuya and Chizuru. Thinking about it that way, maybe it was also a watershed moment for Mami-chan, a trigger for her feelings to change. It was for everyone. Literally everybody involved. Every single character is acting different. Like if you haven't noticed that, you haven't been paying attention. Um, from the episode before last to this one, she's caught in a dilemma. Her body is maturing and craving Kazuya more, while her heart is maturing and realizing that very fact. She's also carrying the dilemma. She's always carried the dilemma of liking Kazuya who likes Chizuru, but now it's a different kind of dilemma. Accepting that, Ruka-chan probably decides within herself that even if they couldn't progress any further in this relationship, she'd enjoy the current one to the fullest. That's precisely why she stopped pursuing things further with Chizuru and stopped making those kinds of advances. But she couldn't suppress her surging desires, and this time it felt like she felt like her last hope. Once it gets to this point, it becomes a matter of when this relationship will reach its natural end. It feels like they're continuing the relationship while understanding there's no future, right? Again, I showed you guys this with the Ruka hand thing, right? Um, uh, it seems like the timing will be when Ruka-chan is satisfied, or rather, when Ruka-chan decides it's time to step back. But that's wrong, right? Rather than a major event happening, it might be a cleaner if they gradually decline and then use the trigger use some trigger as the moment. In that sense, it might be just right when Chizuru solidifies her feelings and can declare them. No idea what this will be though, lol. If this happens that way, it seems like Chizuru and Ruka-chan's relationship could end amicably and peacefully. Personally, I want to see them as genuinely sisters, not just putting on a show for others. The future seems possible too. Preview title is super pleasurable. This is quite the phrase, lol. Wonder who said it. It sounds like something Kazuya would say, but it could also be Ruka-chan. Kazuya's inner conflict seems most likely. Anyway, feels like the flow will continue love. This is going if they keep going like this until the end, Kazuya graduates and eventually ends up with Chizuru. Chizuru first time, Kazuya already experienced. The dynamic would be interesting in its own way. He would be cheating, and that would suck, and that would be terrible, and that would be wrong. Cool. Well, regarding boyfriends and girlfriends, since there's already his ex-girlfriend Mami-chan, Chizuru's already behind anyway, so it doesn't change much, lol. It's just Chizuru's fate, I guess. That would be terrible. Genuinely, if Kazuya goes through with this, that would be terrible. Because it shows how little he actually cares about Chizuru's feelings. If he would willingly have sex with Ruka, then he would be okay with Chizuru having sex with Umi. And no one would like that. No. No. That's not how it works. So Ruka-chan's please have sex with me declaration. He tries to run away once, but his conscience won't let him. His body swept along is honest. His desperate attempts to stop it reveals Ruka-chan's true feelings. Hearing that, what will Kazuya do? Or rather, what can he do? Will his male instincts and conscience towards Ruka-chan win out, or will his feelings for Chizuru prevail? Or will a third party intervene? It's intriguing, but let's push through another week. Yeah, I don't see how this could be a good outcome in any way, shape, or form. Like, could you not? Like, could you not? That would be kind of terrible, right? It would literally just be fucking cheating. Like it is, right? You don't get to just do that and be like, oh yeah, no, this is normal. All right, like literally they fucking talk about this here. It's literally about drawing a goddamn line. Chizuru literally talks about this. Hey, when do you consider it cheating? What did Kazuya think about when he was with Minnie when they were doing that little test and they talk about cheating? Right? When is it cheating, Kazuya? Right? Right? When is it? When is it cheating, huh? The correct answer is definitely for everyone. The correct answer is different for everyone. It's the ultimate question, right? Chizuru asks him, are you going to cheat? He's like, no, I don't know. And he's like, maybe it's kissing. Well, you've already kissed Ruka. She already kissed you. So were you cheating this whole time? Right? Chizuru's like, I don't really know. I just want to draw a line, right? In that case, the action itself isn't really the problem. The same can probably be said for sex workers. But not even sex would count in that case. Okay, but that's for sex workers. Very specifically for sex workers. But if you love that person you do it with, even a little bit, that's when I consider it cheating. Kazuya does care for Ruka. The fact that he couldn't leave the room shows he at least cares for Ruka. Like, he loves her at least a little bit. Right? If Kazuya goes through with this, it is a betrayal. Right? If Kazuya does this, it is a total fucking betrayal. Because he does love her at least a little bit. Clearly so. He cares at least enough to not want to leave when he sees her sad and hurt. Right? He clearly cares enough for her that he doesn't want to just outright break up with her and hurt her. He wants her to let go on her own. So to me, that's indicative of the fact that Kazuya does love her at least a little bit, as he has been dating her. Okay? So if Kazuya goes through with this, it is in fact unequivocally fucking cheating. Whether it's on Chizuru or Ruka herself, as Kazuya has been seeing Chizuru in the background. It's unfair and wrong to everyone involved, period. Kazuya literally imagines Chizuru kissing Umi. He would not like that. Okay, if Chizuru doesn't like that, if you don't like that, then Chizuru wouldn't like you doing this with Ruka. In fact, Chizuru actively brings up Ruka the whole fucking time. So maybe, just maybe, actually doing this is fucking wrong. Right? Kazuya isn't actually kissing Ruka, she's kissing him. Okay? He's trying to stop her. So Kazuya hasn't actually done anything yet. Okay? But if he does choose to do something, it is cheating. Period. Okay? Right? I've been thinking a lot. Where is the line drawn between a rental girlfriend and a real girlfriend? I'm the rental girlfriend. I'm trying to be the real thing. Ruka is the real girlfriend who feels more like a rental girlfriend. Who's trying to break into real girlfriend territory. Do you see the irony? Right? Literally, both Ruka and Chizuru are like mirrors of each other, trapped in the same issue, unable to break free. I receive money, go on dates, and hold hands. That's who I am. It's all platonic through Diamond. but sometimes I even whisper sweet nothings to them. But never once have I fallen in love with a client. When talking about quitting my job as a rental girlfriend, it would be for my boyfriend. It wouldn't be for my boyfriend. It would be for my clients. I could never be their girlfriend because I already have someone I love. That's why I'm here today, so I can learn how to describe what it is that I'm feeling. So I know that's lame, sorry. It's literally Ruka and Chizuru are like mirrors of each other. And literally this discussion of cheating is super fucking relevant to this. Speaking of which, so this chapter was 403. 304. Oh yeah, we already talked about this. 304 was the period chapter where Chizuru opens up to Kazuya about the fact that she's going through her period and Kazuya trying to help her. And then chapter 340 was the chapter with Minnie where Kazuya and Minnie are doing the test thing, or the fortune telling thing. And what happens? Have you ever cheated on your partner? Hey Kazuya, is this fucking cheating? Hey Kazuya, is this fucking cheating, bro? Right, Kazuya thinks back. What does he remember? Where is it? Where does he remember? Right here. Can you guys see it? Am I in front of it? Oh, I am. Oh, yeah, it's right here. What does Kazuya see right here? Literally Ruka kissing him. Does that count as cheating? Hey, Kazuya, you want to fucking think about that, buddy? You want to think about that real carefully, buddy. What lines are you crossing, bub? What are you doing? What are you doing, buddy? Oh boy. Right? Like Kazuya at this point is dangerously close to cheating. And dangerously close. Far too close. Way too close. Like before, he could theoretically get away with it because it was Ruka kissing him, right? It's not really on him. Ruka kissed him, right? But other points, ooh. And now, ooh. Like right now, ooh, getting real fucking close. Would Chizuru consider it cheating? Yes. If Kazuya engaged, yes. If Kazuya actually tried to interact with Ruka, yes. The Ruka kissing him in the past, that's not cheating. I could see Chizuru being upset by that, but it's not cheating. She kissed him. Ruka kissed him. He didn't kiss her. You know? That's not cheating. Kazuya did not engage. However, Kazuya recently has been blurring the line. A lot. Like a lot. Like a real lot. It's kind of not good a lot. You know? And that's pretty much where we are. You know, that's pretty much where we are right now. Man, I miss when I liked Tekken 8. I haven't touched this game in forever. It's really sad people can't tell, like, what Kazuya and Ruka have is actually quite toxic and very unhealthy. Like, literally, the foundational issues of their relationship is that it's unhealthy. And people think, like, oh, Kazuya needs to, like, repeat the situation as before, where, like, no, Kazuya's already making a choice. Like, oh, people are saying, oh, Kazuya needs to remember what Kibe said. Except he already isn't thinking with his dick. Like, that's the thing that I found weird. Is like, oh, whoops. That's the thing I found weird. So people are like, oh, Kazuya needs to remember what Kibe said. Don't think with your dick. Except what's literally happening, right? Literally, Ruka is quite literally touching his crotch, and he stops her. And he's like, no, I don't wanna. Not okay. No, please fucking stop. Stop it, Ruka-chan. No. Right? Right? And then she lays down and she touches his crotch again. Right? He keeps saying no, and she keeps saying yes. Well, Kazuya needs to set, like, proper boundaries with her. We're hitting the black and the danger warning here. What is the black and the danger warning here? That better be some. That better not be fucking racist. What does that mean? You better explain and quick. The right choice is simply saying how you feel, even if it hurts someone else. No, it's core code. It's color coded stuff, like green, yellow, orange, red, black. It's last, and that's when the danger blinking sing happens. I thought code red. I thought code red was like the worst. Or DEFCON 4. I still remember that. Oh, we're going into DEFCON 4. The lower the DEFCON, the worse it is. So like DEFCON 1. I'm just like really curious what's going on because Twitter's like really quiet and that's never a good sign. It's literally never a good sign. Well, I'm kind of okay with this. Nobody's like saying anything. This works. Like people are talking, but it's kind of quieter, which works for me. I prefer the silence. The silence is better. Okay, come on. Look at this. She's so precious. You feel so goddamn bad. Right? You feel genuinely bad. You're like, "Fuck, no, this is wrong." You actually just feel really bad for her. Like this is wrong and everyone like literally everybody knows it's wrong. That's the worst part. You really should not do this. Every ounce of my being is like, "No, this is wrong." Of course, I see this as an absolute win. This was hard to watch, no pun intended. Ah, Kazi is literally being abused. 401 is going to be mold or break this chapter. Ruka-chan. That's bad news. I'm less and less sure about Reiji not making them have sex. My confidence levels drops like Kazuya's during the cheer update by reading the last 3 chapters and their previews. Yeah, you're supposed to be aware and you're supposed to be afraid. I think that's something Reiji's playing into very well. He knows how people feel. He told her she loves Ruka. She acknowledges it. She won't let go of Kazuya, saying she would be okay being second. Ruka's wild over here and being abused. He needs to find a way to end it. It's gonna suck for Ruka. But they're literally both abusing each other. They're literally both hurting each other. Like, using the same blanket to cover Chizuru in the arc. Yeah. Kazuya for not giving in. If you had things would have gone a lot more complicated. However, Ruka confirmed that we all suspected that she had been suspicious of Kazuya this entire time. Maybe she sensed a while ago that things might not end in between him and Chizuru. This was just one of her ways of trying to test him. She wasn't testing him. I literally, she never said she was testing him. Rather, she chose to look away. Because in her mind, she truly wants to be with Kazuya. She's willing to settle for being second as long as he gets to be with her. This is sad. She deserves to be much better for herself. This is why they say Kazuya should have broken up with her, especially when they went on a little date at work before he went to the official date with Chizuru. He should have just ended things, let this girl find happiness instead of dragging out her story and her holding on to somebody who is not in love with her. And it's just not like she does not know. She has known the entire series that Kazuya has never been in love with her, but she is not willing to let go, and this is heartbreaking. Yeah, okay. There was no test, but I agree. This is sad. This is sad for everyone involved, right? No, it would have been cruel to just leave her while she was butt-ass naked like that. I don't agree with most of this person. 4 and 3 kills once and for all the hallucination that Kazuya could have sex with Ruka to protect Chizuru. His instinct is the opposite. The guy panics, runs to the door, thinks about running away, and only stays stuck because he can't bear the guilt of leaving a girl shaking there. Okay. Good job. I agree with this. Pretty much how I felt, right? Like, this is why when, like, Varicus was telling me, oh, Kazuya could do it, I'm like, I literally do not see it. I literally do not see it, okay? And when things go beyond the limit, he explodes with the real reason. He turns and screams, I love Mizuhara. There's no calculation there, no 4D plan. It's just his heart thrown at Ruka's face. Kazuya's flaws remain another. He doesn't take the honesty to the end and doesn't end it. He is a prisoner of his own cowardice, not of his own libdo. Right? Before, he was a prisoner for... Okay, there we go. That's a great way to put it. He is a prisoner of his... Before, Kazuya seemingly was a prisoner of his sex drive. Right? He really wanted sex. Now... It's not about his sex drive at all, right? Kazuya knows he doesn't want to do this. Like he can tell. He literally this is not what he wants to do, right? I completely agree, right? It's not about his horniness. It's about his cowardice. It's about his unwillingness to face this issue head on, right? It's his unwillingness to actually look at Ruka. He runs from her immediately. His immediate reaction is to run. Right? He immediately panics and runs. He doesn't actually face her head on, right? Just as he never planned to from the very beginning. As for Ruka, the chapter is her emotional all-in. She knows she lost, but she clings to the idea that her first time will be with him, even though she accepts it being the second. She accepts being the second, right? Number 2. We're literally number 2 chapter. It's not empty fan service. It's the end of an illusion dragging itself to the limit. Yep. It's not just empty. It's literally an illusion absolutely being dragged to the total limit. It's literally breaking the limits. It's not even just the limit. It's the absolute limit break, right? Like this is fucking Cloud like pulling out cross slash. Like this is where we are right now. We've literally hit the absolute limit break where to the point where the characters are becoming so utterly destructive to each other that it's actually like really bad. Right? It's incredibly, they've become very destructive to each other to the point of unhealthiness, right? It's so unhealthy. Literally all the ideal couple shit you saw last chapter was just a disguise. All the ideal couple shit we were seeing last chapter, purely a disguise. Just totally and utterly a disguise for how much their relationship is actually falling the fuck apart. Like their relationship has utterly and totally crumbled. And you see that right here. Like this is their relationship in a nutshell. It is an absolute fucking mess. It is completely and utterly fallen the fuck apart. It is totally, Ruka is utterly, totally dominating him, and he's just laying there. That's their relationship in a nutshell. Their room is a mess. They're a mess. They're completely in shadow. This is the thing that's been hidden underneath this whole time. The thing you saw in light, that's how it looked on the outside. This is what was happening behind the scenes. This is what's been happening. This is what's been building up this entire time and behind the scenes. Everything is falling apart. Their relationship has completely crumpled to the point where Ruka has completely dominated Kazuya. She is above him, quite literally. She is in complete control of the situation to the point that it can appear manipulative, to the point that it can appear low and shitty and completely manipulative, to the point that it looks like something like Makima, even though it comes from a very innocent and sad place. It comes from a place of lack of control, of the fact that Ruka actually has no control in this scenario, and she takes physical control because she has no emotional control. That's pretty much where they are. That's pretty much where they are. She literally needs physical control because she has no emotional control over this relationship whatsoever. That's where they are. That's why the relationship has utterly and totally crumbled to the point that it is right now. It is literally a very sad thing. It is genuinely sad. Kazuya needs to man up and end the relationship with Ruka, or else he should forget about Mizuhara. Yeah, I mean, really, it's just not going to work unless you just end the relationship with Ruka. Talk about Kazuya's slippers. Slippers. Oh, you mean this? They read Earth. Kazuya wears his slippers and tries to leave. Oh, he puts those slippers on like immediately. Right. I guess he wears protection on his feet to go outside, only for that protection to come undone. I think it's quite fitting that you're seeing Kazuya's hands and feet, right? Literally like they're vulnerable like him. The rubbing here is so hilarious. Genuinely, the rubbing here is so hilarious to me. You're like, Jesus Christ, stop. Chill with the teasing. No. Unacceptable. Hell no. In any other situation, this would be cute. In any other situation, like if you were actually dating this person, this would be cute. Damn, she teasing you down there. It would be adorable, except it's not. It's all wrong. Everything about this is wrong. She's not even getting the first time properly. She's getting a second time, right? Everything about this chapter is a lie. It's called The First Time with My Girlfriend. It's called The First Time with the Girlfriend, when in reality, she is merely a second. It is not actually the first time. Nothing about this is a first. Everything about this is a second. It is all a big lie. The title was Crossroads, so I think the character should walk on one lane or the other. There's no room or ambiguity here. I expect Reiji will write up a way that with no false closeness. Yeah, literally, it's a crossroads moment. That's literally what it read here. We were just saying that earlier. It's literally a crossroads moment. It's make or break. You know, you either decide where to go here, right? Depending on what you do here, you have made a decision. And so this is all about, okay, you have to make a decision. It's that simple. That's where we are. You have to make a decision. You either screw this up forever, right? Or you do the thing you know you should be doing. That's where we are. You either do the thing you know you should be doing, or you screw this up forever. He's not engaging at all. His arms are laying in the bed. Only the final moments he acts and removes Ruka. Yeah, pretty much. He freezes up for most of this, right? He does freeze up for most of this. Like, this is so hilarious to me. The way she just whoosh, literally like a fucking mousetrap, just whoosh, straight to the face, just immediately tackles him. Like, goddamn. You feel so bad here. She like blushes so much, and like when she notices, right here where she's like mid kissing him, and she notices, it's like, oh no, right? And Kazuya is like out of it, and the way Reiji like emphasizes her hips here, Jesus Lord in heaven, I'ma need you to chill, bro. I'ma need you to chill, bro. Nope, this is bad. Yamero. Yamero. Oh, man. I love how he draws her hair a total mess here. Because she's a mess. Ruka is a mess. She's losing her identity. I said this when we were reading chapter 401. Right? When you're seeing Ruka here, she's a mess. Her identity is a mess. Who she is gone. She's losing track of what she wants. She literally looks at her hand and it's blurry. She's losing track of what she wants. Right? On one hand, she's maturing and getting older and wants sex with Kazuya. On the other, she's losing the purpose of why she's doing this in the first place. Whereas before, she acted out of sex for desperation. Right? Before, there was a sense of desperation to the sex where it's like she just wanted to do it to be like, I'm old enough now. Now, rather, she wants to do it for a completely different reason. She wants to do it because she actually wants to do it. She actually wants this. Hey Johan, what do you think of Rascal Bunny Girl Senpai season 1, 2, and movie and I've only seen season 1. I'm not too crazy invested in Bunny Girl. People love to tout it as some sort of amazing romance story. I think it's the characters are too perfect in my opinion, and it doesn't feel like a romance story. It feels more like a paranormal story rather than like romance. It discusses relationships through the paranormal element, but it's not really a romance story. Like, it's just kind of to be honest. Like, it delves into romance in like a very simple way that does make sense. It's about seeing someone, so it does do that quite well. But after like the very beginning of the story, like the romance between the two characters kind of put to the side, and I'm like, whatever. I did think it was fun to watch, don't get me wrong, but I did not watch season 2, nor have I seen the movie. I don't like the entrance. Reminds me of Chizuru telling Kazuya to close the door in chapter 241. Oh, good catch. Good catch. Literally, yes. That's exactly it. Great catch. Right? What does Chizuru tell Kazuya? Close the door. Don't let anyone else in. Right? Don't let Ruka in. And what does he do? He lets Ruka in. He makes the mistake of letting Ruka in. Oh, good catch. Kazuya is like that guy that got knocked out in the movies and also gets thrown out of the plane and hasn't noticed he is in free fall yet, or he has a parachute. Yeah, he needs to grab the fucking parachute. Oh, God. Yeah, that seems about quite right. Yeah, literally, so much of this manga presents itself as so scandalous. So much of this manga appears so scandalous, and yet that's actually what makes it interesting and charming, and what it has going on for it, right? That's the charming parts of this story, is like how much it actually has to say, despite how it appears. So much of the story is literally not judging a book by its cover, but in many ways also by not judging a book by its writing, right? Because of how you assume you understand the writing when you actually don't fucking get it. That's wild and invasive, and it crosses boundaries. And Reishi brings up a taboo subject: sexual assault by a woman. Will she really go through with it? Will he let her? This is drama on a Hawaiian level or beyond. I haven't been this on edge about this next chapter in a long time. See you next week. A friend of mine once told me that he had a first time with a girl he didn't like, and it was forced by her because he was a man and was supposed to like having sex with any woman. He said it was horrible, felt pushed to perform, and so he went along but hated every single second of it. Well, it's amazing that you bring that point up, because let's go back to the date where Chizuru says something to Kazuya. It was around right here, I believe. Just before they enter this place. Chizuru tells Kazuya something. Kazuya keeps looking at her, and she says, "Do I look weird?" He says, "Not at all, definitely not." She says, "That's not it, Mizuhara. That's not what I'm trying to say. Gosh, right now nothing's more than some weird staring at her. Well, I was just thinking you're cute, right?" Do you say that kind of stuff to Ruka-chan too? Huh? That I'm not saying that I dislike it or anything. Ruka-chan is cute, and you were together for a year and a half. It's only natural. I mean, I guess you could say that I do. It's cute. Well, he tells her the stuff she gets is cute. He doesn't call her cute. Everyone looks to the boyfriend to shower his girlfriend with compliments all the time. It's as if nothing else matters as long as the girl is loved. That's what society seems to think, but I hate that. Don't you think so? Someone is loved because someone is there to love them. If love is something meant to be built, then it's not fair unless both sides work on it together, right? I don't know what love is, but the only people who have the right to be loved are those capable of giving love themselves. I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love than someone who takes all of it. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? And then you see Kazuya have the static effect, where he says, I'd never thought of it like that. That's so deep. Give lots of love, huh? No one deserves more love than her, though. How is that? No, that's what, that's not right. What? That's completely missing the point of what she said. Chizuru feels like she's undeserving of his love because she doesn't give enough love herself. That's what she's saying here. That's what she's telling him here. He misinterprets it as, oh no, I should just keep giving her love. She deserves more love than anyone else. And then you see Ruka in this chapter literally being crushed by having not received love, right? Feeling like she's unloved. And yet surrendering to it and just saying, you know what, I'm okay with that. And that's such a horrible way to live. That's such a sad way to live. Literally, that's the point. That's what Reishi's highlighting here. The characters are literally, like, Kazuya is missing the forest for the trees, and you're literally being told, hey, it's not about just the man giving love. What does Kazuya do? Oh no, I'm just gonna keep living her love. Right? I'm not gonna let her give me love. What is going on right now? Literally everything that's happening right now, it's about Kazuya. Him needing to perform. And completely missing what Kazuya actually needs to do. Right? Completely missing the point of what Kazuya actually needs to do. No, don't just give Ruka what she wants. You need to do the right thing. And that's to just sit down and talk to her. Right? It's not about you performing. That's wrong. Okay, you're completely missing the point if you think Ruka would go and brag to Chizuru, because she wouldn't. She feels so utterly and totally defeated, she can't face Chizuru. That's what I was saying before. Chizuru is not the one who needs to face Ruka. It is Ruka who needs to face Chizuru. She would never brag to Chizuru, I'm telling you. She literally would never do it. Ruka would feel so incredibly guilty. She would hate herself for what happened. She would never brag to Chizuru. She would utterly and totally hate herself for it. She would not brag to Chizuru. No, you're missing the point. We're breaking loops. We're not looping, we're breaking loops. We have hit a breaking point. We have hit a proverbial breaking point. There's no turning back. Literally, you either end it or you just go through with it and then that's it. Your other relationship's over. You are at a crossroads. You either make a choice or that's it. It's that simple. There's no looping. If you think Ruka would have sex or not have sex with Kazuya and goes to brag to Chizuru that Chizuru would be okay with it and date Kazuya, you're dead wrong. Like, their relationship would be screwed up. You don't know what's happening here. Right? No. If you think we're just going to loop back, you are missing the point. But yeah, what I wanted to highlight is this idea of the man needing to perform is quite relevant here. This person's kind of correct. Don't get me wrong. I never ever believed, not even once, that I was lucky for having the chance. Never ever even asked him if the girl was hot or not. I simply believed his every word and asked if he could make peace with it or if he still feels bad about it. There's not much you can say when a friend or a brother tells you that something like that. You can just hear and not judge. That being said, thanks to Kazuya saying I have to get out of here, I kind of understand what my friend must have felt in that moment. It's sick, and having to think about how the woman might feel if you say no makes it even worse. On the contrary, I had my first with the girl I was madly in love with, and she made it even more wonderful than it was supposed to be. Dudes, it's never great to have sex when you don't want to do it, especially your first. It has nothing to do with whether the girl is hot or not. Wonder if you've got the strength to say no. You might have the strength to refuse her intentions, her looks, her kisses, and her words, but the social pressure to do it because you're supposed to do it is the worst part. My bros, if you ever in this situation like this, say no and leave. The problem is that in IRL, many guys don't have options like Kazuya here who want for the most difficult option. I would think a lot of guys would be over the moon to have someone attractive, some attractive girl actually want them. I'm not saying that Ruka is doing this right. If we don't have 400 chapters that build up towards Kazuya wanting Mizuhara, I think many would have been more open to the deed of being done. So basically, if Kazuya x Chizuru wasn't so obvious, this might have different views. And a lot of guys don't want to go through something like that, and the girl being somewhat attractive doesn't make a difference. This kind of narrative makes young guys do something they end up regretting just because of the social pressure about if she's hot, then do it, even if it's not what they want. It's not about options, it's about consent, boundaries, and taking care of your body and your feelings. You've got it all wrong. It would have been different if Kazuya was willing to do it from the start and not be forced into it by a girl he rejected many times. I think he's responding to this person. I can agree with the timing, but what was truly enough here was he didn't have as strong feelings for Chizuru or Ruka. That's another thing entirely. Even if the particular scenario he wants to do it and doesn't need to be forced, then all good. Except that's what you're saying right now is a girl forcing someone else and keeps assaulting him even after he clearly told her no. This is sexual assault, and this is why people are upset, not because it's Ruka. Yeah, it's layered. It's layered. Kazuya is still not clearly drawing boundaries with Ruka, to be fair. Like, he is and he isn't. That's the problem. He needs to just, like, fucking clothe her. The problem is she's not clothed. The simple problem is Ruka is not clothed. He needs to clothe her. Step 1 to resolving this conflict. Put some goddamn clothes on that woman. Put some goddamn clothes on that woman, okay? Put the clothes on. Okay, now you're on slightly even footing. Your footing is a little bit more even now. You don't have to feel as bad now. Okay, now you proceed to speak to her and calm things the fuck down. Look, this is it kind of is, okay? I will say it kind of is sexual assault at this point. It's pretty fucking close, right? It's pretty darn close. I would say at this point, it's pretty close. However, Kazuya is also escalating things and not setting proper boundaries, and in turn, it's making things unhealthy between them because Ruka doesn't actually want to do it this way. It's clear Ruka doesn't actually want to do it this way, but she's freaking out and she's reacting, and this is just a fact. This is why, like, I'm saying, yeah, what Ruka is doing is wrong. Let's not get mixed up. Okay, I'm going to zoom in on me to just emphasize this a little bit. Okay, what Ruka is doing is wrong. I agree with you. What she is doing is wrong. However, Kazuya is not setting proper boundaries with her. She knows she likes him. He knows, and he still let her into his house. He's still being with her, and she's not going to just stop. The fact is, she's not going to just stop. And if you know this person's not going to stop and they like you and they feel physical desire, you have to be able to get up, set boundaries, because sometimes the unfortunate truth about life sometimes is saying no is not enough. It should be. Don't get me wrong. Saying no should be enough. It should be enough. You saying no should be enough. But when you're talking to your kid, and you tell them no, do they fucking stop? No. Now you could say, well, Ruka's an adult. Who are we kidding? Most adults are just kids. Most adults are just kids. We're not supposed to be looking at this from a legal point of view. You're missing the point. We're not looking at this from a legal point of view. You are completely missing the point, right? That's not how we should be looking at this. We're looking at this purely from a relationship standpoint, okay? Sexual assault is wrong no matter how hot they are. Yes, I completely agree with you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a guy and a girl, if it's the girl assaulting the guy or the guy assaulting the girl. It's wrong, period. What I am saying is that, unfortunately, in real life, saying no is not enough. You need to actually take more decisive action, which is why Kazuya pushing her off was good. However, Kazuya needs to get off the bed, create space, and put something on her. to slow it down, especially if you don't want to hurt her. What's happening here is that what they're describing is perfect, right? Kazuya feels bad, so he stays, literally like how lust works. It makes you feel bad, so you stay, so then you get assaulted. Which is literally how it fucking goes. Okay? The problem with Ruka, though, is that she's reacting to him, and he's not handling this well, right? Kazuya is not handling this well. He's stuck in the relationship and unwilling to fully break it apart, right? He's unwilling to end things properly. This is a byproduct of his own actions. He needs to be able to set the boundaries straight with Ruka. And that means clothing her, creating a little distance, and talking to her. You can't just walk out. You could walk out, but you would hurt her. So walking out is not the option. Leaving is not the option. Okay, that's wrong. You have to stay. But that also means you have to create some distance and not let her just grab you and walk you around and carry you. In a sense, and this is going to sound horrible, I do want you to bear with me. This is going to sound horrible, but do bear with me. I don't want to say this because it feels like victim blaming. I don't want to say this because it feels like victim blaming. In a sense, Kazuya is seemingly letting himself be assaulted a little bit. A little bit. Bear with me, a little bit. And I say this why. I say this why. Just slightly bear with me, just a little bit. Kazuya has a dream where Chizuru shows up, and what does she do? Oh, you gotta see it. Chizuru shows up in his dream, and what does Chizuru literally do? She jumps him. Right? He loves her, so this is good. Right? He loves her, so this is okay. Right? Right? This is okay, because he loves her. Right? It's okay that Chizuru just fucking jumps him. Right? It's almost like Kazuya... I hate saying this. It's almost like Kazuya desires this. To some degree. He desires to be desired. He desires to be desired so much they jump him. Do you see the problem? The problem is that I'm not saying that he wants this to happen with Ruka. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he created the circumstances for this to occur as a byproduct of letting Ruka into his home, letting Ruka touch him, letting Ruka desire him, and thus ultimately letting Ruka grab him and drag him into the bed and then jump on top of him. That's what I'm saying. He unfortunately created these circumstances for the simple problem of Kazuya has a deep need to be desired. He really wants to be desired, not by Ruka, but by Chizuru. However, in letting Ruka desire him, he unfortunately created the circumstances for this to occur. That's what I'm saying. Kazuya's deep need for desire came full turnaround to bite him in the ass by being desired by the person he doesn't want to be desired with, and in turn, hurting them. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying victims want to be assaulted. I do have to very much clear that the fuck up. Okay? No, that's not what's happening. The victims do not want to be assaulted. That is wrong. What Ruka is doing in this chapter is wrong. Period. What Ruka is doing in this chapter is wrong. However, Kazuya's deep need for desire and unwillingness to confront his conflict has ultimately resulted in him being desired by the wrong person, and in turn resulted in the situation being what it is. Resulted in him being touched in the way that he is. That is not like on him. Ruka is doing this. That is not on him. However, there was clear fucking precedence for this. There was clear precedence for this. In fact, the dream Kazuya is having is quite literally a mirror to what Ruka actually did in the past. It is quite literally a mirror to what Ruka actually did in the past. He is literally seeing Ruka when looking at Chizuru. He is dreaming of Ruka and literally seeing Chizuru. Replace Ruka with Trump and you'll see how wrong this really is. The fuck? The fuck? That's like literally nothing alike. Ruka and Kazuya actually have a relationship. That's the problem. They're actually supposed to be under the guise of a romantic relationship. That is the problem. God damn, dude. That's a terrible comparison. That's horrendously bad. I'm not even going to delve into that. I also noticed that he hasn't ever changed Ruka's name from girlfriend. Makes it awkward. I don't think the situation will resolve as de-escalation. I think something external will come, even if it would prefer Kazuya himself to stop it once and for all. I feel like nothing is going to show up. Initially, I would have agreed. I don't know why. I don't know if anything is going to show up. I don't know if anything or anyone is going to show up. I could see a call at most. I could see a call from Mommy or Chizuru at most. I don't see anybody resolving this. But my point stands. Kazuya created the circumstances for this. There was precedence that Ruka would do this. There was clear precedence that Ruka would fucking do this. And Kazuya still let her into his home. Kazuya gave her the power. You literally see that in the opening page of the last chapter. What do I mean? The opening page of the last chapter has a very simple yet effective detail to highlight how Ruka is actually completely in control and Kazuya let her have the control. It is this tiny panel right here of Kazuya removing his goal list to be with Chizuru. He removed his goal list with Chizuru so Ruka would not see that and thus react. In turn, highlighting how Ruka has the total control here that Kazuya cannot do this in his own home. In his own home, he must hide his desire for Chizuru. In his own home, he must let go of control and let Ruka have control. From the very start, Ruka was always in control, and Kazuya gave her the control. He literally handed her the remote control. You're in control. You decide. From the start, this was always happening. And that is the problem. If you like someone and someone you don't like is chasing you, don't take advantage of them unless you both agree to a friends with benefits relationship with no feelings involved. It will end horribly for both otherwise. Does not matter how cute or attractive they are. Worst case scenario, even the condom, you have to take care of a child. Even with a condom, you have to take care of a child with someone who is never your choice. The child will suffer. Damn, dark, but makes sense. I don't know if this is the same situation here, though. Kazuya may not be in love with Ruka, but he's still attracted to her, and his attempts to rebuff Ruka's advances are less to do with him not wanting to have sex with her, and more about his own twisted up emotions. His two main reasons for not wanting to have sex with Ruka are because he doesn't think he should have sex with Ruka when he's not in love with her, and he doesn't want to betray his feelings for Mizuhara. No, he literally just doesn't want to have sex with her. No. He literally just doesn't want to have sex with her. He's attracted to her, sure, but he doesn't want to have sex with her, clearly. The issue is that Kazuya is objecting on the behalf of other people and not himself. He's so far in his own head about trying to do right by everybody that he hasn't actually sat down and asked himself what he fucking wants out of his life. I don't think that's completely accurate in this scenario. I disagree. I don't think that's completely accurate in this scenario. I kind of disagree. And I say this as someone who's been saying that this whole time. I say this as someone who's been saying that this whole goddamn time, that Kazuya doesn't actually know what he fucking wants out of life. That problem arises in a different way. What do I mean? That problem arises when he's stuck at leaving and not leaving. The problem is not there when it comes to love. Sex has to do with love, period. It is a part of love. And so, Kazuya knows he does not want to have sex with someone if he does not love them. Period. He literally says this. He has said this in the past, right? Right here. Look, he said this in the past. Not attractive, no sex appeal, don't give me that. Don't you know how smoking hot you are? Just being like this, I'm this close to doing the thing. But I'm not sure if I'm in love with you, and I think that sex is something you should have with the one that you love. You're not a pain in the ass. It's just that up until now, girls never paid attention to me. So when a girl is as pretty as you told me you're in love with me, honestly, I was so happy I almost jumped. So for tonight, would you please keep your distance? I really don't want to do something inappropriate. Kazuya knows for a fact he does not want to have sex with Haruka. For a fact. Because he does not love her. He knows this for a fact. Where what you're describing arises, where he doesn't know what he wants out of life, that is present when he's trying to leave the door. And he sees her and he stops. That's where that becomes a problem. Because he doesn't want to hurt her, but he doesn't want to be with her either. That's where the problem arises. Not what you're describing. That isn't quite accurate. That's where I disagree with you, right? He's not objecting on behalf of other people, right? That's incorrect. He's not objecting on behalf of other people. He is objecting for himself because he knows this is what he wants. What he is not doing correctly is not making a choice properly for what he actually wants because he doesn't want to hurt Ruka. That's where it becomes a problem. He's putting Ruka's feelings over his own in certain circumstances because he feels bad. In turn, it fuels the main issue. He can object because he knows this is correct. That's why he's able to resist. That's why Kazuya is able to resist very, very easily. He knows for a fact he doesn't love Ruka, right? When you see him struggle to resist, literally when he's at the door, that's where Kazuya doesn't know how to move because he doesn't want to hurt her, right? He doesn't want to scar her. He doesn't want to hurt her, right? He's just stalling and letting other people set the pace. This is true. Does Kazuya want to have sex with Ruka? No. Okay, why not? Because he's in love with Chizuru? Yeah. That's all you need. He knows. She knows that, so now she throws this in his face and he hurts himself in confusion. The issue is on some level Kazuya does want to have sex with her. He's attracted to her and he can't stop looking at her sexually. Something that he obviously notices. He is you can be no. You're attracted to someone sexually doesn't mean you would have sex with them because you don't love them. I think that's kind of important. Kazuya sex is a part of love, right? It's more so addressing Kazuya's issues of being sexually attracted to Ruka and not dealing with that. He is attracted to her and he can't stop looking at her sexually, something that she obviously notices. He was supposed to like having sex with any woman guy because every time he gets horny, his brain stops working properly. This doesn't make his no any less valid, but he's been sending crazy amount of mixed signals to Ruka. Not mixed signals. He's just leading her on. And he has to have realized that it's absurd a trial relationship continued this eventually that would get to this point where she would have asked him for sex. So just fucking end it already. Every time you look at her sexually, you're signaling to her that if not for Chizuru, she would have a chance. And now he's up the stakes saying, I'm fine with, and she's up the stakes saying, I'm fine with having Chizuru too. You can treat me as your second choice as long as you're with me. Because your behavior towards her is signaling that it's a valid outcome for the three of you. It isn't. Okay, I kind of agree with this. I do say that the objecting is Kazuya knows what he wants, but him sending her mixed signals, yes, I do agree. He is checking her out for most of the fucking chapter. I do agree with this. So I do agree with a decent amount of this. Kazuya's too damn immature to handle this situation. I don't really blame Ruka for thinking she had a chance given. Oh, no. We can definitely blame Ruka here. We can definitely blame Ruka here, and Kazuya isn't that immature because Ruka created the circumstances for Kazuya to act like this because Kazuya didn't act like this in the past. Kazuya did not act like this in the past. He's not that immature. I disagree. He is a little immature. Yes, not that crazy amount of immature. That's where I disagree with you. There is some correctness to this. He even tells by the end. Sorry, it got away from me. Yeah, he even tells by the end. He got a little too upset. He can even tell by the end. He got a little too upsetty spaghetti, right? So I do think you're kind of wrong. I don't think you quite like Kazuya knows he's sexually attracted to her, but he knows he loves Chizuru and he wouldn't want to have sex with someone unless he loves them. He knows this is how he correlates it. This is why he knows for a fact he doesn't want to have sex with Ruka, but he's not being honest to himself in that he has been checking her out the whole time. He's not honest to himself in the fact that he's been checking her out the whole time, which in turn is showing how shitty he is in terms of like how he's leading Ruka on. That's where I agree with you. That he's not being honest in that he's leading Ruka on by constantly checking her out, by letting him into his room, by giving her these signals that this is somewhat okay. And him staying after trying to leave, he gives her the signal that this is somewhat okay. He doesn't set boundaries. Kazuya's issue is he doesn't set boundaries, okay? So when you say she knows that, so now she throws this in his face and he hurts himself in confusion. The issue is on some level, Kazuya does want to have sex with her. Kazuya wants to have sex. He just happens to be attracted to Ruka too, right? He's attracted to her and he can't stop looking at her sexually, something that she obviously notices, right? It's clear that Ruka knows Kazuya finds her attractive because he told her before he does. He's attracted to her and he can't stop looking at her sexually, something that she obviously notices. He was supposed to have sex with any woman guy because every time he gets horny, his brain stops working properly. Except that wasn't really Kazuya, and he isn't that anymore, right? That he is not this anymore. Kazuya is not that. He just feels he's so pent up. It's really that simple. He feels so much desire for Chizuru, and he's incredibly pent up. That's the issue with Kazuya and Ruka at this point, is they're both incredibly pent up. They both really, really want to have sex. Kazuya wants, dude. I was showing this to you before. Kazuya wants to have sex with Chizuru so goddamn bad, it is literally taking over his dreams. His dreams, dude. Right? Literally, I'm letting my desires overrun my dreams. I can't believe I dreamt about that. He's literally so overwhelmed by desire, it's literally taking him over. It's not particularly Ruka. That's the issue. Do you want to know why I can say it's not particularly Ruka? Because when he runs into Mommy, he imagines the same thing. It's not Ruka, it's that Kazuya really, really desires physical intimacy. And Ruka happens to be present. That's a horrible thing to say, but that's the truth. Ruka happens to be present. She is literally the second girl from the moment he's looking at her. From the moment Kazuya is looking at her, she is just the second girl. She is just not Chizuru, right? That's from the moment she's there. That's what's happening. That's the issue with the Ruka thing. He feels sexual desire for her because he's so pent up about sex. If he had let that out and expressed these desires to Chizuru, we wouldn't have ended up here. Do you see the issue? It's just because he hasn't had sex and he hasn't thought about it and he hasn't processed it, right? It's because his body desires it so much and he keeps denying it. He keeps not letting himself feel these feelings. He keeps denying them. That's the issue. He keeps denying his own goddamn feelings. He's not supposed to be the guy to have sex with any woman because clearly he's restrained himself in the past. I think this is an inaccurate assessment of Kazuya's character. He's not supposed to be the guy who just has sex with any woman. He feels desire for all of women, but he would never have sex with them unless he loved them. Why? Because we've seen this many, 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 many times in the past. Ruka takes him to a love hotel. No. Ruka is in his house. No. Ruka in his house again. Again, no. No, he would never have sex with someone unless he knew he loved them. This is not accurate to Kazuya's character, right? Kibe thinks Kazuya will think with his dick, so he punches him, not realizing he wasn't actually dating Chizuru. He always still liked mommy. Kibe was fucking wrong. That's the point of that scene in chapter in chapter whatever at the beginning of the series, like chapter 11 or something. Kibe was literally wrong. He's giving good advice. The problem is that the advice is irrelevant to Kazuya because he actually does fucking love mommy. He did. He loved mommy at that point. He did. He actually did fucking like her. Only to realize he had feelings for Chizuru. Ironically, figuring that out when he beat his meat. Ironic. That was the point. He had feelings for mommy the whole time. She was important to him. He did like her. That's why Kibe's assessment wasn't particularly correct, and yet, ironically, Kazuya figures out he's in love with Chizuru after beating his meat. That's the joke. That's literally the joke. So, no, it's not that Kazuya would just have sex with any woman. No, it's that he thought mommy was serious about him when she wasn't. Right? It's a flip of that, if you will. Right? He's been sending a crazy amount of mixed signals to, let's see. This doesn't make his no any less valid, but he's been sending a crazy amount of mixed signals to Ruka, and he has to have realized that if this absurd trial relationship continued, that he eventually would get to this point where she would be asking him for sex. Literally, that is completely correct. Kazuya has been completely sending mixed signals to Ruka. This is just a factually true, right? Just end it already. Every time you look at her sexually, you're signaling to her that if not for Chizuru, she would have a chance. And now she's up the stakes, asking, I'm fine with having Chizuru too. You can treat me as your second choice as long as you're with me, because your behavior towards her is signaling that's a valid outcome for the three of you. It isn't. I completely agree. I don't disagree here. What Ruka is doing is wrong, but I completely agree on this scene. This is totally correct, right? About Kazuya being too damn immature, I don't know. Okay, this is terrible. First off, it's AI, clearly. Second, this is a horrible comparison considering this person like just blatantly used her strength to assault Mark, whereas Ruka isn't using any strength. Kazuya is stronger than her. This chapter smacks Kazuya right in the face for thinking for once he and Chizuru started dating for real, Ruka would just step aside and the 3-year lie would disappear. I said this too! Chizuru and Kazuya need to realize the consequences of letting Ruka... No, Kazuya. Not Chizuru. Kazuya. Chizuru, like, Kazuya is not telling her what's happening in the relationship, so... And Chizuru kind of already knows. Like, Chizuru's kind of already aware. So I don't... This isn't really so much on Chizuru as it is on Kazuya. I kind of don't agree. I don't think this is so much on Chizuru as it is on Kazuya. Kazuya is the one giving Ruka mixed signals. Chizuru has tried to set it clear with Ruka, and she just doesn't know quite how, right? Letting Ruka act as a shield to protect their relationship. Chizuru did not do this. Chizuru did not do this. I don't think even Kazuya did this. Kazuya is shielding the relationship from Ruka. The two of them have been too cowardly to face her true feelings. No. And as a result, Chizuru has been hurt, and Ruka has been hurt to the point where she's willing to do anything to hold on to Kazuya. No, this is not on Chizuru. I don't think this is not on Chizuru. Ruka caused the Chizuru situation. The irony is simply this. Remember how Ruka told Chizuru, I'm the reason you're here. Or sorry, you're the reason I'm here. Remember she told her that, right? You put me here. The irony of those words is that Ruka did this very thing to Chizuru. Literally. What do I mean? Ruka told Chizuru to fuck off in chapter 232. Right? We literally saw that. Chizuru leaves. Only for her to ultimately come back. Right? Because Kazuya loves her. Ruka made the entire circumstances for the lie to even occur. She pushed Chizuru away, which in turn hurt Kazuya. Right? Kazuya was hurt because Chizuru wasn't talking to him. She did that. So Ruka created the very circumstances for her own unhappiness. She did this from the very beginning, in so doing, flipping her and Chizuru's roles. She told Chizuru, you brought me in, right? Chizuru brought Ruka into the start of the series. Is that or is that not true? In turn, Ruka pushed Chizuru away, which is the reason their relationship has not progressed. The reason Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship has not progressed isn't that Ruka's fault. She's the one who told Chizuru, you need to tell me this. You go away. You're just a rental girlfriend. You're not real. And then suddenly Chizuru has this conflict, not understanding her love and her feelings, and thus can't act on her feelings, and thus doesn't know how to face Ruka. It's almost like Chizuru doesn't owe Ruka jack shit, because Ruka is the one who pushed her away in the first place, knowing full well she's in love with him. Do you see the problem? It is not Chizuru's fault. Ruka created the very circumstances for her own demise. In turn, it is Kazuya's fault because to some degree, because he's been leading Ruka on, knowing Ruka likes him, right? He does things with Ruka that would give her the wrong impression. The point of Ruka and Chizuru is that they fundamentally reverse roles and thus can understand each other better. Ruka is literally in Chizuru's position and doesn't even realize it. Chizuru is in Ruka's position and also does not even realize it. Literally, Ruka is the real girlfriend, but she feels fake, right? Literally like Kazuya loves Chizuru, but their relationship is fake. In contrast, Kazuya is with Chizuru, and she is the fake girlfriend trying to become real. Literally like Ruka. She was the fake girlfriend trying to be the real thing, and she feels like she's unable to, comparing herself to who? The real girlfriend that is Ruka. It's almost like they fundamentally reverse roles and thus can understand each other better. In contrast, Kazuya's relationship roles with the characters have flipped and thus ended up becoming more messy. He is physically, he is literally with Ruka and she is on top of him, and yet he doesn't want to be with Ruka, he wants to be with Chizuru, right? But he's getting physically closer to Ruka and letting Ruka touch him and not letting Chizuru touch him, even though he wants Chizuru to be the one to touch him, and Chizuru actually wants to. Chizuru literally actually wants to physically interact with him, and he doesn't let her because he doesn't touch her. How could you expect someone to touch you if you don't touch them? Do you see the issue? Kazuya's limbo flipped just as Ruka and Chizuru flipped. To all the people saying that Kazuya should have just told her off more effectively and got her to leave instead of just letting her down, I'll say this. What Kazuya did this chapter is actually insanely realistic considering this situation. I'm a guy and I've been sexually assaulted almost on the level that Kazuya was in this chapter, and oh boy, I froze up just like he did. Again, there's a bit of projection kind of happening here. I'm not trying to belittle your feelings. I'm really trying my best not to belittle your feelings. Please understand, I have been through sexual assault myself. I have experienced it. Please fucking understand. I have literally experienced it myself. I had multiple relationships in the past, okay? I've been through this, okay? I have been through this, but please understand when I say this. The Kazuya freezing up in these chapters is layered and varies. The reason he frees up is initially because he feels bad for Ruka, which is, yes, similar, but it's not quite the same, as he does actually, in fact, resist. Right? He does actually, in fact, resist. It's not quite the same. It's similar. It's incredibly similar, but it's not quite the same, okay? What Kazuya did this chapter is realistic. Kazuya was, and oh boy, I froze up just like it. I could have just felt, I could have just left, but all I could do was try to say no while I sat there. So many conflict, but Kazuya doesn't just say no, he does actually push Ruka. That's the difference. He's not just outright being sexually assaulted. I have to really clarify that. It's not just outright sexual assault, right? He can resist, and he clearly does, right? He pushes her away, right? So many conflicting feelings. Should I do it? Should I not do it? Again, this sounds really similar to that person earlier, right? I was strongly against it to someone I wasn't in love with a relationship with. She was also drunk. Wow, I'm sensing a pattern here. Everybody's like drunk and shit. And drunk individuals cannot consent. People can hate this all they want, but that's a fact. So, and that's something Reiji definitely plays into. When Kazuya, Chizuru, and Minnie go drinking, and Chizuru almost kisses Kazuya while he was drunk and asleep, right? And she stops herself because she's like, I almost crossed the line, right? Reishi literally puts signals out. He literally puts like warning signs from the train tracks as if like a warning, right? So that's kind of important to highlight that like Reishi is very much playing into consent here and like actually wanting to do the thing, whereas Ruka is taking Kazuya's consent. He at the same time is not like setting boundaries with her. And that's the thing, when you don't set boundaries with people, they will keep pushing, right? When you don't set proper boundaries with people, they will keep pushing. So yeah, in the end, I just ended up saying no while gently moving her arms off of me and left. But it took me a solid 2 minutes or more to do so. That was back when I was shy and experienced, which Kazuya is to a T. Chapter is real. Sorry that happened to you, man. The chapter really needed a trigger warning where she does not hold back. It wasn't your fault. Thanks for the kind words, but don't worry about me. It was 2 years ago now. I'm now in a relationship I've always wanted. I think back on it when I didn't hate it. It was a traumatic per se. It's just uncomfortable. I didn't even realize it was sexually assault until a year later. Deep down, I love the affection she was giving me. No one had ever made any moves on me whatsoever before that day, so you can imagine how conflicted I felt. Ah, that sounds oddly familiar. It felt so good emotionally, but I just couldn't. I always had very strong values in regards to intimacy. I did not want sex until I was with a longish term relationship partner that I loved. I felt like I had to say no to stay true to myself. That's what makes this chapter so real, because I imagine how Kazuya is feeling. He's frozen up because he's moving an extremely difficult decision to say no. What he wants deep down is being forcefully thrown at the window by his resolve to be faithful to Mizuhara. It's so real that I wouldn't be surprised if the author went through something similar. At least that's how I see it. All right, I do agree. There is very much like what Kazuya has to say is pretty much essentially being ignored, right? And I do think this is something that like Reiji is very much hitting at. Here we go, the burning passion. The bitch never brings anything good to the table, acting like a stupid, egotistic brat. This just feels cruel. Yeah, I just don't agree that Ruka is like terrible here. I'm not too keen on this particular plot point, to be honest. The story dealt already with Ruka throwing herself at Kazuya. The difference is now things have reached the limit. This is the part I appreciate. Kazuya and Chizuru made a gigantic mess, and now consequences are hitting. Not Chizuru for now, but Kazuya is her weak point. The thing is, regardless of what happens, it's very hard for me to see good end to this. At best, this is just a waste of time, and things will end like they always will. At worst, things terribly happens to Kazuya and to Ruka as well, even if this doesn't understand it yet. Then there is the very, very, very serious discussion of sexual harassment. While Rent a Girlfriend is a rom-com, it dealt quite well, I would say, with really heavy and serious themes. So it doesn't get a pass now if it gets treated as something funny, not serious. Kazuya is indeed at fault with Ruka, but what she's doing is already sexual harassment. It can transform into rape for real, which is obviously inexcusable. I can't remember if this arc would end, but I'm kind of curious how Reiji's going to solve things. Ruka just admitted defeat. She is known she has lost in Hawaiians, so I see her plopping on the bed as a surrender. I think if Kazuya tells her it's over, she will accept it now, but who knows? Every chapter is surprising. Yeah, I don't know. Comment seriously, need to chill out. It's a romance manga. It's dramatic scenes like this where we love and blah, 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 blah. I kind of being annoyed, but she feels about progress because blah, blah, blah. Been a while since I wish I get sure it could blah, 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 blah. Yes, Ruka is awful at doing what she's doing, but Kazuya's lack of my type of conviction is what led to the situation to begin with. Ugh. Fucking Superman gross shit. This chapter is wild. Ruka literally trying to have sex with Kazuya is shown in manga is crazy, and I don't forget the infamous NTR scenes earlier. What is Kanokari even doing in a weekly shonen magazine at this point? Challenging the limits of shonen? At this rate, it really feels like it belongs in a seinen manga instead. I actually think that's actually I think really fitting for a shonen manga because it's helping a lot of younger people, a lot of people around Ruka's age learn shit. Learn how to have actual relationships and interact with people that they didn't know how to process in the past. This is a great manga in my opinion to be a shonen manga. It is specifically designed to be a shonen manga, specifically because it is helping people learn how to interact in relationships. Whereas most other shonen manga, what they'll do is they'll present this shit in like such a beautiful, perfect fucking way, in like the silliest way possible, where it's like this isn't unrealistic at all. This manga is both telling you it's okay to be flawed, but also how it's wrong. Like how you can hurt people that you love in your flaws. It's helping teach people, in my opinion. It's actually a really good shonen choice. Another wrote, Ruka is just doing her usual desperate moves, trying to win an impossible love. It's not about how hard you try, just some things aren't meant to happen. Those people are simply destined to be on the losing side. She already, okay, whatever. Mm. The personal conflict, Kazuya tried to flee his own home and let himself get felt up outside of consideration of Ruka's feelings. How sad. At least his duress forced him to speak up and remind her that his feelings for Chizuru, although throwing her off his bed first would have been better. And Ruka's okay with being second. Yeah, right. She'll be, yeah. I do think this is they make a decent point here. Kazuya fleeing his own home, then let himself get felt up out of consideration for his feelings. It's not that simple. Kazuya is trying to flee his own home. I do agree, though. It's kind of sad that you feel the need to flee your own home because you feel unsafe in your house. I think that says a lot. If he were Denji, he would have folded right away. I'm sorry, this is funny. This is funny. I always love the Tobey Maguire face. It's so funny. She doesn't respect your wishes, don't give a fuck about hers. I don't want to. I don't think it's quite like that. She clearly respects his wishes enough to not want to destroy his relationship with Chizuru. So I will give credit where credit is due, but she's destroying it without realizing. That's the sad part. Ruka is destroying the relationship without realizing. She's like, I don't want to destroy the relationship, proceeds to unintentionally destroy the fucking relationship. Let's see. What are the characters in Bunny Girl Senpai? How are the characters in Bunny Girl Senpai 2 perfect? They have negative traits to them, but at the same time, the way they're written like characters and less like people. The way they talk, the way they're just so put together, it's a little jarring. The way the story is constructed just feels like too perfect. It's the kind of stuff where it's like, I'm not interacting with people, I'm interacting with characters. And that stuff throws me off quite a lot. It can be quite jarring. And it's something I don't think many people will notice when they interact with stories, where it's like, you don't really think about it. You don't really like process what I'm saying unless you interact with like more stories with very human characters. Like, this is going to sound kind of mean. Like, Dragon Ball, in my opinion, has a little bit more interesting characters than Bunny Girl Senpai, because Dragon Ball's characters are incredibly flawed people, like incredibly flawed, and that makes them so interesting. Like that's why Dragon Ball works, in my opinion, is because the characters are just really, really flawed. Right? They have layers to them and they're complicated and they're really engaging to interact with. Whereas I feel like a lot of modern stories these days have these characters that are like really just feel so safe. Like their progression is so linear. Their progression is so straightforward. There's like no layers to them. And I feel like the Bunny Girl Senpai characters are really, really straightforward. It's like, oh, this arc is over, new arc. Right? Everything from that arc is set in stone and will never fucking change. Right? They like literally when their character progresses, that's it. There's no going back. There's no like looking back at this progression or like having doubts about this change or anything. It's just nope, just straight. Literally straight ass fucking line. As straight as you can fucking go. Like even Fragrant Flower is more interesting in that regard because at least the characters have like constant hesitations and going back in that way. Whereas with Bunny Girl Senpai, it's literally the straightest fucking line of my life. Like literally, it's so goddamn straight. Whereas with what is it, Fragrant Flower Blooms of Dignity, it's like the characters have flaws and they're interesting, but they're also too perfect in a different way in that like the way they talk and the way they act is not high schoolers, and they are too put together. They are far too put together, which is really ironic to say considering Fragrant Flower is a story about the people's flaws and being judged on how you appear on the surface. So I get that's quite ironic to say, but I do find that the characters feel too perfect at times, and it's a little jarring. That's why my favorite characters are like Subaru. I really like Subaru. I like what they're currently doing with Rentaro in the recent chapter where he's actually like reflecting on how he's been like kind of selfish a little bit. I'm like, yeah, okay. That's kind of interesting, right? Like Rentaro does feel like a little bit of selfishness that it kind of drives him forward. It's something he did with his hair and his earrings, and it stems from a slightly selfish place. I do kind of like that the story is kind of trying to explore, you know? They don't talk like real people. They talk like written characters. Like the author sculpted all the conversations. Yeah. The conversations feel like sculpted. This is the difference between it's like watching an actor in a movie. It's like watching an actor in a movie. That's what Rent a Girlfriend feels like. Rent a Girlfriend feels like watching an actor in a film. The dialogue matches something people would somewhat say to some degree. It's still fabricated by someone, but it feels realistic enough to land, you know? Most of Goku's friends are former antagonists. Yeah, pretty much. You know? And like Goku's conflict about like not killing people is fucking hilarious considering he used to murk people. Like Goku when he hated like King Piccolo, murked that dude. He killed the shit out of him, you know? And then later Goku stops killing people because he's having this conflict of I don't want to kill people, you know? Even he literally wants to spare Frieza despite how much he fucking hates him because he wants him to like feel his own pain, right? And not realizing like, you know, Frieza's an irredeemable piece of shit and you kind of got to kill him, and he tries not to kill him so many times, and he's in the end he's like, fuck it, I have to, you know? Literally like Goku is like forced to make a choice. You know, because he keeps ignoring this conflict. And literally, Goku ignoring his conflict is ironically quite similar to, what is it? To Kazuya. Everything in Fragrant Flowers is resolved with a serious conversation and a cake. I know. I know. It's so funny. It's so funny. I like what we're doing with Blue Box, at least last few chapters. Shinichi forced whatever his name to cry because of stress with mom being his hospital pink. No, she didn't force him to cry. She comforted him enough so he can feel like he can cry. I think people were being too mean to Hina. Hina's the pink hair girl. I think people were being too mean to her. It's like, yeah, but she's a high schooler and she's stupid and she's cornered and she like wants to help him, but she also likes him. So Hina's literally having this clash of wanting to support Taiki. She has this clash of like wanting to support him and wanting to make him feel better, but also the clash of her desires for him. And I think that's so fitting for her character. She's literally having this clash between her desires for Taiki and her wanting to help him feel better. And this perfectly mirrors the backstory with her dad, where you get a little backstory about her dad, and her dad is literally the same way. Her dad has this conflict where he wants to be a good dad to her and to the family and be part of the family. In contrast, he has his passion that he pursues as a gymnast. And that clash is very difficult for him, and learning to draw boundaries and be a good parent and choosing one over the other is really hard for him. So literally it felt so fitting for me. Like I thought, I'm like, okay, there's actually like something interesting about Hina's conflict. And why you kind of feel a little bad for her, because she's having this conflict and she feels bad about what she did, right? She tries to lie her way out of it and she fucking can't, and she knows she fucking can't, and she's like, I'm sorry, and she just runs off. And she ends up hurting him while trying to help him. And I think that's Hina's conflict perfectly. It's like, it's not going to work. Like, I get it. You want to help him, you want to support him, and that comes from a place of love, because you love him and you can't get over him and he matters to you a lot. But at the same time, in choosing to do this, you're just gonna hurt him. And I think people look at it in such a horrible way. Hina's a terrible person. Blah 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 blah. They get so fucking mad at her, and I'm just like, no, she's just a stupid kid who has to learn the hard way to let Taiki go if she actually wants to help him. That's pretty much what she's learning the hard way. She's like an innocent version of Ruka that didn't escalate to such a degree. She's literally a version of Ruka that just didn't escalate to such a degree. It's kind of that way. Yui did not have pink hair. She had like, or did she have pink hair? I think she had pink hair. Well, there's always the secondary girl in those stories, so isn't that? I literally just said that's kind of like Ruka. She's like Ruka if you didn't escalate to that point. I hate the overreaction from Hina. Oh, if people are people are already overreacting to Ruka here. Granted, with Ruka, it is kind of bad, but it's like, you know, we don't like to look at the nuance of the situation because it's easier not to. Like, this is in large part on Kazuya, but it's also like Ruka actually doing this shit, and that's wrong. So yeah. Damn, bro, why are Japanese fans still awake? Oh yeah, I wrote this. Running was a mistake, honestly. It's why she reacted like she did. Kazuya should have slowed things down. Instead, he sped them up. Running resulted in him freezing and in not wanting to hurt her like before, stuck between leaving and staying. Right? He shouldn't have tried to escape his own home. He should have just slowed down and taken control. He is in his house. This is his home. Kazuya is literally in the strongest position he could possibly be. This is his own home. You know, he let her in. He has the most strength in this entire scenario. He needs to take control. Instead, Ruka takes control in his own home. He needed to take control back of his home. This is his house. Instead, he tries to run out. That was a fucking mistake. I can't wait when Reiji gives us an earthquake warning level twist in Shunji family with who is actually Arata's biological sister. We don't know who the second pair are. There's a second pair, right? There's a second pair that are twins, and we don't know who it is. Damn, there's an interesting detail here, like over Ruka's bra right here, or not bra, her swimsuit, and the way she just jumps him. I love how Kazuya is illuminated and she's shadowed. He's literally bigger than her here, and then she's the one on top. And then she's illuminated here. And then the shadows creep in again. And yet again, she's hidden in the shadow of his back. Oh, that's so sad. She's hidden in the shadow of his back. She's literally hidden in the shadow of his back. That's so sad. Poor Ruka is admitting defeat. Oh, okay, well. She already knew she lost from the start. Like there was never a competition. Right? There's never a competition. That's your mistake, is thinking there was a competition. Love is not about defeat or winning. That's not what love is. That's a mistake if you that's how you want to look at love. So you're looking at it the wrong way. Okay, I think I might maybe call it here. I've been streaming for a good 5.5 hours. I got some stuff to do. So let's see. What did we get for the results of the poll? 29% of you out of 170 votes said you would not reject Ruka here. And 71% of you said you would reject Ruka here. Her hiding in the shadows of his back represents "don't leave me behind," in my opinion. I could see that, right? She doesn't want to be left behind, and yet she is shadowed and forgotten. She is shadowed and forgotten in the past. That's Ruka's whole thing. Ruka was literally shadowed and forgotten from the start. He forgot about her in chapter 401. Right. Ruka's whole conflict as a character is she doesn't want to just disappear and be forgotten. Right. That's her entire conflict as a character. It's literally a fundamental criticism of romance manga. Where in romance manga, what they tend to do is the second girl doesn't get with the guy. Okay, disappear forever. Never seeing you again. GG's. Bye bye. That kind of thing. You know. So Ruka having that fear is a fundamental criticism of that idea, you know? Ruka having that fear is a fundamental criticism of that idea of just like, okay, their character just gets erased and GG's, bye-bye, never seeing you again, right? So that's the thing Reiji is like talking about with her right here and what he's trying to do. She doesn't want to be the failed heroine. Sorry if you talked about it. Did you catch Rental Family yet? Not yet. I was thinking about seeing it at some point. I am curious. I am definitely curious to see it. I heard it. I heard there like from the way people described it, I can see similarities to Rent a Girlfriend already. Have you seen too many losing heroines? Yeah, I've seen it. It's good. Probably one of my favorite shows at the time. Hunter Family is pretty good. It could be longer with more character development, but worth the watch. Are there like similarities between these two stories like I thought? Not too much similarity. Near Zero romance about loneliness and human connection. I mean, that's literally what rental is. That's literally what rental is. That's yeah, it's not about the romance, but it's about human connection, and that's literally what rental is. It's about human connection and loneliness. That's something that Reishi said from the very start of the fucking series. That's exactly what rental is about. Pretty interesting, kind of a harem, but with no romance, just friends with failed romances and surrounded by those romantic couples. I feel like we covered everything. Did you see the French girl that married mommy? Oh yeah, I see her post on Twitter like all the time. It's actually super cute and funny. She like worships the ground she walks on. It's quite adorable, honestly. What's tagged as a romance? Rental family? Rental family is tagged as a romance? Weird. So what's your prediction for next chapter? Okay, so the teaser is Choi Kumochi, which means it feels really good. But well, I don't know. I think it's bait. I think what it could be is that Ruka hugs Kazuya and it feels really good. You know? I think Ruka like hugs Kazuya and it feels like really good. And she likes touching him and feeling close to him, you know? I don't know. Maybe it's next chapter is 404, so there's going to be some sort of death happening. There's going to be some sort of a death of a relationship. I can see Ruka making Kazuya touch her, holding his hand and moving it to a specific place in her body, hence the kimochi. And then the literal heartbreak that ends in a hospital. That's my theory for 404. I could see that. I could see Ruka trying to make Kazuya touch her. So she grabs his hand and moves it. Right? Next chapter is either the nuke goes off and we have a chaos or we get the saddest shit known to man. 404 error page. Yeah, I could see Ruka like grabbing Kazuya's hand. It's like, okay, maybe you won't do it's fine. You won't do it. I'll do it for you. I could see that maybe happening. Okay, so you won't do it. I'll do it for you. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm doing it for you. Right? I think that could be the issue at play here. I could maybe see that. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm doing it for you. You're okay. And then Ruka like feels really good or something. I don't fucking know. Okay. Give me a little bit. I'm gonna go eat something. Kind of starving. I agree that it's a bait. Comment Kazuya, let's do it. The hair's really good just before he turns her down. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I hear it's really good. Something like that. "404 is a bit ominous to be a bait chapter, so if Kimochi is bait, we are getting some other bomb." Yeah, I mean, next chapter is gonna be about feeling good. Next chapter is gonna be about feeling good. While this chapter was about Ruka being fine with being the secondary girl. So, I don't know. Is next chapter all about giving in to your desires and feeling good? Here's hoping Kazuya doesn't do it. Here's a hoping Kazuya doesn't do it. Reiji could do something really cool, like the literal 404 error where we make a page and the words blurred so you can't determine what they are and have to be what resolves the situation and leaves everyone mad. Plot twist, Kazuya's mom goes to the hospital. Meaning we will not feel good as readers. Well, unless you're into this. For some fucking reason. Oh, that's better. I needed the food. My stomach was like fucking growling, dude. Do it every time, too. Not bad. Hey, awkward. It is, thanks. Ugh. Skeletor, joke's on you. I'm not into that shit. So, like we did most of the analysis. Yeah, I bet some people will be like, Ruka is a terrible person here. And then some people will be like, girl, value yourself more. That guy's a loser. And just literally everybody's gonna like demean this situation in the stupidest fucking way possible, right? There will be people who'll be like, Ruka is in the right, and she deserves better than him. Some people will be like, Kazuya is in the wrong. He's or Kazuya is in the right. Ruka is abusing him. And then the cycle will just loop and loop and loop and loop, not addressing how they're both kind of fucking up, you know? Like, this is on Kazuya a little bit, but this is also on Ruka. And it's just so sad, dude. People are just going to completely miss the point of everything that we're seeing here. Because, of course, they are. They always do. Maybe the scene will end here and we'll move to the next day event. Doubt. That seems really fucking stupid writing-wise. I'm seeing way more people in X taking the Reishi self-insert thing even after, and it's pissing me off. Well, yeah. There's two things that are happening here. Either Reiji's self-inserting or Kazi is a terrible person, and that's all they fucking see, you know? And they see Ruka saying that's like I bet some women would like see Ruka saying what she's saying here and be like, he doesn't deserve you. Get out of this relationship. He's a terrible fucking person. And you know, they just belittle Kazuya and take away all of his everything that he's done and think he's just a terrible person. Just because he's not handling this well. In contrast, they don't see what Ruka herself is doing, and how she's literally like assaulting him, knowing full well he doesn't fucking like her, right? It's always the same thing. It's just they're just gonna loop. Like I'm pretty sure I saw someone saying that just leave him. He doesn't. You should leave that fucking loser. Find someone else. You should be first. And it's like, yeah, exactly. Why are you attacking Kazuya for this? Right? I feel like in people's rage, they forget what the point of everything is. People are so focused on their anger, they don't see what they actually want to see. And it's sad. Well, as they say, grifter's gonna grift. TLDR haters. Yeah, I'm kind of running out of stuff to say. I don't know what else to fucking talk about. I feel like we talked about like literally everything we could in regards to this chapter. Is there anything I missed that I should talk about? Because if not, I'm just thinking of like stopping it here because I have absolutely no idea what else to discuss. I've like run out of things to say. I don't know what to talk about. Oh, there's some people on Twitch. If Twitter's quiet, then that means they're plotting on what to say. Lol. Oh yeah, for sure. Um, I've been in this situation, but she kept trying to advance, and I still had to turn her down. And the situation was really hard. Oh my god, what if this is Ruka's last moment on Earth because of her heart condition? Jesus, that's no, that doesn't seem like Reiji. Honestly, this is a chapter we need to see. I give Kazuya props for saying he's in love with Chizuru, but at the same time, it's his fault for letting this kind of thing happen instead of dealing with Ruka. He pushed it aside, and then and then this happened. Yeah, yeah. I don't think Ruka's gonna die. Let's just chill with that. Harem root unlock. If you genuinely think Rent a Girlfriend of all stories would go the harem route, you have not been paying attention. You have not been paying attention, my dude. If you genuinely think so, you have not been paying attention. Chapter 405, Minnie comes and wants to reenact what happened with Ruka. And Kazuya will just look at her like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, he'll actually be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? The condom is on the floor and Ruka didn't pick it up. It's almost like she doesn't actually want to have sex. Right? It's almost like she doesn't actually want to have sex. Because she left it on the floor. Isn't that interesting? She literally left the condom on the floor, and Reiji always shows it. Right? Reiji takes every chance to show it and be like, hey, look, condom's on the floor. This isn't happening. This is literally not happening. Right? He's literally telling you, hey, this thing is not going onto the bed. Right? This thing is not getting on. This condom will remain here. It will not come onto the bed. This is not happening. I think this is Reiji's literally saying this is just not happening. I think that's the way you could kind of like look at the condom. It's just like, okay, it's staying down there. It is not coming up any higher. Right? We're leaving the condom on the floor. We're not doing this. So I think that's what Reiji is trying to highlight in leaving it there. Be like, hey, look, that's what that is. That's not moving. Right? So this isn't happening. Kazuya's friends and family would disown him if he went down with the harem route. Oh yeah, totally. Be like, what the fuck? Right? His friends maybe like, oh wow, look at him. He's a lot of girls. But then the girls around him would be like, what an unfaithful piece of shit. I can't explain why, but I have this feeling Minnie is just gonna walk into Kazuya's apartment without asking, dropping something, see Kazuya and Ruka just run out, and Kazuya can't contact her. It would be interesting if after this, let's say this somehow calms down. let's say this somehow calms down. Minnie catches them as they're exiting. That I can see. Why? Because Minnie caught Kazuya and Minnie caught Kazuya and Ruka and Chizuru in the past. So it coming full circle to Minnie yet again catching Kazuya with Ruka makes a whole lot of sense. Makes a whole lot of sense. Right? It coming full circle back to that. Oh, that makes so much goddamn sense. Right? His friends would disown him out of jealousy and feigned contempt. I don't think so. I think some of them would just be really disappointed in him. I could see Kibe and like Curry being kind of pretty disappointed in him, you know? But yeah, like literally touches his crotch here, but the condom is on the floor. When is the new season coming again? I'm trying to calculate how chapters are going to be until chapter 18 gets in, because I'm pretty sure Kazuya and Chizuru are going to do the deed, lol. Yo, Haruka was actually the first girl to slap Kazuya when she was in the hotel. She slapped him, lol. No. Chizuru was the first girl to slap him. Literally, chapter 1. Chapter 1. Chizuru slapped him. Like, I'm sorry to tell you, it was Chizuru. Literally, chapter 1, she slapped him. I think Ruka was like the second girl to slap him. Which is fitting, she's the second girl. And then I think Minnie was like the third girl to slap him. Pretty sure Minnie's the third girl to slap him. And then to top it all off, Minnie tells Chizuru we have a situation. Oof. Oof. Minnie was the one to bring up to Chizuru. What if someone else takes him away? Ay, ay, ay. I think season 5 will come out summer, as it always has, by the way, if you're curious. It will come out in summer, as it always has. Spring season, so April is not during winter season. They have the full show now, blah, 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 blah. Next is either Mami or Sumi for slaps, lol. I could definitely see Sumi slapping Kazuya at this point. Like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? The fuck are you doing? Everything's falling the fuck apart. What are you doing? What in the fuck are you doing? I think Kazuya is definitely at that point of just, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Kazuya, get your shit together, bro. What the fuck are you doing? like literally, this is my face. This entire chapter, this is my goddamn face right here. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Kazuya, what the fuck are you doing? Mommy might slap him too. I don't see why Mommy would slap him. That's so sad. I'm okay with being second. No! Don't fucking sell yourself short like this. No! This is so sad. Don't do this to yourself. Ugh, and this scene is so sad too. Just don't go. Oh, my fucking heart. No. Like, she looks like she's about to fucking cry. Oh my god. Markiplier, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? I gotta find that now.
What are you doing?
No, stop! What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing with your life? Me! What am I doing with my life? I could be doing anything, but no!
I feel within
Oh my
me
God!
a peace
No!
above all
No!
earthly
No!
dignities. A still and calm.
That was really good. Fuck. That was really fucking. That's so good. That's pretty much how it feels. That's pretty much how it feels. That's literally how this fucking chapter feels. Oh my god. That's literally how this fucking chapter feels. It's so good.
No, stop! What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing with
It's
your
so
life?
good.
Me! What am I doing with my life? I could be doing anything, but no!
I feel within
Oh my
me
God!
a peace
No!
above all
No!
earthly
No!
dignities.
No!
A still and
Or is it Punisher? No, no, no. That's the other one.
No, 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 no! Wait, 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 wait! Wait, 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 wait!
That's the other one I was thinking of. It's literally one of those two. No, 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 no. Wait, 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 wait. I bet you could make one of those edits with that. Maybe. That's exactly what Kazuya needs to say to her. That he's not okay with her being second, that she needs to value herself more. I kind of hope Kazuya says that. I really hope Kazuya fucking says that. Like he should know how much that hurts to be taught to be treated like that. So I really feel like he should say that to her, you know, just like, no, don't treat yourself like that. That's wrong. I kind of hope he does, you know, but I don't know. Like the next chapter title is not giving me a good fucking sign. The next chapter preview is not giving me a good fucking sign. It does not sound good. You know, that does not sound good. I am not liking that. Damn you, Reishi, for making me wait. Damn you, Reishi. He didn't even stream this week. That's the worst part. He didn't even fucking stream this week. So I couldn't even fucking talk to him. Fucking hell, dude. Bastard didn't even fucking stream this week. What's wrong? I'm playing Shoya, honey. Hold up, wait a minute. Something isn't right. What do you mean? What's not right? What is not right, good sir? Gosh, she looks so innocent here. Right, she's done kissing before, but not like this. This is new. Right? She acts adult, but she isn't. God, you feel so bad when you see this. It's another video clip. Hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right. Oh. Wow, first one that came up. Almost immediately, too. Oh, this one. I know this one. Yeah, I remember this one.
Say, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
I remember that one.
Yeah, it's like when you see like little things like this, you feel genuinely bad. When you look at her here. And then she ooh. She hides in this scene. You don't see her. You just hear her words. She's literally hiding like she was hiding the whole time that she knew. Ever since that day half a year ago, I've kind of suspected something going on between you and Chizuru-san. It's just been too scared to ask. She hides like she was hiding that she knew the whole time. That's a cool detail. But she also disappears because she's okay with being second, which is wrong. This has like a double meaning. She hides because she's second, but she also hides because she hid that she knew and was scared to ask. She doesn't say master, she says shisho. You see the condom here. This time it's really close. And then it gets further and further away. Oh, that's a cool detail. The condom gets further and further away. Right? She's touching him, but the condom is further and further. Like it's not actually happening. Okay, I think I'll call it here. I'm getting a little tired, a little beat. I need a break. It's been a while. Stream for 6 hours, you know. Plus, we're running out of things to talk about. I don't want to just drag this on for fucking ever. I don't think it really serves much of a purpose if I just keep fucking talking. Like, we found some cool details, but that's kind of it. They're on the second floor. How the fuck would Minnie stare at them from the window? They're on the second floor. That makes no sense. Okay, with that said, that's a perfect point to call it. I feel like we're all exhausted and tired. I've been Fate. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe, like button, and the bell icon, keep up with the uploads, all the fun stuff. Consider supporting me on Patreon. I would really appreciate it. Consider joining our Discord because it's really fun and nice. Kind of trying to do more stuff on there. And then finally, follow me on Twitter because, of course, you know, Twitter. Twitter. I post some stuff on Twitter. With that said, I've been Fate, and remember, let's mosey. Hope you guys had fun, and I'll see you guys another time. I'm a little beat. I need a break. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Probably like a little earlier or a little later in the day. But I'll see you tomorrow. See you then. Okay. Bye-bye. Oh, wait. We can check one more thing. Let's see if... No, never mind. That one happened at this point. So no worries about that. Okay, bye. Bye.